can always be an interesting battle in those classes. The 90s and the 105s were really hard to pick. Both of the men's classes absolutely stacked, and really no clear favourite in either of those classes. There's lots of guys in both classes. I'm fairly sure everybody who was polled selected a different pairing to win. We've had Tass suggested, we've had Riley Talbot suggested, we've had Ant Martin. Ant Martin was probably the most suggested as a favourite for the under 90 kilo men. He's a monster with the deadlift, monster with the stones, very capable on the other events, but there's a lot of very capable boys. Paul Mamouan was also suggested as somebody who might be able to shake things up and get in there and steal some points off some of those boys. And then, I'll be honest, as an ex-105 myself, I'm most excited to see the 105 kilo class. This is absolutely stacked. We've got a few new boys and a few boys coming back that we have not seen in a while. Andrew Stewart being the most notable of those. Peanut, he was one of the OGs, held a stone record in Australia for a long time. One of the more diminutive 105s compared to somebody like Ben Aykroyd, who stands almost probably a foot taller than Peanut. Those guys will be really, really interesting to see, and really interested to see how Peanut comes back after such a long layoff from competing at the top level in the sport. But there's a bunch of other guys in that weight class that can take some points. I mean, the superstar Jaden Lang came third last year, I think, in this with a couple of mistakes. He was reasonably new to the sport and he's had a lot more time now to hone his craft. He's been training with guys like Eddie Williams, who've been at World's Strongest Man. So really interested to see how Jaden goes. He was my tip to win it. So we're actually going to be seeing a new, improved Jaden here in this competition. Harley Hughes, always a competitor. James Lation, Bryce Purton, one of the favourites in the overhead events, and 2 overhead show. This could be his time to take it. We saw in the Arnold Classic how somebody like Thor just wasn't able to make up that ground. If you're an average overhead presser in this field, you are going to get swallowed up pretty fast. So expect some of those overhead press beasts to really place high, because there is the dumbbell and the Flintstone press tomorrow. So I'll go through those events tomorrow as well. We have the stone to shoulder, we have the Flintstone press, we have Fingal's fingers. So we've got those 3 events tomorrow. Not exactly sure on the order of those just yet, but we've got those events to round out the show. We'll go into more detail about those tomorrow. It is right now 33 degrees in Australia. Off the top of my head, that's about 100 degrees for those of you listening in from the US&E. And I don't know what it is in Kelvin scale or whatever the Brits use, but it's hot enough for it to have been declared a national state of emergency in Britain by now. It is warm. And there's going to be a massive challenge for all of the athletes. That's going to be something they're going to have to work through. They're going to have to watch their hydration levels. They're going to have to watch their anxiety levels. There's been a big build up to this, and it is outside of Melbourne. So for those who aren't aware of where Bendigo is in relation to metropolitan Melbourne, everyone would have had to fly into Tullamarine and then drive at least 2 or 2.5 hours to get here to Bendigo. So these guys have been in cars for a long time. All of them will have travelled at least from Melbourne to Bendigo. A lot of them from significantly further, some from WA, which, again, for those who aren't aware of the scale of Australia, that's more distance than you'd cover getting across 4 or 5 countries in somewhere like Europe. It's a massive distance from the west of Australia to the eastern coast, the eastern seaboard, where we are pretty close to here in Bendigo. It's a little more inland in Victoria, but it's still a massive trip. So we are looking forward to starting in about 8 minutes. We'll be doing the Max Monster Dumbbell. So we'll be coming up with the under 73 kilo women first, and the under 90 kilo men on the other platform. So we'll be interchanging between those two. So one of the women will lift their dumbbell. Once they've received a down call, the men will step up on their platform and they will take their attempt, and then we'll just keep alternating between those two, and then we'll roll out the 82s and the 105s. We'll be using a 10-inch dumbbell in the women's classes, and then the 12-inch dumbbells in the men's classes, and we do have a special treat. If any of the boys get up to enough weight for us to justify it, we have the Mitco dumbbell. So the dumbbell that Mason Dannett, the owner of Stand or Submit, made for Mitko or Dimitar Savatinov to press at the Arnold Classic. It would have been somewhere in 2017, 2018 range when Dimitar broke the world record with about 140 kilos, I believe it was at that time. I think it's since been broken by Mateusz Kieliszkowski and sits now at about 150 kilos, but this was the dumbbell that for a significant amount of time the world record was held on. It is the dumbbell that the Australian record is held on by Jono Nelio. I think it was 126 kilograms that he did at Victoria's Strongest Man when he won it in 2023, sorry. End of 2023, November there. So that record has stood since then. Hopefully in May, when we do Australia's Strongest Man and Woman in Sydney, we're going to see that record broken. But we're looking forward to that. But before that, we're going to hopefully see some national and or world records set here in Bendigo on these dumbbells for all 4 of these weight classes. We're going to look to see a couple of different athletes putting their hand up for these events. We'll go through. Where are we? Where's the dumbbell? Dumbbell PB. I just have a little running sheet here in front of me. So this is looking like a really close battle here in the under 64s. We've got a lot of girls in around that 40 to 45 kilo range for their personal best. Camilla will obviously be the favourite. She's an overhead monster. She comes from a weightlifting background, so she's got that power overhead, that jerk technique down pat, which you really do need for the monster dumbbell, just because it is such an explosive event. It's not really predicated on how much shoulder power you have. I mean, the best pressers in the world, you look at guys like Zydrunas Savickas, Eddie Hall, Ian Bibi, they're not technically the best at the dumbbell. They don't tend to do as well in these dumbbell events as some of the more explosive guys like Mateusz Kieliszkowski, for example, Dimitar Savatinov, Martins Lissis, guys that are able to extract a little bit more power and explosiveness, move their hips under the dumbbell. I'll talk more about that as they're doing the event because it is quite a technical event. When it comes to overhead pressing, like I said, it's the least shoulder power dominant. It's the least reliant on you just having monster boulder shoulders. It's the least press-like event of all the overhead press events that we've got in Strongman. We move to the under 73s. Sorry, I don't know why I was talking about the 64s. That was just weird. Okay, under 73s. Again, they're all around that sort of 45 to 50 kilo range, a lot of them with their maxes. So it is going to be a showdown. We're going to have to see some really interesting attempts. They've got 3 attempts to get the max weight on the dumbbell they can. So it is going to come down to a bit of strategy. We're going to have to see some people skipping some attempts, some people skipping numbers to try and get ahead. And there will be a little bit of a cluster on certain weights. So breaking that deadlock in that extra 2.5 kilos, maybe the second attempt will be the important one as opposed to the third, because a lot of people will miss their thirds. But if you're clever enough on your second to take just that little bit extra, take that little bit of risk on your second and nail that, and leave the third for the people who are really going to try and escalate those weights, probably or possibly miss, then that might get you the points that you want. It might be that trade-off that you go a little bit heavier on your second, knowing that you're probably going to miss the third, but guarantee those points up in the sort of middle to top of the field, rather than necessarily trying to go for the event win yourself, risking dropping further down into the field. Skip the under 80 kilo boys, we're doing those in May. So for those who don't know, the reason we're not doing lightweights, they were supposed to be last week in Toowoomba, but we had a cyclone come through and trash a lot of Queensland. So about 4 days beforehand, the Meatstock festival that we are at cancelled their event. They called everything off, so we told the athletes to stop weight cutting and to start eating so that they could cut weight again in 8 weeks' time for the competition in May. I'm just being fixed up here by Mason. Looks like we're about to have some athletes come out to be introduced. We're going to start with the under 73 or 74, sorry, kilo, no, 73 kilo class. So there is 9 athletes listed. I think there are at least 1 or 2 that aren't going to be competing, that didn't make it to the competition. Might be 1 from this class and then 1 from the under 82 kilo class. So we are a couple of minutes away from that. So I will keep rambling. There is a couple of crossover athletes, notably Camilla, who would have been competing last week in Toowoomba. Expecting to see a very big showing from her because she would have had to cut weight for Toowoomba and then refuel and then get here at under 73 because she competes in both the 64 and 73 kilo class. But she doesn't have to do that. She didn't have to do it now because she got her weight cut short with the competition and the whole festival being cancelled. So we expect to see a very strong Camilla here. We haven't really seen her compete in Australia fresh for a couple of years now because she always does the double and they always happen to be reasonably close together. So be interested to see how she goes, or if it actually got in her way a bit, if it ruined her routine, because she has been so used to doing the double and prepping for the 64s, winning that, taking that momentum through into the 73 kilo competition. So very interesting with that one, and best luck also to all the other 64s and 80s who've had to cut their training short and rethink everything. Really thinking to you guys, because it would have been a fun competition in Toowoomba, but you get the big show, you get the main stage in Sydney, which from personal experience is really, really awesome. It's electric in there. So make sure you are tuning in May when we do the Australia's Strongest Man and Woman and the lightweight finals as well. Up in the 82 kilo class, we're looking at the dumbbells here. There's a bit more of a spread here, so it might be a little bit more of an aggressive one where you do want to see some of these ones taking bigger jumps. I've been given the wrap-up, so we're going to get some athletes out here on the competition floor. Handing over to Buddha. We're going to hand over to Buddha, and he will introduce all of the athletes.
Well, welcome everyone to Australia's Strongest Man Middleweight title series here for 2025 here at Meatstock Bendigo. So today we are at day 1 of 2 for 8 events to determine who are our strongest men and women for our under 73s, our under 82 women's. Then we also have our under 90s and our under 105s men's as well classes. So I'm going to call out all of our competitors to start off with. We have our under 73s for Australia's Strongest Woman. We have Camilla Fogliano. Next up, we have Tanita Northkid. Next, we have Lyndon Beatty. Then it's Karen Taylor. Next up, we have Kylie Davis. And then it's Maddie Heave. Then we have Katie Foster. After Katie, we have Fran Pogue. Then we have Annalise Bevan. And then we have Nat Koopman. And last but not least, we have Lauren McMillan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our under 73s ladies that are going to be competing over this weekend to determine who is Australia's strongest. So a round of applause for our ladies. Ladies, if you want to head up. No worries. Next up, we have our, let me get this right here. We have our under 82s, ladies. So to start off with, we have Sally Kubler. Then we have Emma Breebart. Next up, it's Simone Jones. Then we have Sarah Halifax. Then it's Liz Aiken. Then we have Stacey Antonovich. Then we have Jolene Van Goldie. Then Haley Galea. Then we have Genti Marici. And then we have Hannah Assey. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our under 82s ladies class. A round of applause for our ladies who are going to be battling it out for Australia's Strongest for 2025. All right, we'll hop up to the back there. Next up, I'm saying next up too many times. So, we have our under 90s gentlemen. So, our first gentleman to come out, it's Riley Talbot. Then we have Paul Mamwan. Oh, scary. Then we have Big Taz Taylor Kasoria. Then we have Akashdeep Singh. Then it's the Ant-Man, Anthony Martin. Then we have Robert Fasson. Here we have Dan Guari. Then it's Chris Dyrene. Then we have Logan Day. Then Justin Heim. Then Mitch Bruce Smith. Then we have Matt Coates. And then last but not least, it's Sean Beasley. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our under 90s strongman class. These gentlemen will be battling it out over the next 2 days to determine who is Australia's strongest under 90 kilo gentleman. Round of applause. All right. So that leaves only one class left. It's our under 105s. So to start calling them out, it's got to be Lee Shaw. Then we have Charles Van de Kerk. And then from behind the curtain, it's Bryce Purton. Then it's Big Harley Hughes. Then we have Jaden Lang. Then it's James DeGraff. Then Izzy Barrett. Then Justin Longden. Then Jordan Oxenham. Then Joel Hinton. Then it's Tom Winter. Then Jason Midgley. Then from Queensland, it's Andrew Stewart. Then we have Paddy the Batty, it's Patrick Griffiths. After that, we have James Leshon. And last but not least, it's Big Ben Aykroyd. These gentlemen will be battling it out for the under 105s Australia's Strongest 2025 title. So a round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'll get the athletes to come around. I reckon we'll go under this Australia's Strongest banner here. We'll get a photo together. And yeah, Yeah, then we'll kick it off like a leper's head. Yeah, Lee, you're at the front. Lee, Andy, up the front. Harley, up the front. All right, guys. Smile. There we go. All right, guys, let's get a flex in the next one. Let's get a flex. Come on, show us your biceps. Or lack of them. There we go. All right. I got the thumbs up from our photographers there. So we will be starting event number 1, which is the Max Monster Dumbbell. As you can see, we have these massive dumbbells here that are created by Standard Cement. We'll also be going up to the big Meatstock dumbbell. Fuck, that's heavy. So that will be starting very soon. I'll just check with our crew. How long away are we from starting? Minutes? Minutes away from beginning. I will check. We will have under 73s, I believe, on this one here, and we will have the under 90s, gentlemen. As you can see, it will be starting off with 42 kilograms, and then we have 70 kilograms here. It is for a max dumbbell, so the maximum weight overhead. Now, you've got to do it one-handed as well, so it's one of those things where with our athletes, they're going to pick it up. They can use hands to pick it up, get it up to their shoulder, and then from there, they can split jerk it, push press it. There are all kinds of techniques there that we'll see today. And they have to get it overhead, arm extended, elbow fully locked out, stable as well. They can't be taking it for a walk. And once they've got that clear down call from the head referee there, they will be going from there. All right, I'm just checking. Where are we? Yes, we are in Bendigo. Bendigo Meatstock. So, under 73s, under 90s, come out, ladies and gentlemen. Grab a seat. Under 90s, gentlemen. So some of you in the crowd that can see, we do have chalk here to help with mitigating, sweat. It is a hot day as well. You'll see our athletes will be wearing a whole lot of equipment. As you can see, there's things called a soft belt. So you'll see the larger kind of softer neoprene belts, as you can see here. And then we also have the harder leather belt as well, which also creates that intra-abdominal pressure, as they call it, which just helps you lift a bit more, keep your core a bit more stable. We also have our athletes, you'll see they'll be wearing elbow sleeves and knee sleeves just to help keep the joints warm.
Right, that's enough of Buddha. Now you've got to put up with me again, so I do apologise for that visual, just straight raw dog on my face, which not nice on the eyes. But we've got the dumbbell event coming up. We're going to start with the 73 kilo women and the under 90 kilo men over on the other platform. Like I said, if you weren't tuning in before, the format that we're using is one referee across 2 platforms. So Tiff will be refereeing the under 73 kilo women on the platform closest to me here in my commentary position, and then furthest away she'll be running over there. As soon as she gives a down call for the women, she'll be running over the fellas and judging their dumbbell. We have 42 kilos and 70 kilos loaded respectively. So Tanita, the first up, she'll be loading 42 kilograms to her shoulder, looking to go overhead with it. Tanita, a very efficient lifter. She's got some experience with some of the Olympic lifts, but it is a heavy dumbbell. This is the sort of event where you want to be able to stick it. She has 2 attempts. Every time she has an attempt, she has 2 goes at it, 2 cleans. She can press as many times from the shoulder as she wants, but she has 2 cleans, and she's using the time smartly here. I like to see this. You often see a lot of athletes rushing into things, especially first event, little bit of rush of blood. But when it's a heavyweight, you don't want to do that. If you've got a whole minute and only 2 attempts, there's no point trying it 6 times. So she will have to go back and take stock. She will have another 2 cracks at that. Now Paul over with his 70 kilo dumbbell attempt in the under 90 kilo class. So he's going to get that to the shoulder. He's starting off with the 70 kilos and looks like he's going to get that down call. And he does. A little bit shaky there. Bounces it up into an upright position. That's actually quite impressive. Lyndon Beattie over here in the under 73 kilo class. She's got 42 as well, so wants to be the first one to get a number on the board. Slightly different rack position here for Lyndon. Sometimes it can, for some of the smaller women, not quite as broad shoulders, be a little bit harder to rack those huge, massive monster dumbbells on the back of your shoulders. It takes a little bit of real estate to actually have them back there. So this slightly different technique where the dumbbell is actually loaded to the side of the shoulder is what some people have to do, and almost gets it locked out there. I think she will have this on another attempt. Not maybe this one. She will go back and take stock again, same as Tanita. So we're yet to see a successful lift here in our under 73 kilos field. The minimum weight is 42 kilos because that's how heavy the dumbbell is. We can't actually make it any lighter. An interesting technique here for Akshay.
Good work there from Akash.
Akash, not Akshay, sorry. But he gets that locked out. So both Paul and Akash have their weights locked out. Now Karen Taylor. Karen was she's been a strongman for a long time. She also going with that sort of side rack technique there. And she moves under that well and is the first successful lift of the under 73 kilo class. So a really nice, efficient lift there from Karen. Doesn't look like there's any nerves there for her. She's been here, done that. She's been to Arnold Classics. Now, we have young... Sorry, I'm just looking for names. We have Logan Day. He going the shirtless approach. Different approaches for different athletes. Now Logan makes a nice, easy job of that. He was stumbling around a little bit, but Tiff made him earn it. Some of the strictest refereeing you will see around the world. We're not seeing any reps where athletes are leaned back. Kylie Davis here with her first attempt at 42 kilograms, straight down into the dip. And, that was just about locked out, just about. She's still got a whole minute or most thereof to lift this weight. So the experienced thing to do would be to step back, take a second. This is, I believe, her first showing at this level. So, like I said, that experience that we saw from Tanita to actually step back from the dumbbell, take that second, and not quite there for Kylie. I reckon she'll get that as well. I think we're going to see a few of these ladies get this on their second rep, their second attempt. So,
70 kilograms in this dumbbell.
Justin Heim from Queensland, from Coco's Gym, notoriously good pressers out there, and not quite, just couldn't get the lockout. A little bit of instability there on that lockout, so didn't quite get that down call from referee Tiff. And not quite. He has saved himself an attempt, though, by not putting it down, but he will call off the remainder of his attempt by the looks of it. He's just going to take stock. And again, that is an experience decision because we are looking to see these guys take 2 more attempts. If you don't think you're going to get it, might as well just go back, take your time, take the 15 minutes it's going to take to get through the field and get back to you. It might even be longer than that. Now, Maddie Heath, not quite there on the 42, and she's also going to make that decision to pull out and go back and take stock. Now, I'm not sure if she's going to take her remaining attempts. Now, this is Bruce Smith, very athletic-looking type. We haven't seen him at this level before. 70 kilos on his shoulders and very efficient mover. Gets that all the way up overhead and with a down call. So we've seen a few of the boys get their down calls. Katie Foster, notoriously fierce competitor in the under 73 kilo class. Makes really light work of that clean. That's part of it. He's trying to use as little energy on the clean as possible. And Katie, not with a standard technique there, just sort of stand and deliver straight up with that monster dumbbell, but gets a down call.
Sean Beasley.
Sean Beasley, the Beazle, over there with 70 kilograms. going with the pink knee sleeves, I do like that approach. I do think the neon pink does bring a bit to the package. The Beazle not able to quite get that locked out. Just a little bit of instability there. This dumbbell is massive. So this is a 12-inch diameter dumbbell. It just sticks out so far either side of your hand that if you have your wrist tilted a little bit the wrong way, you're not going to be able to get that lockout, because at 70 kilograms, you've got 35 kilos either side of your hand, basically. So a little bit of it tilting either way can really throw off that lockout.
3 flights for our competitors. Next up, we have Fran Poke.
We have Fran Poke here.
Let's go, Fran. 42.5 kilograms.
Can she be one of these ones to break this deadlock of a no rep? The thing is, if you don't rep in the event, if you don't score, if you don't succeed in lifting a weight, and she has called the attempt off as well. If you don't succeed in lifting a weight, you get a 0 in the event. So what that means for scoring is that if we're in a field of, let's say, 9 or let's say 10 competitors, to make it easy, if 5 people 0 and you just get the minimum weight, you are going to get the points of the person who placed 5th. So you're going to get, in a field of 10 people, 4 points in that field, because the first place will get 10, second will get 9, third will get 8, and so on and so forth. So in that event where multiple people 0, it is of a huge, huge advantage to even just get the first weight on the board, because you don't just get 1 point, you actually get multiple points just for getting on the board, because you are placed as if the people below you also placed. So we're going up in weight. We're going to see 75, I believe, kilos on the dumbbell over for the 90-kilo fellas.
Big Rob.
This is Robert Fazzone. I don't know if we've seen him before. He's gone with the double wrist wrap approach. A nice approach to go with. He's got the really tight Cerberus sleeve on there, but the double wrist wrap approach is a really nice one to go with. So Lauren McMillan, a weightlifter by trade, so expect to see some really good technique here from Lauren. Yeah, and that's what we see. So that dumbbell going straight up, really good bar path, really efficient movement under it. Nearly took the shin out, but did survive.
Matthew Coates.
All right, Matty Coates here with a 75-kilogram dumbbell. So he's going with the wrist wrap a bit lower, and the reason being is just because that dumbbell is so big, it does dig in to the forearm. So to a certain extent, you just want to protect it. It's not to enhance your lifting ability at all. It's just to stop you waking up black and blue on your dumbbell pressing arm. Now, no real surprise here. Camilla Fogagnolo, I believe most of the field has actually taken their first attempt, bar 1 or 2. I don't think Annalise Bevan has gone yet, nor has Nat Koopman. But the rest of the field, just by the looks of it, has all made their first attempt. So Camilla will be taking an early lead on her on the rest of the field here with this 47-kilo attempt. I expect her to make light work of it. She makes light work of most things because she's Camilla, so we'll see. Like I said, she had that drama with the weight cut and the travel and everything last week with the Toowoomba show being cancelled. For those that didn't hear it, Camilla is a 64-kilo and a 73-kilo competitor. And the Toowoomba show last week that was supposed to go ahead for the lightweights didn't due to a cyclone and has been rescheduled for May. So Camilla would have been right in the depths of a weight cut when that got called off, and would have been preparing, bags probably already packed, to travel all the way up to Queensland. So this is her first attempt at 47 kilograms.
47.5 kilograms.
47.5 I'm hearing from Buddy on the microphone there. So it's a good, strong rack position. It's all about speed here, and not quite there for Camilla. Interesting.
Come on, Camilla.
Just let it drift out a little bit to the side. Now, she has taken this as her first attempt, which means she can't go back down. Now, what an upset that would be if she doesn't manage to... Oh, she's gone the other hand. Now, that's something you don't see very often. Somebody just rolling with an ambidextrous style in a Max Monster Dumbbell event, and that seems to have been a little more coordinated for her. I don't actually know whether she's naturally right or left-handed, but a very interesting approach. I can't actually say I've ever seen somebody just switch hands in a Max Monster Dumbbell. Now, Tass with 80 kilograms over there for the men, Taylor Casoria. And he's got a little bit of a split jerk technique, which can actually be a little less reliable. All it's doing is adding moving parts. So it does mean that you can get more weight, and he does just that Tass, interestingly, not wearing weightlifting shoes. A lot of these athletes you will see wearing weightlifting shoes. As I say that, Nat Koopman comes up not wearing weightlifting shoes, but wearing some Metcon-type shoes. Now, the reason is you want to stay nice and upright in that dip. Now, Nat makes super easy work of that. That was breezy. So you do want to stay really upright in this dip. When you're dipping down, you don't want to tip sideways, you don't want to tip forward, you don't want to lose that dumbbell or get that dumbbell rocking either forward or sideways. It's very important. It's a really positionally important event. So the more you can get in position, the more you're going to be able to dumbbell press. One of those events that relies super heavily on technique. I was saying before, it's not necessarily the strongest shoulders in the field that always win it. You look at the big boys and the results that the strongest pressers in history, Eddie Hall, Zydrunas Savickas, Iron Bibi, have had in their history, and they've had massive log results, massive axle results, Viking presses, things like that. Just a foregone conclusion if they were in a competition they were going to win it. But when it comes to dumbbell, it's often the smaller or more athletic or athletes with a background outside of powerlifting or pure strength sports that can do a lot better at dumbbell. You often see weightlifters being quite good at the monster dumbbell. So we've got Dan Guari? Yeah, it says that. Yep. So Dan Guari, he's got 82 kilos loaded in the dumbbell. So we're starting to creep up now with the boys towards bodyweight plus. And that's a push press from Dan. So that is a man with some incredibly strong shoulders. He didn't need to dip under that. He's just rocked it straight up. Now Bev with a really audacious move. Now I did pick Bev as my smoky chance to throw a cat amongst the pigeons here. Really easy clean. Bev with a weightlifting background and does duck under it and then gives a very nice little smile to Tiff as she gets the down call. That was authoritative there from Bev. Really nice with a 50-kilo opener. So she's come out and taken the lead with her first attempt. A lot of girls failing on that 42 kilograms that'll be really wanting to try and get that number on the board. On the under 90s, we're loading up to 85 kilograms there. So Christopher Doreen from Taswegia, he'll be lifting 85 kilograms overhead. While we load these dumbbells, the women will be going back down to 42 kilograms for all those who wish to reattempt it. They obviously can opt out. They don't have to come back out. And they can go up as well. Even if they missed it, you can still increase the weight on the dumbbell and try and go break that deadlock a little bit heavier if they thought maybe their first attempt was just some sort of aberration and that they really should have made that weight. It obviously would be a risk that I don't know that many or any will take, but there is that slight possibility that some might decide to escalate beyond their 42 kilogram opener even if they missed. We're still loading 85 kilograms into that 12-inch monster dumbbell there for Chris.
With 85 kilograms.
And a lot of these athletes, when the dumbbell starts to get larger, will go with that lap and load technique. Wearing that elbow sleeve. The elbow sleeves that you see, a lot of them are these Cerberus triple ply sleeves, so they're very tight. They do help the athlete extending their arm overhead because they're so packed in that their arm wants to straighten. Now Chris managed to get himself under that, but didn't quite manage to lock it out. He had a good movement of the hips. Now I do look to see the hips a lot in the dumbbell. They are really important and often overlooked element in the dumbbell press. Is trying to get your center of gravity under the dumbbell. If you were to get a front-on vision, you'd see his hips are kicked out under it, so he's got more of his center of mass directly under the dumbbell. If you want to be a good dumbbell presser, you have to be able to get your hips under the dumbbell and try and keep them there because, like I said, it's a monster of a piece of equipment that sits a long way out to the side of your body. So if you're able to kick your hips out and make up some of that difference, get it back over your center of gravity. Now, Tanita, is she going to be able to do that? Yes, she is. So she wasn't able to do it to start off with, but you saw she moved out to the side and was able to get that weight out. What you'll see with people who stand a little bit too upright, the dumbbell tends to go out to the side. If they're a right-hander, they'll start losing it further out to the right, which becomes very hard to control unless you're able to move your foot out. Now, I don't know if you can see the joy in the background, but Camilla is actually Tanita's coach. So we've got a bit of a coach-client rivalry going on. But it's never really a rivalry. There's always a lot of I can't think of the word right now, but anyway, there's a lot of friendship, there's a lot of support going on between those two and between all of the athletes, really. Everyone wants to see everyone have their best day. As an athlete, you want to win on your best day, so all these guys and girls are really supportive of one another. Riley Talbot looks to be loading up 87 kilos here, 87.5. So we're realistically one jump away from seeing some bodyweight dumbbells, and there's a lot of lifters still left to come in this field. So we are going to see some big numbers in the under 80 kilo field. We haven't seen some of the big dogs come out yet for their first attempt, so I'm wondering how many we'll see going over the 90 kilogram mark, over that bodyweight mark, just for an opener. On the day, I think we'll see a fair few actually go over that 90 kilogram mark, but 87.5 here for Riley Talbot. Let's see what he can do. Nice, strong clean. Doesn't need to stop at the lap. He's just going straight up to the shoulder. And doesn't quite get under it, but does manage to catch it, so he saves an attempt. Keep in mind, the athletes only have 2 cleans. And he gets it on his second there. Oh, no, didn't quite get the down call. He was still moving around. Now, he saved another clean. Now, at this point, I personally would have put it down and just taken stock, because now he can go for another rep if he wants. He's got one more clean and press attempt. 25 seconds, so he should try and take at least 15 of those and then just try and get the rep in the last 10 seconds. I personally would have, after that second attempt, after that fail, put it down and saved that press, just because this is going to be very tiring. Now he's rushed his way into the clean, but he does get the rep. Looks like it. He's still moving around, though, and does successfully get the rep just before the time ended. I'm not sure. I think Tiff has given him that rep, but has given him a warning about dropping the weight. Now, we've got Lyndon Beattie, 42.5 kilograms here. I said she'd get it, and still stumbling around. She did lock it out. Now, it's a very upright technique. So, like I said, because she's not throwing and catching the weight, the bar path is slightly outside of her midline, slightly away from her midline. So she's having to rescue that dumbbell from out to her right. Now, it's a little bit in part to the rack position there being on the shoulder as opposed to on the back. And Lynn has now used up both of her attempts. I think she can get it on her third. This isn't a strength issue. It's just a technical thing that if she can get back in there and fix on the last attempt, she will be able to get it. Now, Kylie Davis was another similar one, so she's going to be attempting that 42 kilograms next. Ant Martin, a lot of people had him as the favourite to win at this show. He is a monster deadlifter, monster stone lifter. 90 kilograms, so body weight overhead with one arm. We're looking at some huge numbers getting put up today, but this is the first body weight overhead we're going to see for the day, and it's with one hand. Ant Martin will be attempting that. He's got the double sleeve on, in fact. So the sleeve that's on his elbow will be helping. The sleeve that's on his forearm is just going to be stopping him from bruising his elbow or bruising his forearm. So it's a nice clean and a little half split sort of technique and gets a down call. So he has taken the event lead. I think that might be it for the under 90 kilos before we go back around. Now, Kylie Davis, she almost got this last time, I think, with a really, it's just one of those things you either hit or you don't. At the top weights, you can't really muscle through a max effort dumbbell. You just stick it and you just get it. Some of those reps feel like there's no weight at all, and the weights that when you're at a maximum weight, almost gets it. When you're at a maximum weight, the weights that you lock out feel like there's no weight on it at all, and then when you miss it, it feels like you were nowhere near it. There's sort of no in between. She's going to hold it there. That's an experienced move. Got the call from the coach to take stock, go back and save it for her last attempt, because, like I said, it is so important to get some weight on the board, to get a score on the board. Now, I think a couple of the girls might have called it a day without having gotten a rep, which, again, is a smart call. If you know it's not there, just call it a day and save yourself. You have got 5 more events, plenty more opportunities to get some good points on the board, and there's no point gassing yourself if you're just nowhere near it. In Kylie's case, she was really, really close, so it's smart for her to come back out and try and get points over those couple of ladies who have called it a day on the event. we're looking, looks like we're going back down. So Justin Heim, 70 kilograms on the bar. So you're going to see them come out in a different order now, with some of the men having made their 70 kilo attempt, others having not. Same with the women. Rather than the initial order, we are doing a rising bar format. So we're going to see the athletes who are attempting lighter weights go first, even if they were earlier in the order or later in the order last time. So
come on,
Justin Heim, interesting, and gets the lockout, holds it. Interesting approach to not wear weightlifting shoes. You did notice that he rolled forward onto his toes. It's why a lot of athletes like to stay in their weightlifting shoes so they can stay a little bit more on the heel. The weightlifting shoes, like you see Karen here wearing, are just slightly wedged. So there's a little bit of a wedge on them. It just allows you to squat a little bit more knee dominant, a little bit more knee forward, which means that you don't get your hips involved as much. So you don't hinge backwards. Now Karen with 45 kilos, very experienced there, just walks under it, makes sure she locks it out. Very gently puts it down.
That means next up we have Sean Beasley.
All right, the Beasley. He was very close last time to a couple of reps. I do, like I said before, really enjoy the splash of pink he has going in the knee sleeves. I do think that adds extra kilograms to any weight that you're lifting if you roll on some pink. And Sean, a very short dip, explosive lift, nearly concusses himself, but gets away with it. And he's got a successful lift on the board. A few of these under 90 kilo, 105 men not afraid to get hit in the head. There's a lot of ex-fighters in the field. Got to be careful about what I say, a lot of them. We've got Katie Foster here now attempting 45 kilograms to draw level with Karen, and very upright, locks it out. And that's a nice lift there from Katie. Just very nonchalant, very matter-of-factly.
It's Paul.
We've got old man Paul. Now, if you recognise Paul, that is because he is an MC commentator for the Australia's Strongest team. So Paulie does work on the media team when he is not competing. So we always hope Paulie does well when he does take the time away from his commentary career to compete. So he's attempting 75 kilograms. Very intense type, Mr. Paul.
That's it.
We are just making sure we got all the weights right and tight. 75 kilograms going in for Paul. Now, there's a lot of guys on that 70 kilos, so this would be a nice little icebreaker for Paul to get above those guys, to get a little bit of extra weight, a little bit of extra points in the early events. There's some good events for Paul later on as well. So what I've sort of deduced in this 90 kilo and 105 kilo field is that it's going to be about who can mitigate the loss of points on the events they're not quite as good at. As to who gets on the podium. It's not going to be about who has the better events, because everyone's going to have those. It's about who is going to be able to mitigate their point loss on the other events. And Paul makes a really, really good attempt there at 75 kilos and ticks that off. Now, Lauren McMillan with 45 kilograms. Now, she looked like she struggled a little bit with that 42 kilogram dumbbell, but she is a weightlifter, and like I said, when it sticks, it sticks. If she's able to just jump and get under it, and she had that looked out, but it was slightly out to her side. So I don't know if you can see that from that angle, but that was what I was talking about, trying to get your hips under that dumbbell. It is a little bit harder, like I said, with that side rack position, as opposed to using your upper back and your traps to rack that dumbbell with that side rack position.
Let's go. Come on.
Standing a little bit upright here. We'll see if she can get it. No, it still goes out to the right there. So that is a no lift there. She'll come back and try another couple of attempts there.
So I have a Cash Deep Singh.
Cash.
75 kilograms.
From Clyde, Melbourne way. Goes with the knee kick technique. 75 kilograms for a Cash. Spending a long time in the rack position there. Sometimes it's you know, you want to try and get stable and you want to try and get strong, but it's also sometimes good to try and get it off your shoulder quickly. Doesn't quite get the lockout there. He was still moving. The elbow was quivering. It wasn't quite locked out. Other shows, you might see that get given a rep. Not here in Australia. We have some of the best refereeing standards in the world. So you can make sure you know for sure that everybody is being held to the best standard. Doesn't quite get that there. I do think he has a good shot at getting it in the next round of attempts. Now, there is a bit of pressure on this lift here for Camilla. I didn't expect to see what we saw from her in the first attempt there, an actual a miss. Randomly with the left hand, but then she made it with her right hand. I'm not sure which hand. It'd be interesting to see which arm she goes for here. She's still wearing elbow sleeves on both and wrist straps on both, so she's giving absolutely nothing away.
2.5 kilograms.
Let's see. And it goes to the left-hand side. Interesting. So she missed with her left hand, made it with her right hand, but she goes back to that left-hand side for this attempt and isn't able to lock it out. It does drift out there to the right-hand side. Looks like she might have a little bit of a shoulder niggle there, a little bit of an injury in that left shoulder, so maybe she'll be going with the right hand again here. Interesting. It is valuable to be ambidextrous in case you do pick up a little bit of a single-sided injury. You see not many people able to do it. Brian Shaw notably being one that was able to alternate hands when he was doing monster dumbbell events, but a miss there for Camilla. That will light up some of the girls' eyes there in the under 73 kilo class, because there's not many chinks in Camilla's armour. All right, Logan missed date with 75 kilos and nearly wore that, but did a good job to avoid it. So he's got this. He's got 2 attempts at it. Took his second attempt quite quickly. Now that's, again, I've said this. There was no need to do that. Should have stepped back and taken his time. There's no need to be, if you're an up-and-coming competitor, if you've got a minute and only 2 attempts to doing it, there is no value to going straight away. If you've got another 45 seconds left, take at least 30 of those to rest before you go for another attempt. Nat Koopman here with 50 kilos, gets under it, gets her hips under, and does save it. That's an excellent lift there to tie Bev in the lead at 50 kilograms. Really, really good save there. So you know she did have to move her hips under it. So that's the way to save a dumbbell. You can't muscle it out. When it's 50 kilos, if you try and hold a 10 kilo or a 20 kilo dumbbell out to your side, see how long you can hold it with a straight arm directly out to the side. Not long. So trying to wrestle 50 kilos that's trying to come down on top of you from that position, not going to work for you. So you've got to move your hips out under it. We do have loading the bar here, 2023 Australia's Strongest Man, Josh Pataka.
It could be a lot in the overhead, but he might be going for a nice easy 70 and then jump up to 80 and then play around, see what happens. The old far to flow ratio.
So next up we'll have 80 kilograms. I believe this is Mitch Bruce Smith, a lawyer. Who would have thought he was above all of this silly nonsense that we do in strongman, but apparently not. So he's got that 80 kilos loaded to his shoulder. Really strong rack position there. That's a really nice looking spot. And he's got the down call there. Looking at the dumbbell the whole time. Does get a little warning from Tiff for pounding the dumbbell down a little bit too aggressively. Now Annalise to take a lead back in the event. She's now tied with Nat Koopman, 52.5 kilos. She opened on 50 to take the event lead, and oh wow, yeah, that was just straight up. Spent 0 time on the shoulder. Pretty much just did a thruster, which very impressive, but also very smart. With 50 kilos resting on your shoulder, it does take a lot of energy out of you, especially out of the legs. When something is so explosive, it does work, and I'll get a little bit nerdy here, but we're working on the adenosine triphosphate system, which is an energy system that only lasts about 10 seconds before you then switch over to your anaerobic energy system. So if you've got 50 kilos on your shoulders and you're waiting there for a while, you might actually run out of that energy system and not be able to tap into that really fast, explosive energy. Now, Rob manages to scoop and noodle his way under that and get a really good rep at 80 kilos. That's a really impressive rep there. That dumbbell was starting to flip side to side. You saw the wrist position. He did let it tilt back towards him a little bit. And like I said, with 80 kilos, you've got 40 kilos hanging either side of your hand there. So that wrist position, tipping backwards and forwards there, really does make it a hard proposition to be able to save once you get it going one way. But Rob made a really, really good job of finishing that rep off. So Lyndon Beattie here will be taking her final attempt. Now, she's been really, really close a couple of times, but we are seeing now the difference in the side rack position versus being able to get it on the traps. That is coming into play now. We've got the heavier weights, and most of the girls that are up in those heavier weights are using that more traditional dumbbell position with it across their upper back as opposed to having it in that side rack position. You are a little bit more powerful, a little bit less compromised in the shoulder girdle there in that position. So that's why it is typically the more successful of the two options. But Lyndon also has extremely, or not extremely, but quite long arms. So it might be a little bit harder to find a comfortable position back there. A lot of strongman and strongwoman events are determined by limb length, so some events may be harder for the longer of limb than others, and vice versa. So Lyndon, she's made a couple of really good cracks at this. The first one not quite there, but she has saved an attempt by managing to re-rack it, and I think she might have done it. She has. Gets the down call. She's very happy with that. That's a massive lift for Lyndon because she's managed to put herself in with a score ahead of that group of girls who didn't get a lift on it. So Maddie Coates now with 80 kilograms. These boys fighting for points here, trying to make sure they don't get dropped behind the pack. Maddie Coates, 80 kilograms, and he manages to get it locked out, gets a down call, and does put it down, follows it down. We don't care about the athlete dropping. We just don't want them to sort of mic drop from over their head. Now, Kylie Davis, she really wants this weight. She's been really close 4 times and just jets it up over the shoulders. And elbow just buckled there. The elbow did just buckle as Tiff was going to give the down call. Brutal call, but it was the correct one. So Kylie, again, maybe a little bit of experience goes in straight away. Maybe take a second back there. Doesn't quite get it there. Now she's got to wrestle with this because she can't put it down again. She has to try and make this rep from the shoulder here. And not quite there for Kylie. So she'll have to take a 0, unfortunately, on the Monster Dumbbell event.
Next up, we have Big Taz.
So Taz Kasoria here with his second attempt at 85 kilograms. The wild man likes climbing trees for a living.
85 kilograms.
He did actually want the bar hang event to be just one-handed.
Yeah.
So we've got Taz here with 85 kilograms. Not in the weightlifting shoes. Interesting call. A lot of people do opt for the weightlifting shoes in this event just to see if they can stay a little bit more upright, see if they can load into their quads, their knees, their hips a little bit better. But we are after explosiveness, number 1, which Taz has in spades. You'll notice a lot of the guys jumping. It's called triple extension, where you're extending from the ankles, knees, and hips all at once. And Taz leaves the ground, manages to get under that, goes with a wide split, and gets the rep, manages to bring his feet back together. So that is you can split the dumbbell, you can push press it, you can power jerk it, you can split jerk it, you can do anything you want with it, as long as it's only lifted with one hand. Now, Tanita with 45 kilograms, she wants to try and break the deadlock there on the 42 kilogram weight. She managed to get 42 on her first attempt. Now, that doesn't look like it's going to be there. We will see. Because it is, like I said, one of those events where it feels like it's not there, it looks like it's not there, and then all of a sudden you just stick a rep that was just the wonder rep. It hit that speed slot, as they'd say in golf, where it just runs for days, and that's what you sort of want to find in the dumbbell in a max event if you just throw it exactly in the right spot with exactly enough power. Not quite what Tanita managed there, but she seemed very, very happy with her 42.5 kilo lift to get herself on the board for a point there. We have Christopher with his 85 kilo attempt. So nestling it in to the hip. Now, he missed his first attempt, which is interesting because he chose to open at 85 kilos. Now he gets under it, and again, same thing. He's having a little bit of trouble. Now, Tiff is moving around to referee him from in front of him. You can use the whole 360 degrees of the platform here. Chris has jumped straight back in again. And again, a no lift there for Chris. I can't harp on enough how important it is to try and take your time. If you've got a full minute, don't just go again straight away. You can try and get a little bit more energy back and save yourself for the end of the attempt, rather than front loading both of your attempts in an event like this. Now, Lauren with 45 kilograms, she was quite close. She just needs to get it back in line and sends that one again out to the right a little bit. So, from a technical perspective,
final attempt.
I would like to see her bring her feet slightly close together and be able to kick her right hip out under the dumbbell slightly more. That's what I'd be looking to do here. It's quite a wide stance and there's quite an upright position there, and the dumbbell continues to go out to the right. So Lauren will have to be happy with her successful attempt at 42.5 kilograms. 45 kilos, not quite there. And I'm by no way having a go at any of the athletes today if I'm picking up on technique things. It's just so you can hear what I'd be thinking to try and get those extra couple of kilos. Especially on such a technical event. Like I said, it's much less reliant on strength than it is on technique. You can really you can gain some points in the monster dumbbell by just being willing to put in some graft and really feel how your body moves as well. It is a very different event. Like I said, with athletes built like Lyndon, or you look at some of the boys in this field who are a bit shorter and more compact, some of the boys that are a bit taller. Now, 90 kilos, that's a fight there.
He got it.
And that's a good lift.
Gosh, we're all a bit quiet there, just waiting.
He fought, and he got that lift at 90 kilograms. It was a good lift. It was a push press style, so it was straight up, less technical.
That dumbbell is loaded.
Okay, Karen.
Taylor.
We'll see what she's got. She's got 47 kilos loaded there. Now, can she break that deadlock? There's a few at 45. Like I said, it's really important. The way scoring works is, especially with events like this, it comes down to, now, you saw with the dip there, that dumbbell slightly moved away from her on the shoulder. So as that, it's gone away again. I would put it down here just to give herself a little bit of a rest, be able to step away, clean it one more time, and have one more good attempt at it. So that one stayed on the shoulder a bit better, but you'll notice it's a very slight little movement.
20 seconds remaining.
It's a very slight little movement, but as she dipped down, because the dumbbell is so big and heavy, it pulled her slightly to her right, and it just dropped off her shoulder a little bit, compromised the pressing power that she'd have, and it put her in a different position. Now, she has to get the lockout here in 5 seconds, and there's no way knowing that was going up. Just a little bit too gassed. There's a lot of minutiae that you can find in the dumbbell. So many different moving parts, so many different joint angles that you're working with there. So Riley Talbot's getting 95 kilos.
87.5 before.
He got 87 before. He's going for 90 kilograms now. 95, I should say. 95. So we're over body weight. These little 90 kilo fellas lifting 95 kilograms. So the time has started for Riley Talbot. He looks to load in a 95 kilo attempt. This will put him in the lead. Wrestles it straight up to the shoulder. It's a strong clean. Doesn't waste any energy there.
Let's go.
And then powers up, and I think that's a successful lift. That's a really, really good display of lifting there from Riley Talbot. That's a great lift. That's impressive. Now, Katie.
Is loaded for Katie Foster.
Katie Foster.
For 47.5 kilograms.
That's nice, strong clean. She's getting it locked in position. She's got quite a high elbow, which is interesting because it does take away some of the range of motion and does just mean that she can just tricep the weight out like that. That was just brute power. That was not what we call technically sound, just brutally powerful in the shoulders and triceps. Really impressive there from Katie.
Not the better half, though. Hit there, man. Anthony Martin going for 95 kilograms.
All right, the Ant-Man, Ant Martin now to draw level with Riley Talbot. They're just adjusting the weights because they can get a bit rattly and loose around in there. It's not fun when you've got 95 kilos on your shoulders and it's sloshing around. So we've got 95 kilos loaded in that dumbbell there. I am having to lean forward because they've put me on a couch. I don't know why. They've reclined me in my commentary position. So Ant Martin uses the legs to try and generate that power. It's up to the shoulders. Same really high position as Katie, interestingly. It's not a sort of flat position. Split jerks it and gets a down call. So, and really just erects the dumbbell to finish off there. That is a nice little flourish to finish. Might we see 100? Be interesting to see what they do. Does one of them take 97.5, one of them take 100, or do they just both take 100 and go share the points if we miss or if we make? Now, Cam wants this 50 kilo lift. We don't see her miss lifts very often. Goes straight to the right arm this time. That left shoulder clearly giving her a lot of grief, so she's not bothering with it. She's going to go straight to the right arm. And no, doesn't quite have the pop or the power. That looked a long way off as well. Whilst it might have looked reasonably close to locking out. For Cam and the way she lifts, the explosiveness she usually brings, that looked a fair way off. So this is interesting. Now she goes back to the trusty left. She's going to see if she can power through this pain that she's clearly got in her shoulder. Does get a lot of power and does manage to lock out. Now that is experience. That is experience, that is grit. She was just willing to put up with whatever pain is going on in that shoulder. She has left Nat Koopman absolutely hanging. Just totally toasted her. I don't think she knows she's done that, but Eddie Hall, Arnold Schwarzenegger style after his 463 kilo world record lift just left her absolutely toasted. And now she goes over and rectifies that mistake. She has just realised what she's done. No animosity there, just oblivion, some might say. So we are loading the men's dumbbell back down to 72.5 kilograms. We'll go one more run through this field. 72. Trying to break that deadlock on the 70, seeing if we can gain some extra points. So the way that the points work, I've got a bit of time now, so I will explain that to those uninitiated to the strongman world. If you share, if you draw level on the same amount of points, you share that amount of points. So let's say, just for ease and convenience sake, 3 athletes tie on 52 kilos here in the women's class, and there's 10 athletes in the field. Rather than one athlete reaching 10 points, they would share the points for 10, 8, and 9 for first, second, and third. And Justin Heim not quite getting that rep there. He's looking to try and break this.
Come on, Justin.
Not quite there. Not quite there. And I think, is he going to call it off? He's got one more attempt here. He really wants this 92.5 kilos. He wants to break that deadlock. An emergency nurse from up on the Gold Coast, out of Coco's gym. Notoriously good overhead presses out of there. And, gets it all the way up, just not able to stabilise it. So, yeah, as I was saying, if there's 10 people in the field, first place is worth 10 points, second is worth 9, third is worth 8. They have to share those between however many people are drawing on a certain weight. So Nat Koopman with 52 here. And that made a lot easier than her 50 kilo attempt. And she has now forced Bev to go up to 55. Bev was really hoping she didn't do that, so she could have stood alone atop of the podium. So now if Bev makes this attempt, she will go clear and win the division and get maximum points. If Bev is to miss this, then she will have to share points with Nat, so they will halve the points. So if there is 10 in the field, rather than get 10 points and 9 points, 10 plus 9 is 19, so they occupy the first 2 spots on the scoreboard. 19 divided by 2 is 9.5, so they will have 9.5 points each, rather than the 10 points go to the winner and the 9 points go to the second place. Hope that makes sense. So that's that's the proposition that's in front of us if Bev can't lock out the 55 kilograms that she has requested to be loaded. This is for the event win, though, for Bev. And she has admittedly made the first 2 look really easy. Unfortunately, it's not like a high jump event where it goes to a count back, and the more you've missed, the more you get penalised. The Beazle coming back out for his attempt at 75 kilos. Sean Beasley. Not sure if there's any relation to Kim.
He's got it up in the clean there.
Big shout out to any Australian politics fans. So Sean Beasley with that weight on his shoulders. A short dip. It was a short, aggressive dip.
He's
sometimes can pay off. Other times, those short, fast dips can risk throwing you off. So it's another thing to consider in the dumbbell. In an attempt to try and keep the dumbbell in a really good position, dipping a little bit slower, sort of like drawing a bow and arrow. You don't want to rip the bow back. And he does get down there, and not quite able to fight for that one. That was so close. So close there. He does get the 70 kilos, but not the 75. Now, Bev, she needs this to win. Like I said, otherwise her and Nat Koopman will share points. Straight up to the shoulder. She's taking a little bit longer this time, but pops it straight up. Ooh, now, interesting. Does she take her time? She is an experienced competitor, Bev, but she's a bit fired up. She's gone straight back in. She could have taken a little bit more time. Hopefully she can lock this out because this is her last attempt. She needs this to win the event, and that's a great save. And a little bit of a celebration at the top. And it does take a fair bit to get a personal congratulations from the referee, Tiff. So that is a massive performance from Bev. And looking good on my prediction so far for Bev to be the dark horse, the smoky chance to throw a cat amongst the pigeons there in the 73 kilo class. Now Akash Deep, he tries to muscle through. Oh, this is a fight and a half. This is a fight. I really want to see this given a down call, but not quite. The elbow was flickering. The elbow was flickering there. You can see it from the side.
He's just going to make sure he uses his time adeptly.
Now, this is some good time. Oh, no, he's gone straight back into it. Okay. Okay, Akash with that dumbbell on his shoulder. He's had to fight the last couple. Does he have any power left? No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like this is going to be it for Akash Deep on the dumbbell press event. No. Once the power goes from the legs, it just goes. Like I said, when we're working with the adenosine triphosphate system, it does go very, very fast. And at those maximum weights, you just can't afford to lose that little bit of explosiveness, even that 5% explosiveness that you might get from using that system versus the anaerobic energy system. I'm sorry if I'm being a bit of a nerd there, but that is how you have to think about some of these events. When you're a coach, when you're an athlete, when you're at the top level, and it does come down to that minutiae, it does come down to those 5% things where you sort of earn points and where you can place on that scoreboard. So we've got 75 kilos loaded for Logan Day. Going the shirtless approach. Interesting, because a lot of the guys are wearing grip shirts, given it is 33 degrees Celsius here in Bendigo, Victoria. I think that is around 100 degrees Fahrenheit for those elsewhere in the world that use strange and odd units of measurement.
Dumbbells loaded.
But 33 degrees does mean very sweaty. So you do see the dumbbells quite heavily chalked. Let's see if the southpaw can get a rep here at 75 kilograms. It's a fast dip, a successful one though. Does get a rep. Very, very nice there, and he'll be happy with that. Doesn't show too much emotion at the end of that, but he is very, very happy. Very keen to get that wrist wrap off as well. Those can be quite tight.
He did struggle with the 75 before,
Like a tiger.
So it was a great way to jump up.
We'll see what the weight is going to be here. We've now only got a few of the fellas left. I can see Riley Talbot and Ant Martin out the back there just joking around, but there will be a little bit of competition between the two. They're both trying to cage each other out, I think. I don't know what their attempts are. I haven't seen what they've submitted.
Next up for his third attempt is
I'm going to jump on the old telephone and see.
When you think about this, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fully grown
Is there an
man
incoming data
overhead
sheet that I've got somewhere?
with one hand in a very, very awkward implement.
What I wanted.
So with this awkward
Middleweight,
implement,
floor dogs, that's
it
what I'm
makes it
after.
tough. As you can see, the handle is a thicker handle compared to a normal barbell that you would have in a normal gym. I think it's about an inch thick or so.
Don't have the incoming data just yet available to me. So we're going with 80 kilos for Mr. Paul Mamwan. Papi Paul. He did actually request I call him Puppy as well. I don't know why he does this, but every time I commentate on him, he makes me call him Puppy. So Paul Now he's a little bit more intense. He's a little bit fired up. If he gets this, expect a real big celebration. He is a top-class celebrator, Mr. Paul.
All the way, Paulie.
He's held it there for a long time. It's spending a lot of time with 80 kilos on your shoulders. But that looks like it's successful.
Nice.
And I told you there'd be a celebration. Didn't expect it to be a referee hug, and Tiff appears to be suffering ill consequences of the sweat coming off of him.
All the way from WA.
The hardships we endure as crew staff here for the Show's Strongest. Like I said, Paul is actually part of the crew. Part of the ship, part of the crew. I don't know why I said that. I'm really sorry I did that to everybody. Anyway, 85 kilos going in the dumbbell for Mitch Bruce Smith. First time we've seen him at this level. Not sure exactly what he's rocking on his shirt. They're T-City. I don't know what that is. That might be a wrestling thing or something. By the looks, or a boxing thing. Very athletic looking operator here, Mitch Bruce Smith.
50 kilograms. Then we had Matt Koopman with 52.5 kilograms, which leaves our winner for our under 73s.
So Bev, the winner of the under 73s, with 55 kilograms. 55.
Congratulations, Annalise. That was really impressive there.
Thank you. So I'm stoked with that. Yeah, I was super nervous, but I'm glad it's over now.
That's it. The first event nerves can often hit very hard. What goes through your mind in kind of an event like that, would you say? I mean, is overhead one of your strengths, or?
Yeah, it's definitely one of my strengths. I think for me, if I think about too much, it's not going to happen. I just think about just get under it. That's the main thing.
Just get under it. Sounds like a good idea. All right, I'm going to throw it over to the dumbbell being loaded here for.
So that was your winner of the under 73 dumbbell press, Annalise Bevan. Now we've got Mitch Bruce Smith here with 85, and he has done a really good job here. Really impressed with this man on debut, his first event here at the level, and that's a really nice showing there in his first event. Annalise Bevan confirming some of the things I spoke about with a really quick rack position and then just sending that thing, letting it fly. Really, really important to spend as little time with 50 plus kilos hanging around on your shoulder as possible. So really efficient, really good experience lifting there from Annalise. And you always get the nerves, so it's good to shake them off. She has had a little hiatus from competition. I think she's had a few competitions back, but I think she's really in competitive shape now, and has taken some points off Camilla Fogagnolo, which is interesting. I think Camilla will have been tied with Nat Koopman, actually, or if not, just behind. But Bev clear on top with top points there. 85 kilograms here for Robert Fasone from Shell Harbour. So he's got that dumbbell up to his shoulders. It's looking a little bit unstable. Elbow's a little bit forward of his body, which we don't typically see, and he's not quite able to get it. So you could see that from his rack position there. That wasn't ever really going up. He wasn't able to get in a comfortable enough position to be able to get a strong dip because it was elbow was forward of his midline. The dumbbell was just pulling him forward, and he wasn't able to get deep enough into the dip. Hold a dumbbell out in front of yourself and try and do a squat. See how much harder it is with that dumbbell out in front of you to try and get low. Now, we've got 85 kilos still in the dumbbell for Matt.
85.
And that's gone straight up and straight down. A successful lift there for Matt. It's a fist bump from the referee after successfully completing his third attempt.
Chris Dyrene.
All right, Chris needs this lift to actually stay in the dumbbell competition. He's zeroed the event so far. Really, really important for him to get this. He needs to get this because he opened on this. So he's made a couple of good attempts. He's just not been able to lock it out. He's fired up back there. I can see him huffing and puffing and trying to get himself psyched. A lot less about getting really angry and aggressive and super pumped up, and a lot more about honing in your technique. So we are seeing a lot calmer athletes. We might start seeing them get a little more primal and animalistic when it comes to things like the deadlift. But for the dumbbell, you need to visualize, close your eyes, and and execute a plan as opposed to come out like an animal and just try and press away like a wild thing. The dumbbell is just so technically dependent. 85 kilos as a 90 kilo man. Let's see if he can get it. Chris Doreen gets the dumbbell onto the lap, into that strong position now. We really want to see him make this. He needs this to score. He's going to score well if he does get it, which that time he does. And it took him right until his last attempt, and he's left Tiff hanging, so that might not bode well for him for the next 5 events. Just kidding, Tiff's not like that. But there has been a couple of people left hanging with the fist bumps and the high fives so far today. So I will keep you guys updated on who gets left hanging, how many times. I'll be keeping a tally over the weekend. There might be a prize at the end for who gets left hanging the most. So far, Camilla has left Nat Koopman hanging once, and then Chris left Tiff hanging. So we're going to get 90 kilos loaded in there for the wild man, Taz Kasuria. Likes climbing trees for a living.
George of the Jungle, Tarzan.
You think you sound Australian until you talk to Taz, and then you realise you're not. You've got a real sort of Nick Cummins, honey badger style about him. One of the most bogan operators there actually is in existence. Just rocking around. He's got the hair tied up in the bun. Very nonchalant operator. He doesn't really put too much pressure on himself, Taz. He's a good athlete, though. You do see that a lot in these lighter weight classes, the 90 kilo boys. A lot of good athletes. Not as reliant on just brute power and strength, but athleticism and technique and mobility, which some of the heavier weight classes tend to lack a bit. Now, he did roll onto his toes there, but gets the down call. It was moving a little bit forward from my angle, but was able to get the down call before it started to become too much of an issue. Gets that 90 kilos there, and that's a really good score for Tass. He's one of the ones that did pop up a couple of times in the expert predictions as someone that could get in there and become a problem.
What do you call it, Taz? Squat jerk. Yeah. The Tasman position. Yeah, the Taz.
Let's come in here and see a few of these guys.
All right, so
Dumbbell
we
PB.
have Dan Guari.
The most Dan has pressed in training or competition is 90 kilos. So 92 kilos getting loaded. This is an all-time PB for Dan. Now, if you are going to hit it, the best time is to do it on the first day of a competition. And this would put him clear of Tass, I believe, in a clear third place. Now, the Riley and Ant are both on 95, so they are clear leaders. So this won't bother them, but this will get him clear points in third there. So we have we have 12 guys in this field. So this lift will secure Dan 10 points if he is able to get it.
This one, guys. I think it's going to be brief.
Gets it to his knees, going with that lap technique. He's done. He's changed his technique as it's gotten a bit heavier, and does manage to muscle that up and gets a lockout. He gets himself 10 points. Congratulations there to Dan. That's a really, really good effort now, just brute pressing it. So now we get interesting. This is where it's going to be interesting to see what weights we all select.
On our next two,
And it is exactly what I thought. The two boys will both have a throwdown at 100 kilograms. Triple dig in the dumbbell.
100 kilograms.
So 225 for those Murricans. This is Anth Martin's PB, and it's Riley Talbot has only pressed 96.5 in training. So 95 his previous attempt. This for a 3.5 kilo PB and the outright lead. He's got 2 attempts at it. He's not had a miss so far. But this is massive in the scheme of things. Now, Anth has a PB of 100, so he has pressed a 100 kilo dumbbell over his head before. Riley has not. So I expect him to go boo-nah-nahs if he gets this. I expect a fair bit of hype from this man.
I should have brought my own.
Slightly more diminutive in stature than Ant Martin. Typically, that bodes well for the pressers, but like I said, it's not as much of a pressers event as much as it is just an athlete's event. It is warm here. Make sure if you are at Bendigo, if you're listening in, make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're getting the electrolytes in. Not exactly sure what we're doing in the background there. What Bruce Smith is doing. A couple of internal, external rotations. 100 kilograms on here for Riley Talbot. Now let's see how he approaches this. A PB of 96.5 kilograms and a wrestle to the shoulders, but it's there. Now, how fast can he get this up? His hip is under it. He's got a nice technique. It's a low dip and a low catch, but my goodness, he's got it. And he just makes sure it was all right because he did let it go a little bit early. As soon as he did it, he realised, oh no, that might have gotten taken away, but that was a completely fair rep. Now, Ant Martin might be all smiles back there, but there is a look of concern on his face, and he's going to go to 102.5 kilos, so he's going for broke. He doesn't want to share 11.5 points. He wants all 12. So currently, Riley Talbot stands in first place on 100 kilograms and earns his 12 points. Ant Martin is in second place. He has 11 points already on the board with his 95 kilograms. This for one extra point, but it could be the all-important point. So that one extra point, we have third place sewn up already. Dan Guiri, got himself that 92 kilo dumbbell for a 2 kilo PB. Where that locked his third place finish in. So that locked him in to 10 points. So this is all a battle for 1 point here. 12 competitors in the field, so winner takes all those points, all 12. Second place takes 11. Third place takes 10, and so on. Now, rather than opt for 100 kilos where he could have halved those points, the first and second place would have merged to make 23 points and then be halved to make 11.5. He's gone for all 12 with this 102 kilo dumbbell. PB of 100 kilos. Ant Martin, just gets spat out there by the dumbbell. Looks like it's jagged his shoulder a little bit. It is tough with a jerk technique where you're throwing and catching the weight. It can be a little bit tough on the shoulder. Ant Martin, he's got one more attempt at this weight. The crowd's starting to get a little bit involved here. We are starting to build a little bit of a crowd as well out the back here of Meatstock Bendigo.
25 seconds remaining.
People are starting to filter in. Now, Anth, he's got it to his hips now. That looks like a little bit of a struggle, but he's got this attempt to take all 12 points. Otherwise, he's got to be happy with his 11 points at 95. Locks it out, but just sends it behind him a little bit, and unfortunately misses there, which gives Riley Talbot an awesome event win to start off the day. Great event for him, coming in with a PB lower than Ant and then taking the event win off Ant Martin. Now, you wonder if it would have been a smarter move to try to do 100 kilos and share those points, or go for that victory and take all 12. So in trying to earn an extra half a point, he has lost that half a point. So that's the trade-off. That's the strategy that comes into strongman.
First rep out here was not good, but then got it under control. So
yeah, often enough that can be the first event jitters that you often have, especially when you come into a environment where you're not training in the gym and so on. You don't have those kind of luxuries. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's a bit different, and just get the first rep out of the way and smooth sailing from there.
That's exactly it. So we're going into the lever deadlift. How do you feel about that?
Pretty good. I'm good off the floor, so hopefully plenty of reps.
That's it. Well, congratulations again, mate. Good work. We'll keep at it. Can't wait to see you at the next one. Guys, so we'll throw it over to our YouTube commentary at this
That
point.
was the winner of the dumbbell press event for the under 90 kilo fellas,
82 ladies
Riley
on my
Talbot.
left side.
Now, the other thing you have to consider with strongman and strongwoman is that the winner of the previous event gets the honour of going last in the next event. So they've last in the order. So what that means is with a rep style event like the deadlifts are going to be, Riley and Annalise are going to have the advantage of knowing how many reps they have to do to get where in the field. Massive, massive advantage, because if you go out first, you might do 20 reps, and second place only gets 10. You could have gotten away with doing 11 reps and still won the event, but instead you did twice the amount of work you had to. And in the same vein, if somebody's come out and they've done 20 reps and the second place has only gotten 8, you know that you have to get 9 to get that second place point, and then you can stop. There's no point going on and trying to get 10, 11, 12, whatever, because there's no extra points once you've already crossed that threshold of getting into second place. So the benefit is massive if you can win an event or place really well in an event. And that's why we have a max style event early. So there is no advantage for anybody coming into the first event. Nobody gets advantage by going first or last or anywhere in between. The whole field is at the same advantage, and you go based on where your number is your first selected attempt. So the lightest first attempt will go first, and the heaviest first attempt will go last, and then the lightest second attempt will go first, and the heaviest second attempt will go last, and so on throughout the field. But then the winners of this first event and then all consequent events will get that advantage, that honour of going last. We are going to go to some scores now, so we're going to bring up a score sheet, a live score. Oh, look at this. This is fancy and nice. So with the event win, Annalise Bevan with that 11 points, clear of Nat Koopman on 10. Camilla Fogagnolo, the surprise packet, in third. Everybody had her to win the show, so we've got her in 9 points. Buddha is just standing in my way, covering the entire screen. We've got 7 points there for Karen Taylor, and then a big old tie, like I said, with Tanita, Lyndon and Lauren on 5 points, and then the 3 girls, Kylie, Maddie and Fran, unable to get a repetition on the dumbbell press. We'll move on to the men's scores there. And with that win, there was one I hadn't counted there, Riley Talbot with 13 points there. 11 points for Ant, Dan, Taylor. We've got a tie there for Chris, Mitch and Matt Coates on 8 points, and then Paul and Robert on 5.5, followed by Logan, and then the 3 boys that got the 70 kilo there, Akashdeep, Justin and Sean Beasley. So that's how the points have all spread out from the first event. Really, really interesting seeing it go into the next event. So that event order that you just saw there will be reversed, and the person lowest on the score sheet will come out first for their attempt at the deadlift. So if you're a good deadlifter and you got lower in the field in the dumbbell press, it's a pretty big disadvantage, because you're going to have to come out and go all guns blazing, or guess how many reps the topper and the upper end of the field, the upper end of the field got or will get, and just sort of stick around there. Most people aren't going to leave that to chance. They're going to take it all the way to failure. But being a deadlift, being so hugely taxing, it can be a massive, massive disadvantage to have to do that many reps on a deadlift so early in a competition. You've still got 5 events later or 4 events after the deadlift, and for the dead hang it might not be too much of an issue, but for the max overhead tomorrow, for the stones, for the Fingal's fingers, if you've got a cooked back, cooked hamstrings, cooked glutes from having to do too much work on the deadlift, it's really, really going to disadvantage you for the rest of the competition. So that's where the stakes are when it comes to where you place in each event and where the points matter. So that might be something to consider as well when you're dishing out your attempts. So our first attempt here, 47.5 kilos here. We are watching the under 82 kilo women, and that doesn't quite leave the shoulder for Sally Kubler. And so she will call that a day and skip off into the sunset. I don't know if she's going to come back out for another attempt, just judging by that reaction. Doesn't look like she really thought it was too close. So we have 80 kilograms here for Justin Longden. And he locks it out. Oh, but just loses that lockout, just loses that shoulder stability at the end. Tiff, make sure he held it. Now he's got a better call there. Got a lockout there, and got the successful call. We have Emma Brebert here. She will be attempting 47.5. This is her current PB. So just to get on the board, she's got to match her current personal best. First time at the level, and she had a nice strong position there. but not quite able to get it locked out. Now she's going straight in by the looks of it, or maybe she's just getting it set. No, she's going straight in. Now, first time at the level, but I can't harp on enough how important it is to try and take all of your time. So doesn't get that on her second attempt, and will have to go and take stock before she comes back out for her next attempt.
So we have Jordan Oxenham with
So Jordan Oxenham here. The chook coming out for his attempt at 80 kilograms. This is also his PB. This is the least amount of weight we're allowing them to put in the dumbbell. And he's really thrown that into his head. Don't think it's really bothered him too much, old Chooker, but that's not a successful attempt. Now, he's got the rest of the time. Let's see what he does. Let's see if he's got the wherewithal to stand back and take the time. Looks like he does. He's gathered his composure, and he's going to go for this 80-kilo attempt again. Now, keep in mind, it is a PB for him, so it would be an equal PB on his opening attempt. Not quite able to secure it there. It looks like he'll be done and dusted for this attempt unless he can pull a miracle out here. But that dumbbell's starting to swivel forward. It's starting to become uncomfortable in that rack position. He'll have to go take stock and come back. This is Simone Jones. 47.5 kilograms, the base weight for this class, the 82 kilo class, out of Steel and Stone Gym. So she's got the double elbow sleeve on. It is a split jerk type technique, and just drifted forward on her there, a little bit out, a little bit forward, so not quite able to rescue that, but she does have the power. I take from that rep that she does have the power. Now she's a little bit close to the back of the platform, so I would watch, given she actually is splitting it back on the platform there and not quite able to lock it out. Does send it out a little bit away from her, but does have the power there to go for another. So 80 kilos for Joel Hinton here. Yeah, very fresh looking fade on this man. I'm jealous of that. Jealous of the full head of hair, to be honest. If anyone, Joel with his, he's locked it out, he's pressed it out, and a little bit aggressive on the put down. He has been told. So the next time he does that, it will be considered a no rep. So we're still at the base weight here for the women. Stacey Antonovich. Now, she has waved at the camera, I think, just to get a photo, and walked off. I don't actually know if she's going to be attempting that either. I think just wanted a good photo. The rack position really didn't look like she was going to be in a position to actually press that. It looked a little bit too forward, elbow forward of the midline.
Just getting tightened up, checked by Australia's strongest crew.
This is Big Ben Aykroyd. I was saying a lot of fighters in this 105 kilo field, a lot of people with a fighting background. Ben is one of the professionals, a professional Muay Thai fighter, or Muay Thai. Big Ben Aykroyd, and makes really light work of that.
Very nice.
Looks like he's probably going to go with some quite aggressive jumps here. Maybe just getting the nerves out there with a lighter attempt. So we've got 47 still for Hayley Galea with 47.5. So still the base weight. Going to be important for some of these girls to get this base weight. Now that elbow again a little bit in front of the body, so not a comfortable rack position there for Hayley. That did look like a decent amount of power in the press though, so this weight might be there. Again, if she can find that speed slot, if she can find that right position, get the hips in the right spot, get the leg drive right, goes straight into it, which I don't love to see. I like to see a little bit more time taken between events, but not quite there. I think there is some power in reserve there that we can help her see that weight go up overhead. Jason Midgley down Geelong way. He gets that dumbbell up to his shoulders. It's a very upright, very formal position he's got going there.
Very nice.
Almost as if he was standing there waiting for a teacher's approval.
Then we have Liz Aitken.
All right, Liz Aitken. She has won this title before, I believe. She's competed as Australia's strongest woman and placed in the top 5 or even the top 3, I think. Let's have a look. I don't know why I'm saying I think when I've got a sheet in front of me where I can actually just get this information. That sort of happens. Victoria's strongest woman, so she won at the 82 kilo division. She came third in the 82 kilo division.
Attempt.
Came ninth at ASW last year after coming third in the 82 kilo class earlier in the year. Qualified by placing second in West Australia's Strongest Woman 2024.
Liz Aiken, 50 kilograms.
Sends the smelling salts flying. She's got 50 kilos in here. Those were just ammonia salts that she sent flying, so just a little wake me up.
Come on.
Hospital grade stuff, so stuff that they'd use if you passed out, but if you're awake, it just makes you more so. Now Liz doesn't quite get that going right. It looks like she's done a mischief on her shoulder there, but not too bad. She's going to roll into a second rep. Interesting, she's taken a sort of Brendan Favola style grip, the way he used to grip the footy one end on the other. She's taken that with a dumbbell, and that is a strong lockout there. Did send it out a little bit to the side, so not as technical as she maybe would have liked, but managed to get the lockout. Harley Hughes.
85 kilograms.
Famously gave himself a concussion from deadlifting last year when he won the deadlift event at Australia's Strongest Man 105. This is 85 kilos for his opening attempt. Owner of Beast Mode Cartel. A lot of good athletes training out of there now. Harley, the owner, being one of them. He has got that weight to his shoulder, and he's got it locked out.
Really nice there.
Now, Harley has the mobility of a fridge, so he's not quite able to get that arm fully straight and fully to his ear. He did work that out with the referees beforehand and was told that he would need to take a slightly longer time to show that lockout, to prove that it is that lockout. Athletes with mobility issues, which does appear in strongman. I myself have a left elbow that really doesn't like to go straight. We can work with the referees and just ensure that they don't no-rep us for something that is as locked out as our limbs go. We see it as the classes get heavier typically. Now, this is Sarah Halifax, the common denominator in everyone's picks to win this class. Important lift for her, 52.5. There's still a lot of girls who haven't made their first attempt, which is really interesting. So Sarah taking that side rack technique I spoke about, not necessarily the most consistent technique. Sarah with a side split and doesn't quite get the lockout there and does bop herself on the back of the head. She's going to go for some more chalk. It did look to just slip in the hand, and I said before, when you start getting that weight tipping side to side, there's nothing you can really do. There's no amount of wrist strength that will stop that weight from tipping, and you saw it did just start to tip to the inside of that hand. Now she splits it, and that one she locks out, and it did start to tip that way again, but she managed to get in enough control to get a down call. Little bit of sigh of relief for Sarah there. Someone might need to give her a kiss on the back of the head because that looked like she did bop it. So we got James de Graaf with 87.5 kilos. Pummeled that into the ground a little bit aggressively there for our liking. Now Jolene. Anyway, 52.5 kilos for Jolene. So interesting seeing who takes that jump, who goes ahead of the base weight. Jolene, really efficient technique there. Just loses on the stability. I don't doubt that she'll be able to go back up and get this. Takes her time to restabilise.
It's very tough when you got 52.
It was a split jerk technique. Huge power in that lower body there. And again, another easy lockout, but the hand comes across. She's just losing stability at the top there.
She said far out. There.
A little bit of Dutch might have come through the microphones there from Jolene. Izzy Barrett wearing the bucket hat.
Izzy's going for 87.5 kilograms as
87.5 for Izzy Barrett here. Going with what looks like wrestling or sort of bodybuilding style shoes.
Here for Izzy.
Higher ankle on them, so a good amount of ankle support for an explosive event like this. Gets a lockout there, a very nice clean rep there for Izzy. Very no fuss sort of rep. Now one of the better overhead presses, a weightlifting background, Mariki, a cheerleader as well. Now the cheerleaders, they're freaks overhead, especially with the dumbbell, because throwing and catching is such a natural technique for them. You'll see it with one of the other 105 boys, Tommy Winter, who did spend a bit of time cheerleading and throwing and catching. You watch how she looks at the weight over her head. A lot of strong men, strong women don't actually do that. They don't follow the weight with their eyes, but it's something that you see specifically in the cheerleaders. And it's something that they carry over into their strongman. So Mr. Lee Shaw opening with 90 kilos on the dumbbell. Now Lee has been one of the best under 90, under 105 kilo strongmen in the country for a long, long time. Now one of the best coaches, him and Tyson coach most of the field. And that's a really easy opening attempt there for Lee. Now Lee has definitely at some points held the national dumbbell record in both the 90 and the 105 kilo class. So opening at 90 might have been a pretty safe attempt for him. Same as Ben. I think the boys are just getting a little bit of their nerves out.
Going to the ladies. I'm just checking here. I believe it's Emma Bremer is up first.
There are some ladies who won't even be attempting the first weight. So it looks like Hannah didn't attempt the first and won't be. Sally Kubler will not be attempting that weight either.
47.5 kilograms. It's her second attempt. Time to redeem.
Stacey looks to have got her kid off as well, so I don't know that she will be taking her second attempt. So Emma was quite close on her first attempt. She wants to break the deadlock here. Get ahead of those girls I mentioned. Hannah, Stacey, and Sally, who aren't going to score, especially like if they don't attempt this weight, if they don't make the weight, they're not going to score. So this is important points here for Emma if she can get on the board. She's had a long break. She's waiting to get that wrist wrap locked in because she will be doing it tight to try and lock that wrist position. Like I said, that dumbbell can rock your wrist side to side, back and forth, and once it starts going one way, almost impossible to stop. So getting that wrist wrap really, really tight, important in being able to lock those weights out at this top weight. So this is 47.5. This is our base weight for Emma. This is a massive lift for her, massive points wide. Really strong rack position there, and just goes out to the side a little bit. If she's able to get that bar path correct, she will be in with a shot here to see this weight go up and locked out. She's got a PB of 47.5, so this is an equal PB. Dumbbell is one of those events where you can still get a weight that you haven't been able to hit. She might be coming back on her last attempt to still try and break that deadlock. Give it one old heave-ho. We've got Jaden Lang attempting 90 kilos over on the men's platform. If you recognise him, it's because he was on Survivor. He's a big superstar on social media. We love having Jaden as a part of the sport, and this is his opening attempt at 90 kilograms. Now, Jaden was my pick to win the show, so I'll be really interested to see how he goes today. It's a long time on the shoulder, so we'll see if he can nail it. He's not the best overhead presser. I think a lot of the other boys might have a bit of an advantage there. So the overhead press, not Jaden's strength. So he's looking to mitigate as much points loss as he can on this dumbbell press here. And does get that rep, does get it locked out. Respectfully puts it down. Now he'll be happy with that, getting on the board with that 90 kilo lift. Now the bar is loaded for Simone Jones. She was unsuccessful with her first couple of attempts at 47.5 kilos. Really strong clean. That was massively powerful there. But the split jerk technique, we'll see if she can get it stable overhead. This time, a little bit better, and does get the down call. She's very happy with that one. Now, I think 50 kilos might be there on her next attempt. She does have one more crack at it. So a lot of the girls will be stuck on that 47.5. So if she can break that deadlock, get to 50 or even 52, if she wanted to attempt that, could mean some good points for her. Now, this is the other cheerleader I was talking about, Mr. Winter, cheerleader at Southern Cross Cheer.
There's 60 seconds to complete this.
So watch how watch the similarities between him and Genty in the way they throw and catch the dumbbell and move under it, and they watch it the whole time, both of them. It's just something very distinctive I've noticed in the ex-cheerleaders that have come across the sport, and people underestimate cheerleaders. They can be some freak athletes. Now, Hayley
Come on, Hayley.
Galea with her 47.5 kilos. She was able to generate a lot of power from those legs in her first attempt. Let's see if she can manage to lock it out. Oh, gets it almost there. It looked like it reefed her shoulder round a bit.
Let's get it.
Now, we do have another overhead press event in the show, so maybe taking these attempts and risking hurting your shoulder or tiring it out might not be the smartest thing. So we'll see how she goes here. Not quite.
Not quite.
Now,
there.
I would take one attempt on her last go round, see if she can get herself on the board, because there is enough power there, but I wouldn't bother taking a second.
It's Patrick Griffiths.
Now, Patrick Griffiths looks like he's taken a bit of inspiration from Camden McIntosh last night. Very Alex Caruso-esque type look with 92.5 kilos. Throws it up and forward. A sort of Mitch Hooper style lockout there. Now, I don't know if that counted as a drop. I don't think the dumbbell hit the ground, so that might have only... we might still be on his first attempt. And he has managed to lock that out, and he's got it stable. And he's demanded a lockout off Tiff, which he managed to get. It's very rare that you see an athlete actively requesting a lockout from the referee, but he got one there. Now we are ready with 52.5 kilos. So you'll see the dumbbells being changed in and out with the men. They're just making sure they've got a dumbbell that can hold enough weight. And in the middle, that big chrome menacing dumbbell, the big bronze that you see there, that is the Midco dumbbell. And one of the lifters we haven't seen yet, in Bryce Purton, will be eyeing that off. Now, this is Liz with 52 kilos. She opened at 50. She was able to lock it out with a bit of muscle, and now that moves a lot easier. That's the lift she was looking for the first time. All the time you kick yourself and go, why didn't you just do that the first time? But dumbbell is one of those things that can just go a little bit away from you, and then, like I said, the next rep, the next attempt, feels like there was no weight in there at all. Now, Charles Van Niekerk, experienced strongman. We've seen him now at this level for a long time. Mr. Charles. One of the better blokes as well, Charles. Always got a smile on his face. 97.5 kilos. Oh, now I don't know if we'd be credited that lockout. I think he knows. He's going to go back. He's going to take stock.
Again, that down call was so close.
Now
we have
from one van to another, we have Jolene Van Goldie. Now, she wasn't able to get the lockout on her last attempt. This time takes a little bit more time in the split to make sure it was locked out. So I think last time she was just a little bit too keen to get her trail leg forward out of the split. And what that can cause is that dumbbell to move forward. As you're bringing your back leg forward to square up your feet, it can sometimes cause a forward travel or a forward shift of that dumbbell, which makes it harder to lock it out. So I think what we saw from Jolene there was just a little bit more composure under the dumbbell. She was willing to settle with it in the split position first before she actually brought her feet together. So a nice little bit of composure, a nice little bit of experience there, which led to her getting a successful rep. So this is Peanut, Andrew Stewart. He spent a bit of time out of the sport. Very compact little man, little muscle nugget, Andrew Stewart, 97.5 kilos. Now, this has been one of the better 105 strongmen in the country and proves just why. That is a really, really nice rep there from Andrew Stewart. There's no weaknesses with Peanut, not too many at least. So he's going to be a hard one to beat. He's going to be a good one to look for. He was my smoky in the 105 kilo class to get a victory. I'm pretty sure back in his day, he has won an Arnold Classic. He came fourth in the open class in 2019. came 5th in the Australia's Strongest Man Open class as well in 2018. Now this is Sarah Halifax. She's getting fired up here for her 57.5 kilo dumbbell. Now she made the previous attempt a little bit tougher than I think she needed to, by bopping herself on the back of the head. So Sarah now, and you can see she dipped a little bit too aggressively, and what happened was that dumbbell shook and rolled to the right-hand side of her shoulder, rolled a little bit down. So it just threw her pressing line off. The key with the dumbbell is to keep that dumbbell in as straight of a line as possible. So even a slight little lateral shift in the dumbbell as it's leaving the rack position can cause it to throw you offline. That was a little bit better, and you saw it stayed over her line of gravity, her centre of gravity, but just didn't quite have the power in the legs. Now her technique, the split technique, is one that is a little bit risky, because when you're splitting your legs out, you can't really get under the weight with your hips as much, because your legs are going out, so you can't throw your hips out. James Lechon with 102 kilos, leans back on it and isn't quite able to lock it out, and he looks a little bit dizzy. There's a lot of leg showing here, an incredible amount of leg.
How much is it, Heidi? He has 30 seconds remaining. He got some smelling salts.
He's listed his qualifications, or his job, as full-time Angry Ginger.
20
So
seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Lechon with the big, powerful legs on display. 102 kilos, not quite able to lock it out. He'll get that next attempt. I have full faith in that, but that'll be a bit disappointing for him. Now, Genti Meraki with her 57.5 kilo attempt. Got the flower belt on.
Let's go, Genti.
A scorpion and a stag head on her knees, and follows it up. As any good, strong side base would do.
And from behind the curtain, it's Bryce Purton.
Now, Mr. Breisler, this is the man that will be looking to set the new world record on the dumbbell. Now, I think this one might be to put it out of reach for anyone. Given the previous attempt was 102 and it was failed, this would almost certainly give Bryce the event win. And Tiff really made him earn it. He was going for a wander there, but that's a really good call from Tiff there to make that. And now, I have a feeling Bryce might be going straight to the world record. I don't know. I don't think we're giving extra attempts for records here. So if he wants to hit it, he's going to have to hit it as a part of the competition. And like I said, with James Lechon missing his 102 kilo attempt, that might just open it up for Bryce there to go straight to the world record. Given he's now got a 10 kilo lead on the last unsuccessful attempt before him, he probably doesn't need to lift another attempt to win the event. So he might just be able to go and have a couple of good old cracks at this world record. Now we'll see what Coach Tyson says to him. I'm sure Tyson's lurking about. He is coaching a good half of the field, and like I said, the other half probably coached by Lee Shaw. I'm sure they're lurking about somewhere, whispering in their athletes' ears like Yoda on Obi-Wan's back, or Anakin's back, sorry. All right, Hayley Galea coming out for her final attempts here at 47 kilos. She's trying to get the crowd involved a little bit here. I said if I was her, I'd take one and done. If she doesn't make it this attempt, I don't think she's going to make it on the last, just with the amount of fatigue she's accumulated. And I would call it a day there. I don't think there's going to be another successful attempt here after all these attempts so far. I'd save the shoulders for the Flintstone press we have tomorrow. But everyone here wants to put on the best show they possibly can. So she is going to try. Almost throws herself backwards with the oomph she put into that clean, and throws it forward and does a little pirouette and bows out there without registering a successful lift. Does get a little fist bump from Australia's Strongest Man 2023 though, Josh Pataka. Now, Chuck Oxenham, he's going for 80 kilos and not quite able to make it. He was close to it the first attempt, didn't quite get it. This is a bit better from him. Oh, just loses stability on it. isn't quite able to get his shoulder to hold that overhead. Isn't quite able to lock it out. Just an issue of stacking the joint, trying to get that weight stacked directly over the shoulder joint, your elbow stacked directly over that, and your wrist stacked directly over that. This not looking good for him here. He's looking uncomfortable in the rack position, so he might have to fight this one and then come back for a third attempt to see if he can get himself on the board. And he is making the decision to pull out there before wasting any more leg strength and before getting any dizzier. So we're going to go back to the ladies' side. We haven't quite got the weights loaded. Yeah, but Simo Jones will be the next one attempting. All right, the bar is loaded here, 50 kilos for Simo Jones. She's got 50 kilos. She's successful at 47.5. It was a bit of a fight, but she got there in the end. So the pink shoes, again, I like pink. It's a good, strong move. Now, Simo Jones did eventually step off the back of the platform. Nostradamus over here. I did call it on her first attempt. She's drifting ever closer to the back of that platform. So if I was her watching this back, I'd just be a little bit more aware of that back of the platform and maybe start my attempt closer to the front. If your miss is further back, try and start your attempt closer to the front to give you the chance to move backwards into that. Now, 85 kilos is on the in the dumbbell here for Justin Longden. So he push presses, gets a successful lift, and slams it down. I don't know if he's been given that rep though.
Now we have
He's been told that that is not acceptable. We're not dropping weights. We're not throwing them down. That was just a little bit too aggressive. Because whilst these dumbbells can survive a lot, and I'm sure it might be in the reels of Mason just frivolously destroying property over at his compound in Castlemaine with one of our dumbbells, we don't want that. We don't want them turfed into the ground because we're not actively trying to break them or the ground. So that's why we're so strict on it. We just don't really want to see it happen. So Liz will be coming out here with 55 kilograms in the dumbbell. Important lift for Liz to get herself up there in the points. Get that little advantage possibly on Sarah Halifax. Stacey has been in the firing line of her, smelling salts as she's turfed them off each time. But Liz, strong rack position. She's had to muscle these weights out, and she manages to muscle that out. But can she get it stable? Oh, yes, she can. Great amount of composure that she saw there. And that's Tiff that's been left hanging twice now. So the left hanging count, Tiff 2, Camilla 1. I really hope somebody messages me this at the end of the day so that they can they can keep track of it for me. That'd be great because I don't have access to my phone. Buddha has stolen it. Because rather than let it charge before the event, Buddha decided he would run it down. Anyway, we have 85 kilograms in here in that dumbbell. And just goes out a little to the right there for Joel. Not quite able to lock it out. 85 kilograms. Nice deep dip, but sends it a little bit forward. Now he's got the whole rest of the minute, so probably about 30 seconds to take composure. This is what I like to see. A man after my own heart, taking all the time he can before re-attempting this 85 kilo dumbbell. Loads it to the shoulder. It's a strong rack position there. It's a nice rack position that he's got. Not quite able to lock it out there. Now I think he's probably going to miss this and then have to go back and take his third. I don't think it's going to be there for him after all this re-racking and trying. If that's the case. It's one of those things where once it's been on your shoulder and you've had it messing around there for a while, you're not going to get it. Now, Jolene with 55. This is her third attempt. Important attempt for her. An important attempt for Sarah Halifax to watch here.
Let's go.
And doesn't quite have the power to lock that one out. We'll see if she takes time to step back and get a little bit of energy back in the legs. This is all about the legs for Jolene. If she can throw it up high enough, she doesn't want to have any pressing to do at the top end. She wants to make sure she jumps under it all the way, which she does that time, gets the down call. And again, just had to spend a little bit longer in the split before she took those steps backwards or forwards to square up the feet. So that's really good composure there from Jolene, especially at the first time at this level. Really, really good to see. Now, Ben Aykroyd. Interesting that he's taking 85. I thought Ben would have gone heavier than this.
85 kilograms in this dumbbell.
Southpaw, Big Ben, professional Muay Thai fighter, still a coach, has a gym out in Werribee. Did he get that rep? He did. He just buckled at the end of it, and I think had it have buckled half a second earlier, he might have lost that rep, but he got it. 85 kilos successful for Big Ben. Now, Sarah Halifax, 57.5. She needs this one. This is a really, really important lift in the scheme of the title race. I can hear Tyson now. I've found where he is because he's directly behind me, isn't he? And he's demanding things from her, as he always is, very vocal as a coach over the sidelines, making sure that she's staying composed. At this point, it's not really about technical fixes or anything like that. She knows what she's got to do. She's practiced it 1,000,000 times in competition and in training. He's saying, slow it down and breathe and run your race, which is such an important thing for everybody to take that time.
57.5 kilograms. Let's go.
Now, this is the weight that Genty previously hit, so this is to take a tie of the lead. She needs this, though, to break ahead of the field because she has left herself a little bit of work to do after missing that second attempt. And it did drop out to the side a little bit there. You could see it just drop a little bit to the side on the dip, and that's the all-fatal error with these dumbbell presses, with them being so far out. And again, she's managed to get a straighter dip line there, and looks a bit wobbly. But she has the rest of this time.
20 seconds remaining.
20 seconds still. Goes straight back in. Doesn't really have enough time. She's got 10 to get up and get locked out. And doesn't quite manage it. And she'll be quite disappointed with that there, I think, just after missing the second attempt. Left herself in a little bit of a compromised position, not quite able to go for the event win there and earn the maximum points and put the pressure on Genty. Now, Jace Midgley, another one out of strong Geelong, 87.5, and gets it. Gets the approval off Tiff, and he's stoked with that. Definitely wears his heart on his sleeve, Jace Midgley. He's not. You're not going to worry or wonder about what Jason's feeling. You're going to know. Now, Genty, the weightlifter, the cheerleader, CrossFitter, she will be attempting 60 kilos, 135 pounds in the old money. I can't tell you how many stone that is, so if you're British or weird or both, then you're not going to know how much this is. But 60 kilos, 135 pounds for Genty.
Coming from a CrossFit background, studying nursing herself, she's ready.
Now, usually as a cheerleader, you're using the help of two other people to throw this sort of weight over your head. Genty, she's ditched cheerleading, she's ditched the team sport, she's decided she can actually just throw that amount of weight overhead with one hand herself. So, 60 kilos. Let's see how much power's in those legs. The dip was a little bit short there, a little bit tentative on the dip. I think the weight maybe frightened her a bit. She didn't quite get the amount of purchase on that dip as you would normally like to see. So I think I'd like to see if she's going to make this weight, she's going to need a little bit of help. The crowd are trying to get involved, and she's also going to need a little bit deeper of a dip if she wants to get it. That was better, and she succeeded in getting the weight, and she is stoked. You love to see it. Absolutely awesome lifting there from Genty Marikwi, who scores maximum points there with a 60-kilogram single arm press. That is enormous. Massive lifting.
So, congratulations to Genty.
Right, we are still in the second round of lifting here for the under 105 kilo field. We will flick over to Genty at some stage for an interview with her.
With 90 kilograms.
90 kilos in here for Mr. Harley. Now, his only issue here, it's not power, it's not strength, it's his mobility. It's ability to get his arm locked out and back over his head. His shoulder and arm don't line up as well, but he's got the brute power to just hold it there, which he gets.
That was good.
And he gets the ref and just make sure, bows a little bit there to Tiff.
95 kilograms for James.
Owner of Beast Mode Cartel.
Oh, I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to go steal someone's fan.
It is really hot in here. It is. It's 33 degrees Celsius outside. We're in a tin shed.
Here we go.
So by my estimate, it's somewhere closer to 1 million degrees inside. James DeGraff with 95 kilograms. This is a really impressive field, and that's a super easy lift. But a 105 kilo field to all be nudging 100 kilos just like this is really quite incredible. Woody's just made his way amongst the athletes. I don't know what he's doing.
What he's going to jump up to there for the next one.
We've got 95 kilos loaded.
Izzy Barrett.
Izzy Barrett with 95 kilos. I don't even know if he's from New Zealand or if I'm just putting that.
Izzy's gone for 95 as well.
That accent on. I don't know why I said restaurant either. I'm only one event in. I'm getting words mixed up that don't even make sense. Anyway, 95 kilos for Izzy Barrett in the bucket hat. Actually might be the play here just to sort of neutralise any overhead light. Gets a nice little pop there and knocks out 95 kilos very politely. So a lot of really, really efficient lifting in this men's 105 kilo class. A lot of good technical lifting that we're seeing.
Next we have Jaden Lang.
Jaden Lang coming out now. He struggled a bit with that 90 kilos. He didn't quite get it in the right spot. He still managed to get it locked out and got the successful rep, but really wants this 95 because, again, now he's been caught up to by the field with that 90. He's going to lose a lot of points if he can't lock this out. It's really, really important for him. I might have considered taking 92.5 kilos. That might have been the play, just to see if he can break that deadlock of a few guys on 90 kilos rather than try to go for broke and go for 95. It might work out to be a better points differential, but that's all to be seen. If he can lock this 95 out, everything I've just said is irrelevant and I'm wrong. But 95 kilos for Jaden Lang, looking to mitigate some points lost here on the top guys. It's a strong clean, it's a powerful clean. Now, can he get the power in this press? It's a wide stance. He doesn't have the hip locked out under it as much as we'd maybe like to see. A slow, powerful dip, and that's a much, much better rep. Take back everything I said. I think maybe it was just that he might not have warmed up as heavy or a little bit of first event nerves, but that was a much better looking attempt, and I think he'll have a good look at 100 kilos. It's a nice slow controlled dip that he's got going there, so he does get quite low in that dip, but he's slow and controlled with it. Now, Daddy T, Frosty, 95 kilos for Tom Winter. Again, that cheerleader technique. He'll watch it all the way up. Lots of power and explosiveness in that arm there. Didn't quite get the pop that he needed, so that was a little bit slow for Tom. Now, Tom's one of these lifters that needs it to be fast or it doesn't go. So he'll need to look to be a little bit more aggressive and powerful here. See if he can get the feet moving off the ground. They didn't move off the ground that time. He didn't extend or jump as much as he would have liked to. That was better. He did get the jump and the extension. He's managed to save it. I don't know if he'll have the power here on the third attempt. He is used to 3-minute cheer routines. But he's just lost control a bit there. He'll come back and get that on his next attempt. That won't be an issue for him. I think he'll definitely have the power there once he's had a good old 10-minute break. He'll be able to get that. The loader's actually trying to kill each other with these dumbbells. We are just switching them in and out to make sure that we're getting them nice and polished and clean, just because these 105 men are big, sweaty individuals.
8 or 9 years now.
Now, Mr. Lee Shaw with 97.5 kilos. Another smart weight attempt for Lee here. He always goes with that knee to shoulder technique, and an efficient lifter there, Lee. Always a dumbbell is a good event for Lee. When he sees it in the competition, he's a happy boy.
Not wasting any energy.
We've got Alex Caruso coming out next.
We have Paddy the Baddie. It's Pat Griffiths. Come all the way from Queensland.
Pat Griffiths. taking time away from his busy roster with Oklahoma City Thunder just to do a little strongman competition. 97.5 kilos in the dumbbell for Pat Griffiths here. Like I said, all these weight jumps important. That 95 kilos we saw hit by Jaden Lang. The 97.5 to break that deadlock there. We're going to see a lot of lifts over 100 kilos here as well, which is super impressive. Really, really crazy display of lifting here from the boys.
Bar is loaded.
And it'll be interesting to see what James Lation does now as well. Because a few of this field are now creeping up on him. 100 might get second place if James isn't able to get that 102.5 kilo opener that he's got. Now Pat gets a successful call, and it was still moving, it was still drifting out to the side. He was asking for a down call from Tiff, and she was not giving it. She doesn't give them away easy, and it was still drifting out to the side. So whilst it might seem harsh, it's the best way to referee this event. It can be a tough event to referee because things can change in just a split second. It might look locked out, and then it might just unbuckle the elbow or drift out to the side. So Paddy gets it up overhead again, and this time gets a successful lift. And a big old fist pump from Paddy there. That's a nice celebration too. I do like a forward style fist pump. Now this is a big baller move here from Charles van Niekerk. He's going up to 102.5 to really put some pressure on James Lachon.
The dumbbell is loaded.
Just a bit of take outright second place. Now 3 lifters still to lift before Bryce. We still have Peanut, we still have James, and we still have Charles. So with 102.5 kilos, Charles van Niekerk.
All right.
He's gone the sort of blue dabba-dee-dabba-die, top and bottom with the kit. Now, can he lock this out? That's a good press. And it was just out to the side a little bit. It did come down quite aggressively on the head there.
2.5 kilograms.
Just out to the side, and the elbow wasn't quite straight. So there was no down call there. You would have probably had a better angle of it than I did looking at him from this angle.
10 seconds.
Experienced move here, though, from Charles. He took the time. Now, he does need to get this locked out in time. I don't think he's going to do it. Just didn't leave himself with quite enough time, but didn't waste energy, more importantly, so he can come back and take a third attempt at that 102.5. I do think he's got the power there. I do think he's got that weight in him if he wants it. He just needs to wait for that third attempt to come around so he can express that power that he's got in those shoulders. Now, 102.5 here as well for little meat nugget, Andrew Stewart.
Andrew Stewart with 102.5 kilograms.
102.5. Put on a very nice display as well. Love his culture beforehand, doing a haka before for all the competitors. Takes a fair bit of cojones to get up and just raw dog a performance like that in front of a bunch of people, but he did it a cappella. Now, 102.5 kilos in that dumbbell for Andrew Stewart. This to put a lot of pressure on Charles and James Lation, and that looks like it's locked out to me. That's a very professional rep there from Andrew Stewart. 105 or 107 on the last attempt, if he needs it. If he needs it. Now, Andrew's in a position now where if James doesn't make this, and if Charles misses his next attempt, Andrew Stewart may not need to actually attempt a heavier weight. He might have just taken second place in the event. Knowing Bryce Purton is probably too far away for him to get. Now, I don't think Andrew has another 12.5 kilos on top of what he just did.
Let's go,
James needs this weight, 102.5, and does get it locked out. He was leaning back a long way. Again, one of those mobility issues. He just wasn't able to get that dumbbell behind his head. Now, I see something rolling onto the floor. Spy with my little eye, something beginning with M. It is the Mitco dumbbell. There's a lot of history in this bad boy. Lot of history. 120 120 kilograms here. Bryce Purton, 120 kilos. This is the Meatco dumbbell, the special dumbbell that Mason made for Dimitar Sevatinov to break the world record. And Bryce has made that look easier than his 112 and a half. And he's gotten it super easy, just like that. He just did it. What the hell, Bryce? There's more there too. Methinks Bryce won't just leave it at 120. I think he'll go up. I think he's going to be looking to put some serious distance on this world record.
All right, we have Jordan Oxenham
With 80 kilograms.
All right, Chook
Let's go,
Oxenham with
Jordan.
80 kilos. He needs this to stay in the comp, and he finally gets that weight locked out that he's been after. And he's pretty happy with that. He's pretty happy to get some points on the board. It wouldn't have felt nice to zero, so he's lucky he's back on the board.
Next up, we have Joel Hinton with 85 kilograms.
Joel Hinton with 85 kilos here. Didn't get quite close to it last time, so we'll see if he's got a little bit more power, if he's worked on his technique a little bit here with his next attempt. 85 kilos. The spotters and loaders are busy with two other dumbbells, so they're trying to get their attention to move back over to the one that we're actually using, because we are actually the dumbbell at the back. The reason there is more attention paid to that one is because we are setting up a world record attempt in the Meatco dumbbell. They're setting up 130 kilograms for Bryce Purton. The current world record is 129. So Bryce looking to break the world record by 1 kilo. Would be a monumental feat of strength. 130 kilos with one hand. Most people can't deadlift that. Bryce is out here trying to put it up over his head with one hand. Audacious from Bryce,
I do have
I will
confirmation
admit.
of something that's going to happen today. There will be a world record attempt on the Munster
So the
dumbbell
crowd's just finding out now as well
with
about the world
130
record attempt of
kilograms.
130 kilos on the dumbbell for Bryce
That's after
Purton.
Bryce Purton just did 120 kilograms. He's going to go for the 130, and that'll be the under 105 world record. So stay tuned for that. That'll be happening very soon. The next we have 85 kilograms for Joel Hinton.
So Joel Hinton here with
Let's
his
go, Joel.
85 kilogram attempt.
Let's make some noise for him.
PB of 80 kilos. So this would be a 5 kilo PB here for Joel Hinton. Looking to get this 85 kilos, get himself secure in that 85 kilo range. Almost.
Close.
Just trying to push press it out. There's a lot of potential here for Joel. If he's able to get his feet moving a little bit more, if he's able to work on moving under the dumbbell, there is a lot of potential for him to get significantly more weight in there and locked out overhead. We'll see how he goes. This is his last attempt of the day
Let's
here.
go, Joel. Let's make
His
some noise
last
for him,
crack
ladies and
at
gentlemen.
this
He's
85
third
kilo
attempt.
dumbbell.
Come on, John.
And just sends it backwards.
Close.
Not quite there for Joel. Waves off the crowd. That'll do him for the
Next we
events.
have Justin Longden with 87.5 kilograms.
All right, Justin Longden now with 87.5. He has been warned about being a little bit aggressive putting the weights down, so if he does, it will be no repped. He just needs to settle a little bit and control them down. This is the last flight of the men's 105s, so we will be seeing a world record attempt at the end of it, and then we will go to a short break with the deadlifts coming up next. So we've got some girls warming up out the back now. Juzzy with that 87.5 kilos on his shoulder, just long, 87.5. He successfully got 85, and he's not quite able to get that 87.5. Just went out to the left a little bit. The southpaw, it just went out to the left a little bit there as he tried to lock it out. And still out to the left. He has one more attempt, one more ground to overhead attempt. You can take as many attempts from the shoulder as you want, but you can only have 2 clean. So once the dumbbell hits the ground twice, that is your event over. not quite there for
Unfortunately, not
Justin.
today for Juzzy.
He did succeed at 85 kilos, so that will be his last successful attempt listed. Who is up next? It looks like it might be Ben Aykroyd. He's lurking. So Ben.
So next up, to my right, it's Ben Aykroyd.
Ben looks like he'll be attempting the same weight. 87.5. Very chilled customer, Ben.
Have you hit this in training? A long time ago. A long
So
time
Ben's
ago.
just saying now on the
All right,
microphone
Ben.
that he's hit this in training a long time ago. He has hit this weight. This would be the first time in a long time. A little more muscular than we're used to seeing Ben. He's put on a bit of muscle and actually had to cut a little more weight than usual for this competition. So that's something new he's having to contend with. But a good, well-rounded athlete and a really, really solid attempt there, and manages to put it down. He's happy with that.
Let's go.
Just gives it a bit of a Shane Crawford style 2008, stealing the microphone. So Jace Midgley here with a 92.5 kilo attempt. His current PB 85.3. So I think his last attempt was 87.5. So already a 2 kilo PB. Now we are looking for a massive PB. And looks like he tried to get his feet moving too early. I think he didn't quite actually extend through the weight before he tried to get his feet moving. That was better. That was better timing. That weight might be there if he takes enough time between. He's asking for the time, which I like. That's a baller move.
30 seconds remaining.
He's going for the smelling salts and the chalk. Good move. Take your time. Step back. Recompose. Give yourself the best shot, because as long as he gets it locked out within the 20 seconds, there's no benefit to doing it any faster. Now, Dumbbell does typically take a short amount of time, less than 10 seconds to lock out. So realistically, attempt it with 10 seconds to go on your second, and you'll see if you can get it. And gave it a much better shake than the first two, but not quite. But a really good attempt there, and some really good professionalism shown there from Jace Midgley to take that time, step away, and give himself the best crack at it. Harley Hughes with 95 kilograms. So they're rolling these dumbbells in and out so that the boys aren't getting each other's sweat and chalk and all that lodged on them. But not interfering with each other's lifts, because there is a whole heap of these 105s. So Harley Hughes with the right arm, he's got that mobility restriction in the upper body, so he's not quite able to get his arm to the side of his head or fully locked through. So he's left leaning back and with the arm out to the right a little bit. So that's where his restriction is in the event. That's his limiting factor. At these weights, that starts to become more and more important. If it was an event for reps, it would be a little bit more favourable for him. The max events. But 95 is right up there. It's going to get some good points if he can lock it out. So we'll see how hard he has to fight to lock this 95 kilos out. He's got the power, he's got the shoulder strength to be able to loft this up over his head. We'll see if he can lock it out. That's one of his best throws yet. And you see how far out it is, how much he has to fight to lock it out. He's trying to get his elbow locked and in, and he gets it. And that is a huge fight with that weight. Tiff makes him earn it, but that is an awesome, awesome fight there from Harley Hughes. With that very distinct shoulder mobility issue, he had to lean back, he had to lean to the side, he had to fight it back in. Not many athletes would have enough strength in their shoulder to wrestle that back from all that way out to the right there.
He waited for that call. He knew, but he didn't have the full.
It was a really, really impressive set of composure there from Harley as well. To be able to lock it out and then unlock it and then lock it back out again and then hold it overhead and be able to move with 95 kilos in one hand until he was actually able to get it locked out and in a safe enough spot to get a down call. It shows great patience, showed great composure under significant weight. Now, Tommy Winter, he almost hit this weight last time. Now, the first attempt, his feet didn't move. He needs to be aggressive. He needs to attack this weight. with this sort of weight, you do need to put that little bit of extra oomph into it. His feet moved a bit better that time, but he sent it out to the right. He sent it out to the side a little bit. He needs to get the bar path. Like I said, so many moving parts of the dumbbell, and a little bit rushed here into that final attempt there. He's got it on the shoulder. He's still at 30 seconds, so I would have liked to see him take a little bit more break, and doesn't quite get it locked out there. He got 90 kilos, so now this would be 95 for Tom to get him up in that top group, and doesn't look like he's quite got the power there. Not quite for Tom Winter. He'll be smiling though, he always is. And he'll be looking on to the deadlift, where he will be looking to reconcile some points, and but definitely be looking forward to that overhead press with the Flintstones tomorrow. James DeGruff with 95 kilos.
Good clean, up to the shoulder. Now to punch it through.
100 kilos, I'm being told, actually. And moves under it really nicely. That was an exquisite lift from James there. Really just popped up, moved under it. Really, really like aesthetically pleasing to watch.
3 successful attempts there for James.
Very technically proficient, so nice to see there. Now Izzy Barrett with 100 kilos. So we'll see what Izzy has. Very technically proficient lifting so far in this field. 95 kilos Izzy's PB. Make that 100. Wow, really, really strong lifting. This is insane lifting here from this 105 field. I'm really, really enjoying this. This is a very, very competitive class. I did say it was a class I was the most excited for. Maybe I'm biased because I used to be one. I probably should still be one if I didn't like eating as much as I do. But these guys are the ones willing to do the dieting, so they're the ones we're watching today, and it is awesome, this display of strength. Now, Jaden struggled with his opening attempt at 90 kilograms, but then made 95 look super easy. So we'll see what he can do with 100. We'll see if he's like a fine wine and getting better with age, and the 100 will look like he's got another 20 kilos in him, or if he's going to start to struggle as the weights increase, because that does happen. With this, it's a very speed-reliant event, so as the weights start to increase, your speed can drop, and that little speed drop of just 5% can cause a weight to the previous weight to look like it was super easy, and then the next weight to not even move. That can happen with these types of speed-based events where you're so heavily reliant on those fast twitch fibers. So 100 kilos here for Jaden Liang, who's got that wide stance. He's got a slow, controlled descent, which I like to see. I like to compare doing the dumbbell to drawing a bow and arrow. Draw it back slow and then be precise and explosive as you throw it up. And he does get it up, but not quite able to get the lockout. Now he's gone full animal mode. He's really trying to get as much power into this as he can. That was just that wrist stability that he struggled with. He lost it a little bit to that proximal side. He lost a little bit of wrist stability there. We'll see if he's got any power left in the tank. I think he might have gone a bit too soon, but that's a good throw. Just again, lost it over the back. I think he actually threw it so hard that he lost it backwards. Okay. Now, the important lifting. The important numbers we're going to see here. 100 kilos for Lee Shaw. To go tied with Izzy Barrett. Oh no, 102 and a half. He's got 102 kilos in there, so this is to go ahead of Izzy Barrett. And he paused a little bit in the dip there. A little bit tentative there for Lee. We will see him take plenty of time here between his attempts. He's not going to rush. Never does. Spend a lot of time up in Queensland, so he works on Queensland time. He's taken his time. Very experienced. Probably the most experienced strongman in this field. 102 kilos. Gets it up to his shoulders. He's done this sort of weight before. It's whether he's got it in him today. A little bit low on the dip there. I think he just lost it there, going a tad too low, trying to extract a little bit too much power from his legs. So he'll have to settle with his 97.5 kilo lift there. Izzy Barrett with an important lift now, proving to be at 100 kilos.
We have Patrick Griffiths with 102.5
Pat Griffiths,
kilograms.
Alex Caruso, Camden McIntosh, if anyone watched the footy last night. How good was that, by the way? Let me just take a second as a Richmond supporter to just rub it in your face, Carlton. anyway, very nice to see the Tiger Cubs get out and have a win. And thank you to this man on screen for playing a role in that off the wing there for the Tigers. No, this is Patrick Griffith. So he will be attempting 102.5 kilograms. It is a little bit of a bogey weight for these 105s. It's proving to be a really, really important hurdle for them to get over in their quest for the points here. Now, he got his successful lift last time after a couple of cracks. He did. He got a wobbly lockout that didn't get a down call, and then he managed to get it. Now, getting shoulder position, all important here. Don't spend too long trying to get it. He's nicely bent to the side and a really good movement of the hips. No rep there, no rep. He's been given a no rep for dropping it early, I think. I don't know if Tiff, I think when we look back at that, Tiff might have given him a no rep. I need to see confirmation, but I don't think he was given that repetition. Or maybe it was just a warning. I'm not sure. Because she was given, she gave him a warning. That might have been his first warning, but because it's his last attempt, it's sort of irrelevant. He did slam that down. He did sort of lose it there. The boys do need to keep their head on their shoulders here in this 105 kilo class. They've a few of them have been told off for slamming that weight down, but very impressive lift there nonetheless, and very important if he did get that lift at 102.5 kilograms for the scheme of the competition. Now, Charles, I think he's got this. If he can get it in that speed slot, if he can get that right timing with throwing it up, get it off the shoulders as fast as possible. Wrestles up to the shoulder. He sort of hugs the dumbbell to get it up to his shoulder. Now throws the hand away. Gets his feet out. Not looking super comfortable up there. And he doesn't quite get it. Doesn't quite get that lockout. Just loses the dumbbell a bit. Might have to put it down here. I'd be putting it down. He's hurt himself a bit there in the shoulder. It just really jams up that shoulder girdle when you see that sort of thing happen when you are trying to throw 102.5 kilos over your head. It just, it can hurt. All right, Peanut here to take outright second in the event, with James Lation still to come and Bryce Purton so far ahead. Nobody's bothering to try and get him. He's already got 120 kilos on the board, so Bryce Purton has won the event. Nobody's going to try and attempt that. But this now is the fight for points. So Andrew Stewart with a successful lift with his previous one. 107.5. Massive lift in the scheme of the competition. And that looks good to me. Oh, just had it bail on him. Just had it bailed. I don't know if he's going to take another attempt. It looks like he might have hurt himself there. I hope he hasn't. I hope he hasn't hurt his tricep or his shoulder there. A little bit worried about Peanut there, about Andrew Stewart. Hoping he's not done something to his tricep just on re-racking that. James Lechon. I don't know if he actually needs to get this. I don't know. Can't remember if Peanut got the 100 or the 102.5. Peanut is grabbing for that right arm. Looks a little bit dead, but he looks okay. He's just shaking the fingers around, trying to get a bit of feeling back in there. It might have gone a bit numb. The dumbbell can actually impact on the ulnar nerve. It can get a little bit in there, just because the ulnar nerve runs sort of from the traps down through the arm, and if it gets a little bit compressed just from bashing a dumbbell into it, it can just cause a little bit of numbness in the hand, a little bit of numbness through the elbow, sharp pain. So James, he's got 107.5 kilos on the dumbbell here.
Here we go.
And that's a much better attempt. And he dropped it. But he has been given the rep. Now this is a world record attempt. This is it. 105 kilograms.
The Nico dumbbell from Stand and Submit weighs 130 kilograms.
Actually takes it surely like a special trolley to move this beast out. 130 kilograms. Bryce Purton.
To make it 130
This is a
kilograms.
monster
We
lift.
will weigh this dumbbell after as well to ensure that
This is
it
a
the
number
correct
that
weight.
most professional strongmen, heavyweight professional
I've
strongmen,
got it correctly.
don't hit.
130.8. It has already been weighed.
Well, 130.8, I'm being told. 130.8
Ladies and gentlemen,
for a new world record.
Come around, let's make some noise. You don't
This
see
is a
this every
monster
day.
lift. I don't know about you, but I've got chills. This is rare for me. I've been around strongman for a long time, but this is something quite incredible. 130 kilograms.
This is also
130.8.
an Australian Open record.
This would be the Open Australian record. So John O'Neillio currently holds it at 126. Bryce now with 130 kilos. As a 105, this would be massive. The energy in here is electric, and Bryce, oh my God, not quite. Oh my goodness, that was so close. I thought he did it there. He'll take as much time as he can.
He has plenty of time.
The
Let me
energy
check.
in here is electric. This is special. Bryce Purton. He has 30 seconds. He's got the time. He's going to take all the time he needs.
20 seconds now remain. Let the gentleman make some noise for him.
This is Bryce Purton for the heaviest dumbbell press in human history for a man under 105 kilograms. And he just locks it out, but he's unable to get the feet under. And that's an awesome attempt there from Bryce Purton. It would have been the Australian Open record and the world under 105 record. My heart is up in my mouth. That was an incredible attempt. So close to getting that record a couple of times. He won that event comprehensively. He won by 12.5 kilos. We're going to flick over to Buddy so he can interview Bryce.
I'm confiscating this young man right here. Let's throw it over here to the platform. So Bryce, this over, the camera's right here. So, close but no cigar.
Next time.
140 next time?
Definitely.
All right, so what kind of weights were you hitting in your training?
The best I ever hit was 125. Hit 120 pretty comfortably a couple times. 115, multiple reps.
That's it. Now, I do want to make a point that 130.8 is actually above the Australian Open record as well.
Well, it would be, but I didn't hit that. I hit 120. That's a new Australian under 105 record. But I'll be back.
That's exactly it. So we're going to the lever deadlift next. How are you feeling about that?
Everyone who knows me knows overheads are my jam, especially the dumbbell. Deadlift, not so much, so damage control.
Damage control, that's it. Well, mate, congratulations again.
Thank you.
That's awesome work. We'll love to see you. I know you're not looking forward to the deadlifts, but, mate, I think you're going to do all right.
And tomorrow I got another good event coming.
Yeah, another good event tomorrow. I think that was that Flintstone press, correct?
Definitely.
All right, man. Congratulations again. I'm going to grab Genti Marici. Come on over. Now, Genti is our winner for the under 82s. Yes. Sorry, I always get mixed up. So, Genti, 60 kilograms. How was that for you?
A huge surprise, actually.
Huge surprise. I don't know why you're surprised. It looked easy.
The heaviest I went in training was 56, so the 57.5 kilo second attempt was already a PB. So hitting the third was just like icing on the cake.
Icing on cake. Now, this is only your, second strongman comp?
Correct, yes.
And you just won the first event?
Apparently, yeah.
Apparently. Well, how are you feeling about the lever deadlift up next?
I think pretty similar to Bryce. It is more of a damage control kind of event for me, but I know that I have some other little tricks up my sleeve, so as long as I can hang in there for the deadlifts, it should be fine.
Damage control, I like that. Now, I think it's going to be one of those ones to surprise yourself a little bit with it. So, look, we'll play by ear, eh?
Yeah, for sure.
No worries. Congratulations again. Good work, mate.
Thank you so much.
No worries, guys. We'll throw it back to Sam over there on our YouTube commentary and at Official Strongman. And we also, to the guys here, if you are just
Just on your phones and so on.
All right,
give us a like
back to
on
me.
Facebook.
That was our winners of the under 105 and under 82 kilo dumbbell press. So Genty with a 60 kilo dumbbell, and then Bryce with 120 kilos for an Australian record. Also attempting the world record at 130.8 kilos. Would have been an open Australian record as well. Very, very close. I think he has that on another day, possibly on a day that's not quite so sweaty. Don't know if it's coming through on the camera, but I'm warm. I'm warm. It's well over 40 degrees in this shed here, so the athletes are going to be going through it. We're going to be going through some scores in a second, so they're going to pop up in front of me and cover my beautiful face. So points there. Genty with the win. 8.5 points shared between Jolene and Liz. And then Sarah having to settle for 7 points there in 4th place. Simone, the only other point scorer with 6 points. The rest of the field zeroing. So important to get points on the board there. Really important lift there from Simone getting the points there. Move on to the men. So the men, we're looking at a huge field there. So some tied points on the bottom there for Jordan and Joel. Justin and Ben tying for 3.5. So Ben's going to have a long way to fight back, as he was one of the ones tipped to get some good points and post a high total by the end of the competition. Jace Midgley there at 5 and Tommy Winter just above on 6 points. Sharing points with that 95 kilo lift, Jaden and Harley. Then Charles and Lee with their 97.5 kilo lift. Then 100 kilos successfully for Izzy Barrett and James de Graff. Andrew Stewart and Pat Griffiths with 102.5 kilo successful lifts. Then alone in second, James Lachon with that really impressive 107.5 kilo lift. And then finally with that incredible 120 kilo dumbbell press, Bryce Purton takes all the chockies in event number 1. We're going to go to a short break and we're going to be back very soon with the lever deadlift. We are back. Meatstock Bendigo 2025 for the middleweight final. So we've got the under 73 kilo women, under 82 kilo women, and then the under 90 and under 105 kilo fellas. We've just seen the monster dumbbell press. We've seen some incredible weights lifted in that. Now it is time for the lever deadlift. So rather than me try and describe this to you, I'm just going to let you visual people watch a video about it. So we're going to flick to that now so you guys can get an idea of what the lever deadlift's all about.
We go, Shawnee.
Whoa.
The most amount of reps in the 60 seconds wins the event.
So a cart full of people. That was Ireland's strongest man, Mr. Sean Gillen, lifting that. Just a little shout out to Sean, representative at Giants Live as well. But we are going old school. If any of you have seen old school strongman clips, we have people loaded in the in these weight carts here. We have some of our crew. We've got some random Kiwi bloke that we've just decided to throw in the back of one of the trays. We have weighed this out. We have calibrated these humans so that they weigh the exact same amount as each other combined in those trays. So they're going to weigh 160 kilograms. This is a reasonably brutal deadlift. For some people, it is like a really nice angle to pull from, and they'll get a lot of reps. Others, they'll just find it stays on the floor. It's a really weird sort of angle that we are pulling from. So the athletes will be going head to head. Unfortunately, in a class where there is no second person or no even amount of people, whoever lost the last event will unfortunately have to come out on their own. So in that case, I think we're going to be having that with our first undertaker here, Kylie Davis. She'll be attempting the 160 kilos. So they've got a minute to lift as many reps as they can on this mine cart deadlift, on the lever deadlift. So she's going to get time to strap herself into the bar, and then 160 kilos loaded.
As she can. Strapping in, as you can see, she's got the biggest 6 straps.
So she's got some of our Australia's strongest crew loaded in there. These people have been told to not eat or drink anything, and a successful rep there with her first rep. So that's a good rep there for Kylie to start. Second good rep. She's got 2 on the board. She's finding a really good groove with these here. There's a third one. She's able to get 3 reps on the board for Kylie Davis. This is a really good showing for her. Really good start to this event. Now, in these events, typically somewhere between 6 and 8 is a really good score. So there's number 5 for Kylie Davis on the board. This will be a really good showing if she can get a 6th rep. And once you get these over the knees, it can be a little bit easier to lock out because you can lean back. Now, if she wanted to, she could take a step back and take a knee, but she can't unstrap herself from the bar. Unable to get a little bit of movement there. She started to get a little bit too high with the hips. As fatigue has set in, the hips have shot up, and she's now relying on back and hamstring strength a little bit too much. She's got time for one more rep. It's not going to move off the ground, and she will call it a day there. So she finishes with 5 reps, oh no, 6 reps it was, for Kylie Davis. Now, we'll see if the usual scores are true too. So we've got Maddie Heath and Fran Polk coming out here. So closest to you, closest to the active camera is Fran, and then over the other side is Maddie. So 160 kilos. Tiff reffing over on the far side there. Cam Taylor reffing on the close side here. Fran gets a good rep first. Gets 2 reps on the board. Now keep in mind, 6 is the target. Maddie has had enough. She's not going to be taking another attempt. There's 3 reps on the board for Fran. 4 reps now for Fran. She knows 6 is the one to beat. There's number 5. She's starting to struggle with the weight. 6 proving a good number, but as soon as you get this weight moving, it does tend to move a little easier. There's the tying number 6 rep. Can she get number 7? Yes, she can. She gets that to lockout. Now, she could take some time here. You don't have to do all the reps consecutively, and she is getting that rep there. She's using the lean back technique really well here. You can't see it from this camera angle quite as much, but she's leaning back nicely and getting that leverage in and making sure she's doing this deadlift really, really correctly. That's rep number 7 there, so takes the event lead and steps away with some time to spare. The next 2 athletes on the floor will be Tanita Northcutt and Lyndon Beattie. So blue versus red. Tanita with the red hair. And in the blue corner, Lyndon Beatty. So two of the more colourful representatives in the under 73 kilo class here. Strapping in Lyndon in the blue, Tanita with the red hair. Tanita doesn't quite get her first rep right, adjusts her feet. Same thing with Lyndon. Now Tanita is off and running. She's got her first rep locked out. Lyndon's still taking some time to reassess. Lyndon with longer limbs might find it hard to find the balance point of this, so she might want to actually take a couple steps back, just shuffle her feet back a couple of inches and see if she can get a little bit more leverage from back there, because unfortunately it is just one of those events where a regular deadlift doesn't carry over as much as you'd think it would if your feet aren't in the right position. It's one of those events you've just got to find that right foot positioning so that you don't lose leverage off the ground. So Tanita now, she's got a few good reps on the board. Lyndon's still not been able to get a rep. We won't have long left. Tanita and Lyndon both trying. I don't think there's another rep for either of them here unless Lyndon can find that foot positioning that's going to get her a rep. She's curling over a bit too much that you're not going to see the ground break the bar break the ground if the back is that sort of rounded over. So Karen Taylor and Lauren McMillan.
From New South Wales.
So Lauren furthest away from your screen, Karen closest to your screen from this camera angle here. Karen with the shorts on, Lauren going for the tights. You can see there's a bit of talcum powder on their thighs as well. A bit of baby powder just allows them to slide the bar up. Both with a good first rep. Karen with a good second rep. Lauren not far behind her. 2 reps locked out for both of these ladies, followed by Karen with a third. Now Lauren with a third. Both of them with a third. The 2 in Lauren's bin seem to be having a lot of fun there. Now there's 4 for each. Now 5 for Karen. Lauren on her way to 5. Both have 5 now. These 2 in the bar bin seem to be having a lot of fun. 6 for Karen. 6 for Lauren. 8 the mark to beat. Now 7 for Karen. So puts herself in equal second place with Lauren, who also gets 7 reps. 8 reps to take a tie of the lead. Karen can't break the ground. Lauren can break the ground and can get into that equal lead with 8 reps there. Now can Lauren find her way into the outright lead? 10 seconds remaining, enough time for one more rep. Lauren is on the way up and she's going to get this within the time. Lauren takes the outright lead with 9 reps. Karen gets the bar moving but unable to get it locked out before the time elapsed. So Karen will finish with 7 reps and Lauren with 9. We're now going to move on to Camilla and Katie. So again, I'll identify people based on what they're wearing. Katie with the shorts and Camilla with the trademark colourful tights. Camilla's got a bit to prove here, and she is a massive deadlifter. The Australian deadlift record holder. She's using an interesting wrap technique. This is a wow strap style technique. I'm seeing over there. These reps are going fast. I think it's 3 reps for each athlete. There's 4 for Camilla. There's 4 for Katie. 5 for Camilla. And 5 for Katie. And that's 6 for Camilla. I think Katie's 1 rep behind at this stage. There's 7 for Camilla. Look at the arms bulging out, the triceps on Camilla. There's another rep for Camilla. I think this rep will be for the event lead, which she's just taken. And she's looking comfortable. She can go all day here, Camilla. I'm losing track of the reps here. Katie's starting to round over, and that rounded over technique is going to mean it's a little harder to lock out. Katie has unstrapped from the bar. She can do that. She's gotten some more salts. Camilla's still going. This is a massive showing from Camilla. She's just not stopping. Wow.
10 seconds remaining.
Katie hugely rounded back, making it a little bit harder for her to lock those weights out, but she's still getting it done. And Camilla just holding it at the top there. A bit of a smart-ass payakaroon there from Camilla to finish with a little smile at the top. She knows she's just made it very, very hard to beat.
Sorry, I laughed in because our head ref from Canada there, Mr. Cameron Taylor, just showed me how many reps Camilla got. It was 18.
18 reps there. The mark to beat set by Camilla.
Okay, so next
18 reps set by Camilla. Not sure how many Katie got over the other side. I'm assuming it was somewhere in the region of about 12 or 13. So these two,
ladies, strap yourselves in.
Lauren got 9, Katie got somewhere in that 12 or 13 range, and then Camilla got 18 now. We'll assume for now that 18 might be off limits for these two. Annalise has had some back issues in the past. Nat Koopman makes nice work of that first one. Annalise quite slow, but gets it locked out. There's Nat Koopman second. Annalise going for her second, unable to break the ground. Doesn't get her feet quite right. Nat Koopman then goes for her third. That's 2 reps down for Nat Koopman. Annalise is on the board. Nat Koopman going for another rep. There she is with number 5 on the board. Now, Annalise Bevan, unable to get a second rep so far. Nat Koopman with 6 over there. Now Annalise unable to get another rep, so she looks like she's going to struggle to get that second rep. Nat Koopman locks out her 7th now, tying with who tied over? Tying with, I believe.
Annalise is calling it there.
There is Annalise's event done. So Nat has 8. She's looking for 9 now to tie with Lauren. And there's a locked out rep there from Nat Koopman. She gets that rep. There's the 9th, so she will tie. So the event winner will be Camilla Fogagnolo decisively as possible. I think the second place will be Katie Foster, and in third, we had a tie between Lauren McMillan and Nat Koopman. Now, I think I'll need to check on those scores, but off the top of my head, that is how the event scoring has looked.
The under 73 women completed.
Now,
congratulations.
Important for these girls coming out with our next weights. We look to have the under 82 kilo women in the next.
No, sorry, my apologies.
Getting the scores through, sorry.
At that point, where it's Fran Pope and Lauren McMillan with 9 reps.
Men, with 12 reps, we have Katie Foster. And that means standing with me with 18 reps, it's Camilla. How you going?
Hey, buddy, good to talk to you again. I knew I wouldn't after first event.
Yeah, I know that first event. I saw there was with your shoulder was playing up, you changed hands. What was going on with that first event?
Both of my shoulders are shot, and dumbbell is the worst thing for them. So I always have to warm up both arms because I don't know session to session which one's going to be functional.
Yeah, that's it. It's kind of one of those ones where I know an athlete before was describing their deadlift as their kind of damage control. That's definitely not a damage control event for you. That was really good. 18 reps. What goes through your mind through an event like that?
Not a great deal, just work.
That's it. That Clydesdale, eh?
Be the draft horse.
Be the draft horse. Well, Camilla, congratulations. That's going to put a lot of points on the scoreboard there. You had a bit of a damage control event before with the monster dumbbell, but really, we know you can deadlift. We've watched you over the years just complete some crazy deadlifts. Yeah, for years now, when I think about it, it's for years. You just keep on pulling ridiculous amounts. So congratulations again. Now, we're going to the cliffhanger next. Now, what do you think of that event?
It's impossible to call. No idea. Everybody's been real foxy about their times, guys, but myself included. So, yeah, it will just have to be bored and uncomfortable for however many minutes it takes.
That's it. Well, being uncomfortable is probably somewhere you're pretty actually comfortable being, isn't it?
That's what we do, train to get comfortable being uncomfortable.
That's exactly it. Congratulations, Camilla, again on an event win. It's always great to see you up here and putting points on the scoreboard.
Thanks, Bud.
No worries. No worries, guys. All right, so we are going to begin our under...
So, our under 82 kilos. That was Camilla Fogagnolo. We hear a lot from her. So if you haven't heard from her before, that will be the first time of many because she wins a lot of events. So we've got some extra weights loaded. We've got enough humans in there for now, so we're going to add some plate weight. We brought this up to 170 kilograms for the under 82. So the first out will be Sarah and Hannah. So these two, they didn't score in the first event. So they're really, really looking to get a good score on the board here in this second event. At least get a rep. Sally and Sarah.
Hannah with the pink belt.
Did I say Hannah? Hannah and Sally, sorry. All right, so Hannah gets her first rep there. She didn't even attempt a dumbbell, so she saved herself, and correctly so she can get a point on the board here in the deadlift. Pulls a little bit back, looks like her straps might be a little bit loose. Sally not quite able to break the ground. Now Hannah looks like she's going to get a lockout on the second rep. Some people might find it easier off the floor and harder at lockout with the leverage. Other people might find it vice versa. So you saw a lot of the previous weight class find it quite easy off the at lockout, but the floor was the sticking point. Whereas Hannah seems the other way around. She seems to be having an easier time off the floor, but then as it gets a bit higher, she starts to struggle a little bit. And that's just a leverage thing. That's just how long her legs are versus her hips versus her arms. But she has some successful reps on the board. She will not zero this event. She's got the weight to her thighs. We've got 3 seconds left, 2 seconds. She's not going to get a down call in time, or is she? Looks like she might have gotten a down call just in time there. Now Sally Cooper unable to get a successful rep there, but Hannah does succeed in getting 3 or 4 reps on the board there, and she's stoked with that. Now this is Stacey Antunovic in the tights, and Emma in the shorts. I like it when they send athletes out, one wearing tights, one wearing shorts. Just makes it really easy for me to identify people for you guys at home. So Emma Bribert in the shorts over on the near side to you with the camera. She's going the Raw Dog style with no straps, which is an interesting play, especially with the Stacey really leaning back, maybe a bit too far on that one to try and get a rep. It's sort of got a little bit too far away from her body. Now this is possibly something to consider in strongman, is what events are next. Now Emma is really trying, digging away there with no straps. With the cliffhanger event next, probably not something I would do. Probably something I would consider wearing straps for, even if you are naturally an over-underhand deadlifter. If you're coming from a powerlifting background, which Emma clearly is, using some straps could save your grip for the following event. If I was her, not getting a rep, I would probably pull back away, which she is doing now, as is Stacey. There's nobody getting a rep on this particular weight in this heat. Hopefully the hands aren't too tired there for Emma for the following event, the cliffhanger event. It's important to structure your training and your competition, knowing what events you've got coming up and sort of trying to save the muscles that you might need for events later on if you can. Obviously it's not going to be avoidable in all situations, but in this sort of situation, a little bit of competition experience might see you wear some straps for that event next time. And again, none of this is having to go at the athletes or anything, but if you're at home and hoping to pick up some tips on some strongman, that's one of them now. Really fast reps there for Simone. I don't think she got that first one because she missed the down call. She's a power lifter by trade, works out at Steel and Stone Gym. Now Hayley getting a good rep there. She's got a second rep. She's got some weightlifting straps on her. Simone's going a little bit too fast for me to count. Hayley making a bit of noise, but also making some progress on those reps. There's Hayley's third rep. Simone's on to about 7. She's going to get number 8 there. She did miss a rep at the start because she dropped it too early. She didn't wait for the down call, and referee Tiff did not give her the down call. Hayley's working really hard over here. Simone seems to be breezing through reps over there, although they have slowed down quite a lot, but they're still moving. Now Simone seems the type that when she breaks the floor, she makes the rep. Break it and you make it. Whereas Hayley seems to be struggling all the way through the rep, so it may at any point in the rep stop. But she is struggling to break the ground now. 10 seconds. Is there time enough for one more rep for Simone here? 3 seconds, and not quite there for Simone. So we'll have to wait for the scorers on the official rep count there for Simone, but that could be good enough to put her in the lead.
On 1 or 2 of their reps, so they didn't actually get a successful lift.
Got to wait for the down call. We always see it in competitions, especially with people that are here for their first time at this sort of level. Now Tyson barking orders out the back, given these are both his clients. These two have started forming somewhat of a little rivalry over the last couple of years. The two of the most dominant 82s in the country, and they're both Victorian. They're both strongman way athletes. So they both train under Tyson and or Lee Shaw. So they're both athletes that that sort of fly together, and there's 1 rep for both girls. 2 reps for both girls. Liz slightly ahead. Both bars hit the ground at the same time. Now Sarah takes the lead with 3 reps. Locked out for both girls. Now Sarah starts to put some distance on, but Liz has matched her. 4 reps for each. Now Liz takes the lead back. Now she's got 5. Sarah's got 5. Both girls with 5 reps. Liz powering through into a 6. Sarah taking some time. She's now got 6. Liz has got 7 on the board. So Liz with 7, Sarah with 6. Now Liz with 8, Sarah with 7. Liz has taken a narrow lead with 30 seconds to go. Liz with 9 reps. Sarah re-strapping, making sure she's on 7 still. Now Liz has got 10 reps. Sarah still on 7. Now she's got 8. Liz taking a bit of a break. This is Sarah's opening. Liz has got 11 reps. Sarah with 9. She's got that locked out. Liz has 11 locked out. Now can Liz get 12? Yes, she can. Now Sarah's looking for 10 reps. Liz is going to win the heat. Sarah's got 10 reps locked out, and Liz has 13. 13 reps there for Liz and 10 for Sarah. I'm probably wrong because I'm a little bit dopey and slow, but no, apparently I'm right. 13 and 10 we had there in that heat. That's a fantastic heat. And these two just keep bringing it. I love seeing them in a heat together because they are absolutely great mates, but also famous rivals. Over the last few years, they have just been forming this incredible rivalry. So the 2 leaders from event number 1, we have Jolene Fingal and we have Genti Maraki. I'm butchering this name. I'm almost certain of it. So I apologise every time you hear it. Genti Marici. Yeah. So Jolene and Genti. 10 and 13 the leaders so far. Genti gets a rep on the board. Slightly slower. Now Jolene looks like she's going to bail on this. There's Genti with a 2nd rep. These two make it a little easier for me to commentate. I can actually catch my breath. Genti with a 3rd rep. Jolene strapping back into the bar. Let's see how far Genti can get along. About 5 reps will get her some good points here. Jolene will not be attempting another go, I don't think. She's re-strapping. Genti has 5 reps on the board. She's re-strapping. I think Jolene has called it a day on that event. So a lot of these events not suited to some of the athletes, suited more to others. Some of the pressers, some of the good overhead athletes aren't necessarily the best deadlifters. Genti's still fighting through to get some points here though. She will get some good points by the end of this event. She's got a couple of seconds left. She has enough time for 1 more rep. If she can lock it out, she's not going to do that. She's going to run out of time here, and that will do Genti. So we'll have to wait for the scores. Your leader, your winner of the event, is going to be Liz Aitken with 13 reps there.
All right.
Getting a little bit of a pat on the bum and some congratulations from partner Mr. Paul, who is also competing in the under-90s.
Coming in at 3rd.
So Simone with 8 reps got 3rd place. Sarah Halifax came 2nd in the event with 10, and then Liz with 13 reps. So Liz starting to open up a lead on the field. It'll be interesting to see how the points stack up at the end. We'll cross the border now.
Very excited. Now I've got to ask, what's training been like for this event?
I only worked up to 175 on a stiff bar because I thought it was going to be around 180 in the hands, but I only got 7 at 175, so almost doubled that at comp today.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's really incredible. So next up, we have the cliffhanger. I've been asking about this one because it's something we don't actually see that often. It comes back from the old World's Strongest Man back in the day when those events. How are you feeling about this event?
I'm glad we all get to go at once. Keep holding on.
That's it. Just keep on holding on. Congratulations again. This is awesome. We'd love to see you always competing. You're always you're a national level competitor, that's for sure. So congratulations again. Good luck for the cliffhanger. We're going to be watching, that's for sure.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
No worries. All right, guys, we will be beginning.
So that was Liz, winner of the deadlift event. 13 reps there, Sarah, with 2nd place. It's probably going to come down to those two and Genti. Genti, I think, took 4th or 5th place there. Have to see how the points all wash out there. Simone Jones with a good result there as well. So she might sneak up into the top 3 or 4 in points there too. We're reloading these, so we've got the under 90 kilo fellas coming out. We've got some humans loaded in there as well. Oh goodness, who has to lift Josh Pataka? That's mean. That's Australia's Strongest Man 2023, Josh Pataka. Unless he's just loitering in there for no reason. Oh no, there he is. He's up, he's loaded, he's ready. And over the other side, we've got some big boys in there too, actually. We've got more weight loaded on the front as well here, so you'll note the last ones had 0 and then 5 kilos loaded on the front. This time we've got some heavier human beings in the satchel, as well as more loaded on the front. So for the under 90 kilo fellas, we're going to have 240 kilos on the bar. Again, I think we're going to have an uneven amount of people, so somebody is going to be coming out first. It's looking like Akash Deep, so he'll be coming out solo before the rest of the field goes head-to-head. Just how it washes out when there's an uneven amount of people in the field and there's head-to-head events. Unfortunately, somebody has to come out solo. Oh no, Justin Helm, sorry, is coming out as well. Heim.
So, because we have an uneven amount of
Akash Deep. Oh no, I was right. Akash Deep is the first one out. He's going solo. He'll set the pace for the rest of the field. 240 kilograms loaded in the hands on the lever deadlift. We've got two beefy men in the back of the trundle there. And then we've got Akash Deep with the bar in his hands. The whistle has gone. First rep successful. This is a strong start from Akash. I'm looking to see 10 plus reps from him there. There's 3 reps on the board already. 4 reps on the board. He's waiting for the down calls as well, which is a good start from this young man. There's 5 reps already on the board. Can he get 6? Oh yes, he can. I'm predicting around 11 or 12. There's number 7. And there's 8 reps. Now, you can take a break. It's smart sometimes to take a break in the middle, which Akash is doing right on cue. There's rep number 9. Now, he lets it get out in front of him a little bit. If you've got to keep pulling back on it, keep trying to keep it close to you. He's 9 reps on the board by my count. He's number 10, locked it out. Now, he's got still time on the board. 15 seconds. He's got time for a couple more reps. If he's got the power in there. This one's up to the knees. He's leant right the way back. Old school. Mariusz Pudzianowski sliding. And he's done with his attempt with 5 seconds left. Now, I think he might be getting a rep taken off him at the end for dropping. I'm not actually sure. It looked to me like he did drop the bar a little bit early, so he might have one of the reps taken off him by referee Cam Taylor. We'll see how that all washes out.
It's been thrown around like that for a while. Now, next up we have, on my left,
next in the hot seat, Justin Heim
Sean Beasley.
and the Beasley, Sean Beasley. Both these fellas. So Justin, the closer one to you in this camera view, and then Beasley over the other side. Now Justin, very strong start. 2 reps there, 1 rep for the Beasley, 3 reps for Justin, and then 1 rep for Sean because the first one didn't get done with the down call. 5th rep there for Justin. 2nd rep coming up for Sean. There is 7 for Justin, 8 for Justin, 2 for Sean, 3 for Sean, 9 for Justin. This is a good set here. This is a good heat for both men. Justin goes for number 10, and there's Sean going for number 4. Now Justin with number 11. Now to break Akash's record so far, 12 reps. Justin succeeds. Sean goes for number 5 and gets it. So he's on 5, and Justin has just locked out number 13, rep number 13, to put some distance on that lead. Sean going for rep number 6, Justin going for rep number 14. Justin gets his, Sean gets his. Now there's 1 more rep time if he does it, but unfortunately no. So Justin gets 14 reps to take the event lead.
I believe we have a fair few reps there. It was 6 reps there for Sean Beasley, but
so the Beasley gets 6 reps on the board. The boys are now getting distracted and waving to the camera. They're starting to let the start go to their head.
We have Paul Mamouan.
Paul Mamouan.
Then we have
and Logan Day. These two approaching the bar. So the mark is set at 14 reps. 14 reps set by Justin Hine. Paul getting himself fired up as always.
Time to go.
And the first rep there.
As many reps as possible.
Not given there. Paul giving his first rep. Given the first rep there for Logan Day. Second rep for Logan Day. Third rep for Paul.
Good work, gentlemen. Good work.
Third rep for Logan Day. Fourth rep for Paul. Fourth rep for Logan. Fifth rep for Paul.
That's it. Keep it going.
Fifth rep for Logan. Sixth rep for Paul. Both down. So Paulie's on 6. Paulie's now on 7. And Logan
30 seconds remaining.
is now on 6. Had his first rep taken off him. Paul is in there for 8 reps. This is a good showing from Paul. Logan hitches up number 7. Paul hitches up number 8. Now both the boys are starting to get tired. They've got time for 1 or 2 more. Logan gets it to his hips and walks into it a bit. And now he has number 8 on the board as well. Paulie looking for number 9 or 10. I've lost count now. And Paul locks his out, gets a down call just in the nick of time. And looks like he might be going to sleep there. He's unbuckled his belt from behind. A really nice little assist there from the carriage.
Happy Gilmore. When it comes to deadlifts, it's all in the hips.
So that's a good set there from Paul. Paul taking second place so far in the event, I think. And Logan will be a rep behind him in third place by my count. Now, I might not be exactly accurate with that, but still in the lead, Justin Hine.
Robert Fassoni and Chris Doreen.
All right, Robert and Chris here. Robert, the closer one to you on the cameras. Chris, the furthest one away. Robert unable to break the ground there on his first lift there at the 240 kilos, as is Chris unable to break the ground. Both these men fighting for a point in this event.
Come on, Rob.
Chris only luckily got a point on the last event. Probably started, opened a bit too heavy. Robert, he's called it. He's walking off, as is Chris. I think both gents have just called a stalemate and they've decided to have a siesta. So both of these boys will walk off. Quick game's a good game.
Next up,
we'll bring out the next boys.
Mitch Bruce Smith.
So Mitch Bruce Smith and Matt Coates in the lane furthest away. So Mitch in the white shorts and Coda in the far lane from the camera. So 14 reps, still the mark to beat. Justin Hine. Paul, I think, got about 9, so somewhere in between them. That's a strong start from Matt Coates. Strong start from Bruce Smith as well. 2 reps each, 3 reps each. Sorry, now 3 reps each, 4 reps for Coda, 3 reps, now it's 4 reps each, 5 reps for Coda. 5 reps now for Mitch, 6 reps for Matt. 7 reps for Matt, 6 reps for Mitch, 8 reps for Matt. 7 reps for Mitch, 9 reps for Matt. 10 reps for Matt, and 8 reps for Mitch. So these boys both are going to get some good points. There's 11 reps for Matt, and there is 9 reps for Mitch. Huge points here on offer for both these boys. There is 12 reps for Matt. 15 seconds to go, and 10 reps for Mitch. So Mitch, I think, has put himself into third place. Matt Coates, 13 reps. Didn't get a down call, I don't think, on that last rep. Needs a down call. And both athletes get a down call just before the time. So Matt Coates, I believe, has got 13 or 14 good reps on the board. We'll see. He might have gotten a tie with first place, or he might have taken second. And Mitch Bruce Smith, I think, will have himself in a third place so far. So still 4 athletes to go in this field.
George of the Jungle, gentlemen.
Dan Guari and Tass Kasoria. 14 reps is still the mark to beat. Dan, 1 on the board easy. 2 on the board for Dan. Tass struggling a bit over there. 3 on the board for Dan. There we go. 4 going up for Dan and locked out. He's got 4 on the board. Tash unable to break the ground. I think Tash is trying to be a little bit too perfect with the deadlift. He needs to lean a bit further forward, I think, over it, sort of like Dan is. Dan's locked out his 6th rep now. So it's 6 on the board for Dan. Tash unable to get a rep so far. The leader still with 14 reps. So we're fighting now in this middle pack. 7th rep there for Dan. That 7th rep, all important for him, breaking that sort of deadlock in that 5-6 range. He can build himself further up the field here. There's number 8 for him if he can lock it out, and he's got it locked out there. A couple of scoops, and he gets the down call. He's getting a bit of help from behind him as well. 2023, Australia's strongest man, Josh Pataka, in his ear like a super high BMI Yoda, just hanging over his shoulder, whispering sweet nothings to him. And now, our 2 leaders. Event leader from event number 1, Riley Talbot, in the lane closest to the camera. And in the furthest lane, we have Ant Martin, who placed 2nd. Took that little jump up to 102.5 to see if he could edge out Riley. Now, Ant, one of the better deadlifters in the country, gets 1 rep. Riley's got 1 rep. Ant's got 2. Riley's got 2. Now Ant's got 3 and Riley's got 3, both being very measured in their approach. Ant's got 4, Riley's got 4, Ant's got 5, Riley's got 5, Ant has 6, Riley has 6, Ant has 7, Riley 7, both men with 7. Ant now hitching number 8, gets it. Riley walking straight up with number 8, gets it. Ant hitching number 9. Riley catching up, gets his 9th as well. Now Ant Martin with his 10th rep, again hitching. Now is the gap. And Riley with his 10th rep. Both men, but this is the gap that he needed. Oh no, Riley taking a break. Anth with number 11. He's now pushing into winning territory if he can keep going. Riley needs that 11th rep. Anth opens up that gap and gets 12. Riley fighting for number 12, resting on his thighs, gets 11. Anth will settle with 12 reps, and Riley will take 11 reps out of that event. They will come 4th for 3rd in the field there. So I'm going to get my scores through to me. I think Justin Heim might have taken the event win with 14 reps.
For Riley Talbot, I believe. That's why I can't see it.
Just waiting for these scores to come through. I'm going to need some calories after this. Oh, I've had to sub. I'm too big for this kind of thing. I need just a constant stream of calories. If anyone wants to be paid nothing to be my lucky for a day up in Sydney and just bring me calories and caffeine, that'd be great. So 12 reps was the 3rd place, and that was Anth Martin. 13 reps.
It's Justin Heim coming in at
Justin Heim actually came 2nd, so he might have had a couple of reps taken away from him. So 14 reps. Coda actually got the event win. So Matt Coates with the event win. I thought Justin might have had it, but I'm not able to hear whether the refs are giving down calls or not, or taking reps away. So Buddy is over there. He's going to interview Matt Coates.
You're out of breath.
Yeah, I had no idea.
You know, had no idea he won that. Wow, I had no idea but he won that, but congratulations, man. You're coming into the cliffhanger. How are you feeling about that one now since the deadlift group?
It's anyone's game, man. Honestly, I don't know. I think everybody trained pretty much very similar, but it'll just come down to who wants it more, I guess.
That's exactly it. Especially being a endurance-based one, it's pretty much just enduring the pain. Often enough, it's one of those ones where I think there'll be some surprises of people that might drop out before that we wouldn't usually expect, and then there'll be some people that will really surprise us in terms of going the full mile.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. It just comes down to like who can endure the pain the longest. Hopefully no one tears their hands. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Palms crossed, eh? Anyway, congratulations again, man. An event win. That's awesome. We'll cross it over to our under 105s who will be beginning very soon. I think we're starting off with one.
So back with the under 105s. We haven't had the weights adjusted yet.
Because we got...
we're going to have more weight on the bar.
240 kilograms.
260.
260 kilograms.
260 on the bar. So we just added a little bit more weight to either side here. So we are having Chalky Oxenham come out.
On the right.
And Joel as well. So Joel Hinton
blue socks.
furthest away from the camera, and Jordan Oxenham. There's 1 rep there for each man. There's Joel with a 2nd rep, Jordan with a 2nd rep. Joel with a 3rd rep, Jordan with a 3rd rep. Joel with a 4th rep, Jordan with a 4th rep. So somewhere in that 14 to 16 range should win this event. Both men with a 5th rep locked out. Now, can Jordan break ahead after being a little bit behind the whole heat so far? Not quite there. Both men seem to be going very, very level pegging here. 5 reps for each. So Jordan now, with his 6th rep, gets ahead slightly. Now, Joel loses grip, and he's going to possibly have to sit the rest of the event out. He seems to be a bit dizzy. He's got the 5 reps. Jordan has 6. So 5 and 6 reps respectively. 5 on the furthest left-hand side of your screen, 6 closest to the camera. Neither man is going to add to their total, so they will start off the first round with 5 and 6 reps. We're going to see more than that in the rest of the heats, but that might stand up for some points. So we've got Ben Aykroyd, and we have Justin Longdon as well. So Justin, closest to your camera there. Now it's flipped around. So Ben in the cap and Justin without the cap with a luscious head of hair. Ben locks out his 1st rep. Justin locks out his 1st rep. Ben locks out his 2nd. Justin starting to get into his work. He's locked out his 2nd. Ben's locked out his 3rd. So Ben a rep ahead at this stage. Both men now lock the next rep out. Ben with 4, Justin with 3. Justin going for his 4th rep and Ben going for his 5th. Both men lock it out. Justin starting to catch up now. Justin locking out his 5th rep. Ben going for his 6th and just locks that out there. So Ben on 6, Justin on 5. Both men now equal with the previous heat. Now Ben breaks ahead. Straight lead now with 7 reps. Justin with 6 reps gets into equal 2nd place. Ben extends his lead with another 8th rep. Justin gets into clear 2nd place with a 7th rep. Gets a down call there. Now Ben trying to extend his lead with a 9th rep. He does that just easily. Very nice there from Ben Aykroyd. He's got 9 reps and he's got 10 seconds. He gets a 10th rep and Justin locks out his 7th rep for a clear 2nd place. So Ben Aykroyd taking the event lead with 260 kilos for 10 reps. Justin taking an outright 2nd place in the event with 7 points so far. Now that's the 2nd pairing out. We have a huge field of under 105s.
And it's Tom Winter.
So Tom Winter and Jason Midgley.
I believe you're going to be on this side. Let me check. Or that side.
So Jace Midgley with a deadlift personal best of 280 and Tom with a deadlift personal best of 285. So both gents right around that same mark. So the mark to beat, 10 by Ben Aykroyd so far. Jace Midgley, Tom really easy with that 1st rep. Jace Midgley gets his 1st. Now Tom with his 2nd. Jace with their 2nd. Now they're right level pegging. Both get the down call exactly at the same time. 2 reps for each man. Now Jason goes for his 3rd. Tommy into his 3rd. Jason gets it locked out first, followed by Tommy. 3rd rep down. Both men with 3 reps on the board. Now Jace is going for his 4th. Now keep in mind the lowest amount of reps so far is 5. Jace gets his 4th. Tommy a bit slower to get into his work. Jace gets his 5th. Tommy unable to get that weight up. So Jace is locked out for 5. Tommy is stuck on 3. So Jace into his next rep. Jace now to draw level with a couple of other athletes on 6 reps. He gets that down call. Tommy's called it a day, so he's going to go for 3 reps. He's going to be in last place so far. Jace has got 6 on the board. Can he get a 7th rep? Break that deadlock he's in. That bar's moving. Can he get the down call in time? Yes, he can. That's an awesome rep there from Jason. That's broken the deadlock. He'll get some good points there for 7th. They've got the belt unclipped. You can build up a little bit of pressure in the old noggin and get a little bit dizzy, sleepy time. So it's good to have the other athletes on hand, good to have the guys reaching over from the canopy and getting their reps out. Now, this is going to be a rep fest. I'm actually not looking forward to this because I'm not going to be able to count.
Right. So, I think we're on for a bit of a firecracker at this one.
Jaden Lang and Harley Hughes Good grief. This is going to go off. Both athletes a little bit slow to strap in. Okay.
Time to bleed.
Jaden taking a little bit of extra time to strap in. And Harley's off first. He gets 1 rep. Jaden taking his time. Now Jaden's off. Harley's on 2. Jaden's on 1. Jaden is taking his 2nd rep. Harley's on 3. Jaden's on 2. Both men locking out. Jaden is now on 3. Harley's now on 4. Jaden's now on 4. Jaden's starting to catch up to Harley. Jaden's now on 5. Harley's now on 5. Both men on 5 reps. 10 reps the mark to beat. Jaden's got 6. Harley's struggling a bit. Now he's got 5 or 6. Jaden's got 7. So Jaden with 1 more rep goes into outright second. He does that with 8 reps. Harley stuck on 6 reps over there. Jaden going for number 8. He gets that. Harley with number 7.
20 seconds remain.
Now Harley locking out number 8. Jaden locking out number 9. Ben Aykroyd with that mark of 10 to beat. Jaden in 9 reps. So Jaden to tie the lead. Harley to take a 3rd place outright. And does that. So both men have to be happy with their event result. I think Harley got about 8 reps there and Jaden with 10. So Jaden has now equaled the score set by Ben Aykroyd, and Harley has gotten himself 8 reps, which will put him in 3rd place so far in the event. And Charles van Niekerk has just been left hanging by Jaden. So for those tracking along at home, that's Tiff twice, Camilla once, and Charles once been left hanging. So I really appreciate if someone can just inbox me the final scores at the end of the day so I don't have to follow up on that myself. So Lee Shaw and Charles van Niekerk, both of these more diminutive in the field, slightly shorter athletes, so they might have an easier time with this, or they might not, but both with their first successful rep. 10 reps the mark to beat by Jaden and by Ben. Both men on pace with 3 reps at the exact same time. If they can keep it exactly the same time, that makes it really easy for me. There's 4 reps for both guys. Lee's starting to pull ahead now slightly. Both reps 5 now. Now Lee with his 6 gets that locked out. Now Charles with his 6 gets it locked out. Now Lee with his 7th and gets that locked out, followed closely by Charles. Both men on 7. Lee now on 8 to break Harley.
30 seconds remaining.
40 seconds and Lee's already on 9 reps. Charles on 8 reps. Lee with a slow eccentric. Charles on 9 reps now. Lee with 10 to tie the lead. So 1 more rep goes into the outright lead. Charles is on 9 reps as well. So 1 more rep to tie that lead, which Charles now has. Both men now have 10. So Ben Aykroyd, Jaden Lang, Charles van Niekerk and Lee Shaw all so far, I think, tied on 10 reps.
And bad from a bunch of nuggets.
Sorry if the drinking ASMR doesn't come through the microphone nicely, but your boy trying to stay hydrated.
James DeGraff.
All right, James DeGraff in the tights and Izzy Barrett in the bouquier hat. 10 reps, still the mark to beat. These Nipsies really love the number 10. But
send our crew chief just ensuring that the talc is wiped off.
So
they are allowed to use talcum powder on their thighs.
Talcum powder on the thighs, but we're making sure it's rubbed off the floor. Both the boys getting strapped in. And both boys being given the go call. So first rep there for James, first rep for Izzy. Izzy walking around with it like it's pretty light. Now both boys go for their 2nd rep. Even pegging now. Izzy Barrett taking a slight lead with his 3rd rep. James with his 3rd rep locked out now as well. Now Izzy Barrett with his 4th and James with his 4th. Really solid start here for both boys. Izzy Barrett with his 5th. James with his 5th as well. Both locked out with 5 now. Izzy Barrett with 6. James with 6. Okay, now we start to slow down. Number 7 for Izzy, number 7 for James. Both really keeping it even here. This is going to be a huge cluster. If anyone can get to 11, they're going to be doing really well. Number 8 locked out for Izzy. Number 8 on the way up for James and locked out for James. Both got 8 reps. 8 reps. It'll put you in about 5th or 6th place. Josh Pataka, 2023, Australia's strongest man, trying to get the crowd fired up. Now both men going for their 9th rep. James gets it locked out. Izzy gets it locked out. That's 9 reps for both of those athletes. So we have 6 athletes on 10 and 9 reps.
We've definitely got a few more reps out
So there is a huge cluster. If any of these men can get to 11 reps, it is huge points. Huge, because so many athletes are going to be sharing points on that 10 and 9 rep number. So Peanut and Alex Caruso, Paddy Griffiths. So Peanut here had a really good showing on the first event.
Let's go, gentlemen.
So 10 reps is that mark to beat. That's the only number that really matters at this point. So Paddy with his first rep. Oh, Peanut's made that look super easy. Peanut goes number 2. Paddy with number 1. Peanut goes number 3. Paddy locking out number 2. Peanut number 4. Peanut number 5. Peanut number 6. Paddy number 3. Peanut number 7. Paddy stuck on 3. Peanut number 8. Peanut with 9. Look at this from Peanut Stewart. There's number 10 for Peanut. This to take the outright lead, and he's just done that. 11 reps on the board. There's number 12 for Andrew Stewart. That's a wild showing. So early with heaps of time left. Patrick is grinding that 4th rep out, and he locks that out. He gets 4. Peanut with 13 reps. Proving to be a really good score here. 14 reps. This is an amazing showing from Peanut. That's 14 reps there from Andrew Stewart to take the event lead with Bryce and James left.
Andrew Stewart, Peanut. Good work there.
The only man to break that deadlock, and anybody else that gets above that 10 rep mark, huge points, because so many people, 4 people are sharing points on 10 reps, and 2 more people are sharing points on 9 reps. So there's going to be a lot of point sharing. The points will be really interesting after this. So the Breisler on your left, and then James Lachon on your right. 14 reps the mark to beat. 10 reps the other important mark. Bryce 1 rep. James 1 rep. Bryce 2. James 2. Bryce 3. James 3, Bryce 4, Bryce 5, James 4, Bryce 6, James 5, Bryce 7, oh yes, gets the thing, and James 8 gets the hitch, not the thing. Bryce going for number 8 and James going for number 7. So James has locked out 7, Bryce has just locked out his 8th. And Bryce has gone a little bit dizzy bye-byes. I think that might be Bryce done for the event. Now James is done with his 8th rep. Can he break that 10? He needs 3 more. 3 more reps on the board to break that mark at 10. Bryce is struggling a bit over there. He's losing a little bit of consciousness, but that's all right. He looks fine now. James going for 9 reps. Can he get a 10th? There's 5 seconds to go. No, he won't try it. He's going to stuck on 9 reps. That is going to be massive for Andrew Stewart when we see the scores. Huge result for Andrew Stewart in that event. He's going to probably take the overall lead. Bryce put in a good showing there for a bad event, for a damage control event. Bryce has done okay. He's still going to lose points because of that big cluster around that 10 and 9 rep range. I think he's just below that with 8 reps.
Third for going 3 ways is Ben Aykroyd. Lee Shaw and Charles Vanderkirk with 10 reps.
So third place, Lee, Charles and Ben with 10 reps.
Jaden Lang with 11 reps.
Jaden actually got 11, so he will be in second, and Peanut with 14 reps. Huge event win.
Come on down, Andy Stewart.
So we're going to cross now to Buddha on the floor. He's going to be interviewing little Andrew Stewart.
Congratulations, mate. That was an awesome... Mate, what's going through your head in an event like that?
My tricep hurts. I like turtles.
My tricep hurts and I like turtles. That's a good one. All right, so, mate, what happened with your tricep before? I saw in the, was it in the Monster Dumbbell, you grabbed it pretty much instantly after that last event. What happened?
I'm suspecting minor tear, but the show goes on, brother. It is what it is.
It is what it is. That's exactly it. Now, mate, well, we got the cliffhanger next. Hopefully the tricep shouldn't play up too much to that, really, should it?
We'll see what happens, man. I think it will, but...
Oh, no. I think it's one of those ones where, you know, your hands will be all right. You got to hold on and just see what happens, eh?
Yeah, she'll be fine, mate.
That's it. It's obviously deadlifts are one of your strengths, would you say?
100%. Love them.
Love them. Now, I think, was it your max deadlift like around 320-ish or so? Like, I can't remember.
340.
340. Sorry, I got that a little bit off, didn't I? All right, well, man, congratulations. Awesome win. I can't wait to see you in the rest of the competition and see what happens, eh?
Thank you very much, my brother. T. Modiora.
That's it. Thank you very much. We'll throw it over to our YouTube and our official Strongman commentary there. Congratulations.
So that was Andrew Stewart. Convincing win in the deadlifts and massive in the scheme of the points before we go into the cliffhanger event, the last event of day one. It's going to be a quick one because the whole field will be going at once. Let's have a look at the scores. We're going to start with the under 73 kilo women's scores. We'll see how that all sort of played out because that was a little while ago now and we didn't do the score updates in between. So we'll get the scores up on the screen. We'll have a look at what's going on in that. So with the event win, Camilla Fogagnolo, and that takes her to the lead. Katie Foster with that second place gets her in second place. Nat Koopman has held on to third and Bev has managed to hold on to fourth despite being the leader after event one. She did drop a lot of points there in the deadlift event. We do have a really tight contest though around all of those podium positions. Everyone is still in play here and everyone's got points on the board except for Maddie, who will get some points on the board in the cliffhanger event. We'll have a look at the under 82 kilo women, see where the scores are with that. I'm just looking up the scoreboard myself. Liz Aitken with a slim lead over Genty and a slim lead over Sarah with 16 points. Simone with a huge performance in the deadlift, getting her up into fourth spot there. The rest of the field still fighting for those positions there, but the four that we were expecting, or Liz, Genty and Sarah, in the lead with Simone nipping at their heels. We'll look at the under 90 kilo men now. So in the 90 kilo class, the leader, Ant Martin, only by 1 point. He won that event, and he took a point off Riley there, where Riley took a point off him in the previous event. So there's only 1 point between them. Then only 1 point to Dakota, who won the event there. Matt Coates with the 14 reps he did. Mitch Bruce Smith on 17, only a point to Dan Guiri on 16, and then Justin Helm with a really good attempt there on the next one. We don't quite have the under 105s just yet. We're still working on the results for those. But everyone scoring points there in the under 90s. We're getting this next event set up. We will get you the 105 points when they are available. We're just working on some disputes, I believe, because there were some no reps given as well. A few of those 105s got a little bit eager on some of their reps. Like I said, dumbbell event, they probably do need to chill out. So we are going to go to an ad break now. We're going to get you the points after the ad break. So see you back here for the cliffhanger event. All right, we've got the cliffhanger event coming up. We might quickly get the under 105 scores up because we haven't had a look at those yet since they finished their event. So we'll quickly get those flashing up on the screen there, just to have a look at where things are. So like I said, huge event there for Peanut, pulling ahead of that huge cluster that we had there, and then working our way down. We've got a lot of guys in that 25 to 21 and a half range. That's not many points, and there's a lot of men in the field, so a lot of points on offer. We're going to flick back to footage of the comp floor now because the girls are getting ready for the cliffhanger event. So this is just a test of will, a war of attrition, seeing who can hang on the bar the longest. So all of them will be going head to head. We will be putting a timer on, but realistically it's somewhat irrelevant because it's just going to come down to who can hang there the longest, who's willing to put up with the most pain. So it's interesting to see.
Not the usual test of strength and strongman. Usually it's farmers, frame. Today, we're hanging on a pole for as long as we can. Rules are really simple in this one. First one to drop loses, last one to hang on wins. You guys come here often? Yeah? You going okay? Yeah, pretty good. Sure? Yeah. Sure about that? Yeah, getting there.
Yeah, you're right. So the girls are all in position. They're all hanging. They're all hanging, and you can't see him with me, which is unfortunate because he is the prettiest man in heavyweight strongman. But I have Mr. Ryan Rulis with me. Welcome, mate.
How are you, bud?
Yeah, good. You?
Yeah, good.
So you looking here for some tips for Australia's Strongest Man in a few weeks' time, mate?
Yeah, that's it. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. How have you been training for this particular event?
To be honest, I haven't been training for it at all yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah, I think probably the next couple of weeks I'll get into it. Grip's pretty good for me to begin with. So
yeah, where'd you place in the? Was it just the farmers last year that was the grip event at Australia's Strongest?
Yeah. So to be honest, I didn't win it. I think I placed just behind Jordan Osborne. 2023, I won that grip event. Yeah, the barbecue hole.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, so that's a more true test of the actual endurance as opposed to because Geordie's fast on his feet.
Yeah.
So that's a good indicator for you.
Yeah, 100%.
You would have been grinning a lot. The first one down is Katie, quickly followed by Maddie Heath there. So Katie Foster, she'll be a bit disappointed with that result. Maddie Heath there. It's interesting that they've got them facing away from each other. I sort of would have liked to face in.
Yeah, for sure.
Kylie followed quickly by Nat Koopman, both down. A minute 30 they've been going on for. How long are you expecting to see in the men's heavyweight?
In the heavyweights, I think anything over a minute and a half would be pretty impressive. Obviously, everyone's body weight is obviously going to be an advantage or disadvantage.
Another 3 down, Lyndon as well down. So the athletes still up. We have Camilla, we have Tanita. No, we don't have Tanita. She's just dropped. So we have Camilla, we have Karen, and we have Lauren McMillan. And Lauren McMillan drops at the same time as Karen Taylor. I don't know which one of those two won. And surprise, surprise, Camilla Fogagnolo takes another event win.
That's it.
I was a bit surprised to see her falter on the dumbbell because normally we're used to seeing 8 out of 8 event wins.
Another event win. We were just talking about this, about enduring pain. How was that one?
Much shorter than my training runs. Yeah, that's slippery. Sorry, boys and girls coming up.
That's slippery, all right. So, well, I tell you what, that was excellent, though. You were just holding on like you're supposed to be. What kind of times were you getting for training?
My best time to date is 3:40. Yeah.
Do you think it's because there's no like knurling on these and it's just like a kind of classic, the black paint that we use here?
No, it's the same powder coat that I've trained on. I think because of the heat, everybody's a little bit sweatier, a bit clammier. Yeah, just a bit slippery.
Yeah, and I also think about it there as well, is that with our athletes, they've just done another 2 events as well, and Otto, I think as well, the stress from the event, like from the competition, like the everybody watching and sweating more and just kind of adrenaline running and all those kind of things affects people as well. What do you reckon?
Yeah, 100%. You'll blow out your muscles just stressing about things. So, yeah, definitely.
That's it. Now, we're coming up to the Fingal's Finger next. How are you feeling about that one?
Yeah, really nervous. Yeah, I guess it'll come down to how it feels in the hands. I have done fingers in a few competitions, but, yeah, they're always different, and the weight, yeah, it's a scary event. I find it, yeah, really intimidating.
I think if we're talking about Fingal's Fingers, was it 2022 that we had Australia's Strongest? I think it was 2022, the Meatstock in Melbourne.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's what, 3 years on. And it definitely, especially with this, the black logs that we have this year compared to the timber ones that we had last time, I think from memory.
Yeah, that's correct. We had ascending weight timber fingers to use. I have no idea how this will feel. I haven't used one of Mason's fingers yet, but I did use a metal one in Scotland at European Pro Strongman back in March last year. I didn't love that either. So, yeah, we'll see.
That's exactly it. Well, congratulations for another win. It's awesome to see you win again. I tell you what, good luck for the Fingal's Fingers. It's going to be a bit of a, beat the draft horse, like you say. All right, mate, congratulations again. Keep it up. No worries, guys. We'll throw it back to the YouTube commentary.
So yet another event win to add to the roster there for Camilla. Mentioning it's a bit slippery in the heat. Is that
definitely?
Yeah,
my hands are clammy today.
Yeah. Is that something you take into consideration? Is there any different play that you would employ there for if it was slippery? Would you put on some hand sanitizer or something? Try and use alcohol to dry the hands out, or would that?
To be honest, I hadn't really thought about it. I'd probably just run with the grip jizz, to be honest. Obviously,
that's alcohol based, isn't it?
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, grip jizz is a product, a liquid chalk product. A few athletes are wearing it right now. Stacey is wearing it. It's the yellow product that you'll see. So it's quite iconic. Comes out of, I think, Affinity. Strongman makes it.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I bought it from Strength Workshop at a comp a couple of years back. Yeah, so
that makes sense because it's British and
the
two Brits own Strength Workshop. But the 82s are all up now. They're all floating around in the air. A lot of them with the eyes closed.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you're going to be an eyes open or eyes closed type person?
Towards the end, definitely eyes closed, but also you want to sort of pay attention to what everyone else is doing around you.
Yeah. Do you reckon you're going to try and look to the... You know what the Meatstock in Sydney is like. Do you reckon you're going to try and look to the crowd and try and find anybody for a bit of inspiration?
No, you won't catch me looking in the crowd. I think that'd throw me off, to be honest.
You and Mac always bring a huge contingent there as well, too.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. No, it'll be a bit of contrast at Sydney, I think, with the lightweights and the heavyweights.
Yeah. That'll actually be funny.
Yeah, I think so.
I hope they bring you all out together. Yeah. And Genty, the first one down quickly, followed by Sally and then Hannah as well. So 3 already down. A minute 20 though, a good time. Sarah's dropped down. That's big for Sarah. That's going to mean big points. And now Liz has dropped down. So all 3 leaders have dropped down. Now Simone Jones could make some big inroads here. Jolene's dropped down.
Yeah.
So now only 4. We've got Emma, we've got Hayley, we've got Stacey, and we've got Simone. Simone could make some big points. Looks like Stacey could be one of the next ones to drop. No, Emma is. Yeah, Hayley, and now Stacey drops as well. So we've got Hayley and we've got Simone, and Hayley Galea has won the event, and she's not actually letting go. She's just, I don't think she knows she's the only one there. She's
got to open the eyes.
Yeah.
No, that's it. Solid.
Do you reckon you're the type that'll keep hanging on if you've already won, or as soon as that last person drops, are you going to drop?
No, that's it. Let it go. Doesn't get you extra points.
Like, Elsa from Frozen, just let it go.
Yeah, she's solid.
Yeah. I did speak about this in the previous event. I saw somebody or a couple of people trying to grip the deadlift, and I thought with a grip event up next, maybe not the play.
Yeah,
even
for
if
sure.
you are naturally an over-under person. And the Fingal's finger is surprisingly tough on the forearms when you get into it. So
how was that?
Be interested to see how.
Expect that at all.
You didn't expect that at all. Well, mate, that was incredible. You just did 2 minutes and 23 seconds with ease. What's your training been like for this one?
Well, I'm coming from a CrossFit background, so I've got a little bit of gymnastics behind me, but like we've just been training to hold on. We haven't been doing any like hangs with weight. We've just been like, okay, go for it, and it obviously helped.
Yeah, so with that CrossFit background, that's probably definitely carried across in terms of the endurance. And I understand that you do a lot of gymnastics work, especially in CrossFit, and a lot of high reps and so on, especially with your pull-ups and kipping pull-ups and all that kind of stuff. It really carries over, I imagine.
Yeah. To be honest, gymnastics is obviously, because I'm doing a strong woman comp, gymnastics isn't my bag. I'm very much a weightlifter, very much a strength athlete. But so that's why I'm so surprised. I'm like, what the hell? Where did that come from?
Well, it's come from somewhere. I guess you're used to enduring the pain and just getting through it, eh?
Yeah. That was my thought process going into this. Like, this is going to hurt. You're just going to have to hold on and go for gold.
That's it. Embrace the suck. Now, when we're coming to the Fingal's finger next, how are we feeling about that one?
Well, we haven't had a lot of goes on it, so it's going to be new and exciting. I've flipped it a couple of times in like one session, and then the first time I tried it, I actually donked it on my head. So, yeah, we'll see how we go. I think it's going to be fun.
So, would you say the goal for this one is get a few reps and don't donk on your head? All right. Well, is there anything you want to say to the folks at home?
Thanks. It's been really fun, and I'm really enjoying myself. So thanks for supporting me.
No worries. All right, we'll throw it across to Sam and our mate over there, and we'll keep on going. Now, next up...
I'm actually beginning to think Buddha doesn't know your name.
Because I cut my hair off.
Ah, that's it, yeah. Why did you do that, by the way? You were going full Aquaman, look like Jason Momoa, and you've just decided to trim it.
Just a bit of speed, mate.
Yeah, that's it. Aerodynamics, yeah. After you lost to Jordan last year in the Farmers, that was the play. Just
that's it.
Trim it down.
100%. Got to get light for this.
Yes.
Make sure I can hold on to the end.
Is body weight a concern at all? Because obviously these guys don't have to worry about the body weight because they've already worried about it. So
I think in the heavyweights for sure. I'm not the lightest, but I'm one of the lighter ones. Obviously, it doesn't pay, to be 160, 170 kilos on this event.
No.
So obviously a little bit more evenly matched for these guys because they're all weight class.
Yeah. Yeah, that will be an interesting factor to consider in both the open weight men's and women's.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially because I think there'll be a bit of crossover between the 82s and the open. I think both Sarah and Liz will be doing the opens as well.
Yeah.
But would you be one of the lighter guys in the field, or who are we looking at? Full grade?
Yeah, Adam's lighter. There's a few new faces, so I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
everyone. I haven't competed with all of them before. The sort of top guys from last year, I'm definitely on the lighter end.
Yeah.
But
what are you weighing at the minute?
130 this morning.
Yeah, okay, so, very light in comparison to a few of the boys.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you know what you were tipping the scales at last year?
About 135.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Tried to keep that reined in a little bit this year. Every other year, sort of more pushing to put weight on, but with the events that we've got this year, I think it'll favour the lighter athlete.
First athlete down already, and Ant Martin now, one of the favourites, is down early. So huge amount of points up, and two more athletes are down as well. So that's Mitch, that's Matt, and that's Chris also down. And also Richard also down. So, and there goes Logan and Tass, surprisingly. And Akash Deep and Riley Talbot. and Justin Heim. Look at Paulie Mammon. Could he win this? He's got that dad strength. It's that dad grip strength that he's just pushing through here with. Can't actually see who's over the other side there. It's the Beasley. Sean Beasley and Paul Mammon, and the event winner is Sean Beasley. His toes are just off the ground there.
14 seconds.
And he's still holding on. They're still going. And that'll do him. So Sean Beasley with an event win there. And that really has thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. All the early drops were the top guys. And now some guys from that middle to bottom field.
Firstly, congratulations for an event win.
Thanks, Bubba. Appreciate it.
Bubba, it's actually put up, but yeah. Anyway. Okay, so guys, what's your event winning, what's the event training supposed to be for this?
I pretty much just hold on to the bar, eh? Weighted hangs and intervals, basically.
So how do you do your weighted hangs? Do you just like have a weight vest on them and chained, or?
Yeah, just chained around the belt.
And how heavy will you be going with that when you were training for it?
60 kilos, I think.
60 kilos. 60 kilo weighted hangs. Jesus. All right, mate. Well, that's quite impressive there. Now, mate, how are you feeling about the Fingal's Fingers up next?
I'm keen as for it, eh?
Keen as? Or are you more keen for day number 2?
Yeah, let's be real.
Yeah, day number 2, a few more moving events. Anyway, man, congratulations for an event win. Strong grip. I wonder where you got that from. We'll throw it over to our commentary team there in the box.
All right, one left. That was impressive, and that really threw a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, for sure. Be interesting to see what happens with the 105s, if it's the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
bigger, slightly heavier, more sweaty gentlemen.
Yeah. I think it's going to do a lot. Like same with the heavyweights and stuff as well. Like it's going to be some of the more static guys. It doesn't really cross over with your grip. You know what I mean? Obviously, some people it does, but this event's definitely a curveball, like from our standard run of events. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What are the different events at the heavyweights compared to this? Because there is a couple of there's 5 or 6 that carry over, but
so we haven't got the fingers. We've got a safe carry and a sandbag to shoulder. I can't remember.
So these guys have got the totem carry.
Yeah,
so
we haven't got the totem carry. Yeah,
it's still a carry.
It's a safe carry. Yeah, so they haven't put specs out on that yet, but I'm assuming it's some sort of block. Safe setup.
And then we have the ladies with the.
They're just raising the bars now because they're no longer little short people. They're going to keep one down for Andrew Stewart and Harley Hughes. How's your training for all the other events been going? Everything started training for those yet?
No, I've been training. Just haven't been training this. I tested this a little bit a couple months back. I think it's one of them things for me that I don't want to train it too much and then just start fatiguing the hands. Grip's pretty good for me, so I think 6-week prep on this will be plenty. Everything else has been pretty good. My weaker events are getting stronger. So deadlift's coming up. Press is not great, but it's coming up. Most of the other events I'm pretty confident in. So haven't competed in power stairs yet, but I think it should be a good event.
It seems like your event. How'd you do in the reverse Fingal's Finger last year, the flagpole race?
I finished it. I went pretty good. I don't know exactly the placing I did. I think it was around 5th, 6th mark-ish. Reasonable, but not an event win. But obviously that was a weird one. Not everyone could train on the implement.
I don't think anybody had access to actually eat until the day. So it is like I like events like that where nobody has access to it. And it's just who's the brute strongest.
100%. Yeah.
So with no Geordie there, who are you looking at
as the big challenges for the title?
I think you can't look past Josh. He's pretty much all well-rounded. I think he's top 3 in almost every event.
He's looking very large and in charge at the minute. So.
Yeah, maybe the hang might. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen his grip, but I imagine the hang will be a little bit harder for him than me. But every other event, he's top 3. Yeah. So him healthy, which he always is, you can't look past him. BJ's looking pretty threatening if he can stay healthy.
That's
I know he's got a few little niggles and stuff.
With BJ is just if he can keep himself together, he's very
freakishly strong.
Yeah,
but obviously him managing the niggles and stuff. Mac hasn't posted a whole lot, but he's in the mix.
Yeah, he gets that white line fever as well.
That's it.
He gets into that auditorium in Sydney.
Yeah, for sure. But
what about that big, tall, young freak from New South
Bradman?
As well?
Yeah. Well, a lot of these events probably suit him, and obviously he's getting stronger. He put up a 200 behind the neck press the other day. It's impressive. So who knows? It's one of them things. It's there's a few new events, a few new faces. Events like this could turn points on its head.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Scramble up that lead.
Yeah, and the safe carry as well. The distance carries are always, all it takes is somebody having a slightly wrong grip, and all of a sudden they.
Or even in weather like this, like clammy.
Yeah.
Someone that's a favourite could make a simple mistake. But it should be good.
Very excited for that. So that's May. Is it 9 and 10?
Yeah. Yep.
9 and 10, and then the 11th is I think as well the
Masters.
The Masters.
Yep.
So the lightweights and the heavyweights on the 9th and 10th of May, and then the Masters on the 11th.
Yep.
Pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah.
For those watching at home. So you can get yourself along to Meatstock Sydney if you're missing out on all the action here. You can get yourself there in May. Plenty of time to get tickets, if there is any left actually. Usually sells out.
Yeah, Sydney gets pretty packed.
Yeah.
It did last year,
Yeah, that joint was jumping.
It was. It was good.
Got some good videos out of that too with the car flip.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
And that was another one of those events that just no idea how anyone was going to go. I think poor old Josh Bourne had to go out first, and everyone watched him and went, that's...
Yeah. I think, you're right. As it progressed, everyone sort of learnt from the previous mistake.
Yeah.
So that's obviously the advantage of winning the event before.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're setting the bars super high here for a lot of the 105s, just so that none of their little feet touch the ground. Who are you here with, mate? Who are you
James Leeshan.
Yep. Are you coaching him or just, just
so
wrangling him for the day?
Yeah. We're both coached by Lee Shaw.
Yep.
Obviously, Lee's competing, but obviously he comes, supports me at my comp, so I come with him. But also I wanted an inside scoop on some of these events.
Yeah, it's the best way to do it. I did it last year with the flagpole raise.
Yeah, definitely.
Able to get a couple of reps in.
Yep.
On the night of the Bendigo show. So, because they're a bit interesting. Have you tried a deadlift like that before?
Nah. I was hoping once this all closes down, I was going to play around with it.
Yeah. Just throw a couple of heavyweights in there, put Buddha and Josh or something.
Yeah, for sure.
How heavy is the one at ASM? Is it 300?
300, yep.
Looks like the that sort of 14, 15 rep mark is the mark to sort of beat.
Cardio event.
Judging by today, yuck.
Yeah. Hopefully that suits me a little bit better than a max. But, we'll soon find out.
Yeah. Well, May's coming up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is.
What have you got, 7 more weeks, 8 more weeks?
Yeah, 7 or 8 weeks, I'm pretty sure, yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's coming quick.
Have you done a Fingal's Finger? Did you do that in 22 or you weren't there yet?
I wasn't there. I come in 23. I've done a Fingal's Finger in a New South Wales comp.
Yep.
It's a good event for me, obviously being a taller athlete. Haven't had the chance to do it at an Australia strongest comp yet.
Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's sort of favours the taller, more leverage you can put into it, and some shoulder power.
Yeah, definitely.
Which it does concern me for Camilla next event, actually.
Yeah.
Given if she's both her shoulders are shot, trying to reef that thing overhead.
Yeah.
Might pose some problems. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion just yet, this show.
Yeah. I think for is it Michael Stewart, Peanut?
Yeah,
he's
Andrew,
or Andrew. Yeah, he tweaked his tricep as well, so that could be a curveball for him.
Yeah,
obviously, he got the event win on the last one, so
he'll get to go last. But hopefully he can get a rep at least. But I do actually agree. I don't see him having a very nice time of it.
Yeah,
just with a torn tricep if it is. Yeah. You can sort of try and shoulder it over, but eventually leverage gets the better of you when when you get down near the bottom of the Fingal's finger. The benefit, I think, is that it's the same weight. It's not, you're not doing a light and then a heavier and then a heavier. It's the same weight, so he's, if he gets one, you can maybe get two.
Yeah.
Yeah, being the event leader, he'd want to have a good showing here.
Yeah, definitely.
Want to have a good showing here, but this could, again, it's such a huge field.
Yeah.
So if someone drops early, it means big points, and if you can hold on longer, you can come up from all the way through the middle of the field.
Yeah, definitely.
Just so unpredictable.
Especially, like you said, with 17 or 18 athletes, one little mistake can blow the comp out for you, like points wise.
Yeah. It's always tough with these sorts of events that are two sort of maxed distance or endurance events with this and the and the totem pole hold.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging around.
No, Buddha.
Easy one to do.
I was really hoping we'd get through the whole event with without somebody making a hanging around joke, but Woody's just managed to ruin that for us. So all these 105s, very keen to get up there. They were hanging around for a fair while.
Yeah. One of them's already hanging.
That's Peanut. He had 1 foot there.
Oh, did he?
The time is running.
There's a few swinging, your mate, Mr. Lechon. Swinging a bit.
Yeah.
And he's gone the thumbless, which is interesting. Is that something you guys talked about?
I've trained it as well, thumbless. I think, I suppose, your preference, I guess. I think with your thumbless, you can get your hand further around the bar. Rather than the weight being in your
30
fingers.
seconds right now, gentlemen.
Each their own. Most of them are with the thumbs.
Has Charles actually gone to sleep? I think,
Yeah,
Charles Van Nick
looks like it.
might have actually just dozed off. That's hilarious. You guys can't see it from the camera angle we've got, but over the other side, he's actually just resting his head on his shoulder. Interesting, Ben Aykroyd, the only one with wrist wraps on. The wrist wraps, obviously, people tighten them. For those at home, they'll tighten them really tight, not to protect the wrist, but to actually force the tendons in the end of your wrist, which are responsible for bending your fingers, to stay bent. Jaden Liang, so there's Lee Shaw, your mate, dropping down first. That's Coach. And Andrew Stewart as well. So we thought that might happen. And there goes Alex Caruso and James Lechon and Charles and God, everyone's going now. Aykroyd, Charles, Oxenham, Tom Winter.
Jaden's off.
Jaden's down, as is Izzy. Is
that Bryce?
Bryce is down now. So we've only got 2 left.
Keep on holding on, Justin. Keep on holding on.
So we've got
Keep on going.
Justin over the far side, and this is Jason Midgley, closest to us.
Minute 55.
This is intense. This win would mean a lot to Jason, I think, as well. I think that's Jason up there. Yeah, it is. Yep. Jason Midgley. Got Justin. The arms seem to be bending for Justin, and Jason Midgley takes the event win.
He's got it for the win. At 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Definitely scrambles the points.
That will. They're going to have to go to video on that. They are videoing all of these, so that the time of the event is actually irrelevant. They're going back to video. We're going to go to Jason now on the floor with Budini.
All right, Jason, congratulations firstly on an event win. How did that one feel?
Surprising, considering I hadn't trained it. So happy with the result.
So for those that are sitting home, remember, don't train for it, okay? All right, mate, how are you feeling for the Fingal's Fingers?
Probably my best event, actually. It's one I practiced the most. It was a real learning curve to it and just reps on reps, and I've got it pretty down pat and got an idea of how many reps I'm going to have and just try to get those out. And yeah, feeling good.
That's it. Well, congratulations to another event win. I'll let you get your breath back and get ready for Fingal's Fingers, our last event of the day. Congrats again, man. And plenty of vital points there, especially when we're coming into our under 105s. So that concludes our cliffhanger of an event. And we will be beginning the Fingal's Fingers. I'm going to check with our crew what time we're going to be starting in.
All right, that is that event. What do you think of that, mate? That's going to scramble the points big time.
For sure. It's we'll be looking at the scorecards after this.
Yep, I'll be bringing those up very, very shortly.
Yeah.
I'll let you go, mate. I'll let you go chat to your athlete, James.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
Dry the sweat off. So,
yeah.
Thank you very much for joining me, mate, and best of luck for Australia's Strongest Man.
Cheers, brother. See you, mate.
See ya.
Grab a refreshment.
All right, so I think we might have some scores. No, not yet. We do have to go to the video on the scores. So we're going to roll to an ad break. We'll be back with the scores and the Fingal's Fingers very, very soon. See you shortly. All right, we are back at Meatstock Bendigo 2025 with our middleweight finals. I have Tyson Morrissey with me. How you doing, mate?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you for joining me.
Absolute pleasure. Happy to be here. Happy to be watching.
Amidst a busy day of coaching, mate, you are taking on yours and Lee's clients? Or?
Yeah, so Lee's competing today. So I wouldn't say take on. The guys are pretty self-sufficient and girls are very, very, very self-sufficient. I think like a lot of the athletes, when they get to this level, it's not their first rodeo. Do you know what I mean? They know what they're doing, but just making sure everyone's happy, everyone's doing their thing, and everyone knows what's going on. So, yeah, I think we've got 17 in the field.
17 between the two of you.
Yeah.
Greedy bastards, you two.
No, but everyone's doing really well. Like, you know, good events, bad events. The hang definitely mixed things up for some of the crew. But yeah, I think everyone's done pretty well and had a pretty good day.
That's really thrown a spanner in the works, that hang. I think it flipped the 90s and the 105s field. We might actually have a look at that now. I've got some scores ready to go. We've reviewed the footage. We'll get the 73 kilo women up. No surprise there on top. But Karen Taylor, is she one of yours?
She is my client, yes. Coming second behind Camilla is definitely like a... quite a feat because we pretty much count that as first, right?
Yeah. At this point, yeah. But then, only half a point.
It's very tight.
Lauren McMillan.
Which we knew. We sort of knew that, like, all those girls would be very tight. Like, you got Karen, Lauren, Nat, Annalise as well, and Katie Foster's a really good, generally in under 64. So those girls, those 5 girls, are going to be going back and forth. It's only 3 events down. We've got 5 more events. So they're going to be going head-to-head for the rest of the weekend, bar Camilla, who we can probably assume will be at the head of the pack for the rest of the weekend too.
The one caveat, though, is she said she's got some banged-up shoulders. And the Fingal's finger, if that doesn't go her way, if she's got some crunchy old shoulders, that could put her back in the field.
I think with a 10% handicap, Camilla's still the best in the country by about 90%. So
yeah.
I think she'll be fine. I get it. 100%. Like, I don't think it'll stop her too much. She's a pretty gritty competitor, and she is just cut from a different cloth. Do you know what I mean? She's a world-class athlete. She's the best, one of the best in the world. So, yeah, if not the best at the moment. So it'd be hard to look past her, you know.
Yeah. And then the under 82s. So you've got a few in this field as well. Liz, only half a point ahead of Simone. That's That hold didn't actually impact Sarah as much as I thought it might.
Yeah, Sarah definitely lost a lot of points in the hold. Liz is Lee's, Sarah's mine, and Simone is also Lee's. So all three girls, team girls, all three doing very well. We knew that all three would be going back and forth. Like that class is...
This is Simone's first foray into strong woman, isn't it?
Not her first actual comp.
No, obviously she had to qualify
her first
for
finals and stuff like that. Yeah, this is her first national level competition, and so far, she's so strong. She's very strong, and she has the grit that translates over very well. So I think you'll definitely see those three girls at the top go back and forth, but you're going to see Genty as well sort of come into that behind the neck press with a weightlifting background and do very well, and some of these moving events maybe. She's still very fresh to it, but she's really got good potential, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes. She'll nab some points along the way, but whether she can stick with those other three girls as they climb will be interesting.
Yeah, and now let's see what this has done to the 90s, because I'm actually very intrigued.
90s is good.
I don't know where this will have left us. So Riley's managed to hang on to lead. Ant Martin has slipped down a little bit.
Very interesting.
Ant Coates there. But all of these boys, this is a very close field.
All weight classes, besides obviously Camilla out the front in the 73s, are very, very close. I think it's going to be too hard to tell almost the whole way through. Riley does look like the favourite in the 90s, though.
He does. Now, we'll have a look at the 105s now, because this will have been thrown all over the place. Peanut was leading before, and he's now dropped down to third. Bryce Purton back in the lead. That's big with a shoulder-dominant event in the Fingal's Fingers,
good
and
events.
then the behind-the-neck press for Bryce, which you pencil in as a win.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say right up there. Pretty reasonable events tomorrow for him as well. Andrew Stewart's one that I think people have counted out because they forget who he is, but he's an OG, so he's a strong fella. And then
his only problem is that tricep. If he has hurt it, then this and the overhead press might prove to be difficult. But he showed his class in that deadlift.
But also still really tight at the top. You've got Bryce pulling away here, but you've got 32 all the way through to 28.5 between Charles, who's one of those other guys who's always up on that podium. So it's very close as well.
4 points, even all the way down to Lee with 23 seconds, 23.5 points. That's a really tight field. Now, we're going to see the field also thrown around a fair bit here with regards to the order of things. So Katie Foster coming out first for the under 73 kilo women.
Big hurt for her on the on that hold as well, coming last. It's a big drop in that field. And being a shorter athlete and a lighter athlete, be interesting to see how she goes with this. Because she is.
We have lost the weights over on one side of the competition. I don't know whether they didn't tighten the collar on Dan's side or whether they just lost the weight. So Katie's getting over here with her first rep.
She hits one rep. She's definitely looking gassed after that. That was a lot of work for her.
Yeah.
There.
This will be interesting because the whole sort of 73 kilo field is a bit shorter, which on the Fingal's finger isn't ideal.
No, obviously being taller is definitely a big advantage here, but Katie also usually competes in the 64s internationally, so it is the weight class above her, and she's a little bit smaller than some of the other 73 girls.
Yeah. So it might have nearly had to do a bit of a catching job there.
Recalibrate here, Dan. Bring the intensity, bring some aggression.
Tyson just doing a bit of coaching here because Dan had the unfortunate incident of getting a flip over and his weights bailed out the end.
It's really hard as an athlete when you come out with the intensity and you're zoned in and something like that happens to try and come back and recreate that. It's not really as fair or as easy as just putting the load back in and going out.
No, again. When you get to that level of peak arousal and you're ready to throw things around, especially something like this event that is a little more animalistic. It's
less
not
skill-based. You have to be aggressive with it and you have to move. So that's a bit of that is a little bit of an unfortunate one for Dan there, because after that, his Katie and himself have just come last in the hang. They need points here on the board. They'll be coming out here to have a dip. So
yeah, we'll be interested to see how they play this, because obviously they did similar thing at the Arnold Classic where this was obviously an athlete error, but they let one of the athletes go after everyone.
Yeah,
it looks like they're going to make him jump straight back in. wonder if they count the rep.
Mr. Trottier.
Tyson might just dip in and out. He's coaching.
Yeah, sorry. He is one of my clients, and like I definitely feel for him because I know if that was me and I'd gotten under that bar and gone and hit one rep and brought myself under that and then have to go straight back into it, like my next attempt would not be as good.
No, no. And it does depend on where you would have placed through. You know, if you're just going to get a one rep, you might just
100%,
out. But I think he looked pretty confident and strong with it. So
that was a good first. Yeah, it was a really good first rep. So super unfortunate.
Anyway, so next we have Matty Heath.
So we've got Matty Heath in this lane. Just making sure everything is fixed in. I've never actually seen that happen with a Fingal's finger.
You haven't seen it happen?
Not.
It happens in ours quite often, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
You got to make sure you got the right collars in, or the screw collars. But even after a few reps, they tend to sort of loosen off a little bit sometimes. We usually pop a couple collars in there if we if it is happening, because they too tend to, it's a high impact weights in there. They like we've got this exact finger in the gym, and it does happen a little bit. I don't think there's a perfect set.
Did you do the Australia's Strongest in 22 when they had the series?
No, but I did test the logs. I went up to Castlemaine before ASM to test the loads and stuff like that, and they're fun. Those wooden Fingals are great.
Obviously, they have less of an opportunity of anything bursting
100%.
out, but unfortunately, at this level, you've got to be able to load them.
Yep.
So that's a great start from Dan to come back from it bursting out there. Now, the moment of truth.
And look, accidents do happen in competition.
It's made through. So Matty's struggling a bit here, but Dan doesn't look too phased. He's looking like he's really powering through.
Dan's got such strong shoulders. You'll see him tomorrow in the Flintstone press. Go from a front rack.
Yep.
He's an under 90 guy with a 150, 160 push press, so on a barbell. So he's a very strong presser.
Matty's still struggling. But Dan go for rep number 3 here. You could see it in his dumbbell. He was a very stand and deliver upright kind of strict press. There was no dip under the weight. It was just straight up.
I think if Dan can get 4 or 5 reps here, he'll be poised pretty well, to be honest.
I think so. I think this is a really good score from him. That's 4 reps all the way over. A 5th rep would really, really put some distance on the field. And Matty calling it a day there. She won't register a score.
He's got some time, but this is where it starts to get hard.
This is the hard part. He stopped walking 3 seconds. He's not going to get this rep over. It's from the moment it hits the tyre, the thing. But I think
4 reps is still going to be solid, but that 5th rep would have done. Like if you think a rep every 15 seconds on that as it's getting harder, that first one moves pretty quick, but if you can keep that cadence up, it's going to be a pretty good score. So, Ant came into this as one of the favourites also, so be interesting to see how he goes. He's got a reasonable push press, like a strict dirt press too.
Yeah. One of the taller athletes in the 90 kilo field.
Yes.
Kylie Davis, probably the opposite, one of the shorter athletes in the 64 kilo field. So we'll see how the 73 kilo fields. But Anth makes pretty short work of that, and Kylie's got hers up. Now it's about just walking through. Looks like Kylie's going to get her rep over. Anth straight into his 2nd rep as well. And Kylie gets her rep over, so that's a point there for her.
That Fingal finger for the females in that 73 class is heavy. It is definitely a challenging one.
Well, it's 67 kilos, but I don't know how to put it into words how heavy that might be.
Yeah.
So now that's Anth with 3 reps. So 4 would tie.
I think we might see a few ties in this event, to be honest.
Is it down to stopwatch? I think there's split times. I think so.
Which will be, it's almost essential, because otherwise you will get a lot.
So there's 4 reps for Ant. He hasn't quite beaten the winning time so far. So if there is a split time, then he'll be in 2nd place.
Getting some vital points.
It's interesting because normally we would sort of say that the first of the group are going to be generally the trailing athletes, maybe the weaker of the group, and the last athletes are going to be strong. But after that hang off, actually some of the athletes who are at the bottom of the scoreboard did the best on the hang.
Yes, and it's interesting with, depending on the structure of the events, you might be going from a strength into a weakness. So you might find, Koopman gets under and gets walking with that.
Koopman doing a pretty good job. Our triathletes crossover from WA. I think a little bit of trouble there on that first one.
Yeah, Mitch trying to be explosive and trying to sort of speed through it. I don't know about the two-handed approach. He's sort of got to walk it rather than throw and catch with two hands, I think. And he's sort of worked that out now that he's
done
got
a pretty
that
good
second
job
rep
there
over.
to get that second rep. I think he's going to have a hard time getting a third in the time. Nat doing a great job here, though. She is absolutely moving with this. Also another very good presser.
Yes, yeah, showed that in the dumbbell. She monstered that, and she's staying with it as well. She's staying composed under it, which I think is what Mitch is lacking a bit, just a bit of that composure to stay with it. And she's not rushing here. She knows she's going to get it over and does very well at that. So
it's a tough implement, and if you sit there for too long, it does get a little bit challenging. But if you can stay locked in and make sure you're pressing into it, and not letting it come back to you.
Not getting greedy either and trying to take too big of a stride with those hands.
Yeah, it's good at the start, but as it gets heavy, you need to just make sure that you're edging it up and taking those advantages where you can.
So 3 reps there for Nat. I think that puts her in the lead.
Truly, yeah, for sure.
And Chris
Time to go, guys.
over the other side there.
With a minute to win
They're
it.
both up to the shoulders. Chris gets it up with that press, and he's moving down it fast. He's sort of going a limp technique, keeping that left hand in front of the right. But gets it over.
Almost a slip there.
Jeez. Just turned off traction control around the corner. And he's halfway up. This is where it starts to get
doing a good job, but he is starting to have a hard time. And this is where that footwork really makes a big difference. You can see him struggling with the footwork.
He's got the feet both directly underneath him. It's actually started to come back at him. And yeah, he loses it halfway there. I think the feet just got a little too close underneath him there.
Yeah, it starts to get a little bit more challenging because you need to be using your weight to drive into the finger. You don't want to get too far underneath it either and be pressing vertically. You want to drive your body weight into the finger.
He's had a tough day.
So that's Chris's day done as well. So Annalise Bevan and
great dumbbell for Annalise.
So took the win in the deadlift, Matt Coates.
Matt's coming second currently on the leaderboard too. So this will be interesting to see how he goes. He's strong posterior chain, probably not the strongest overhead presser, but he's got a good engine.
And Riley Talbot, the leader, is one of the shorter, the more diminutive under 90s. And Bev makes light work of that. Bev's got very good overhead as well.
Yeah, she does.
Came out and dominated that dumbbell press. So Matt getting through his second rep. So that's the 4 reps we saw at the start still holding up.
Yeah, I really do feel like 4 or 5 reps will be like the number to beat. So that's a good start for Dan on there. And for Ant with a 3.
So this to tie with Ant for the 3rd rep.
20 seconds though on the clock. So if he gets it done before the 10-second call, he might sneak ahead. And he'll want to do that to make sure he stays ahead.
So he'd want to push it over as well. Yeah, so it'll come down to a stop of the hand.
Close,
so
yeah, very, very close.
Don't think Bev's going to get this over in time, unfortunately. Gets out safely.
Very thoughtful. Next up, we have Rob Fasoni. And then we have Lyndon.
So Lyndon's one of the taller 73s. So we should see how she goes here.
And Rob's one of the taller 90s, actually.
Yeah,
so we've got a tall heat here, these two. Lyndon struggling to get it up. Rob, no problems at all. He's motoring through that first one.
I mean, like we said, one of the taller athletes, leverage goes a long way.
And Lyndon might just not have the shoulder power here.
No, that's the other component to it, right? You need both of those things.
Rob's got the timing of that.
He's doing a great job with his footwork and his hands at the same time.
Of that catch
really
when
smooth.
he throws up and catches and gets it straight up into the overhead position. So there's 2 down for Rob.
30 seconds remaining.
And just slips there. And this is where people don't realise the Fingal's still holding it in that position, does tax the forearms.
The clean actually does. The clean gets very hard. It starts to slow down a little bit. That catch starts to get a bit challenging and it's slippery. It's a powder-coated steel tube.
This is a quick one too. Now he's got it up and over.
10,
Probably edged those other boys out a little bit on the time.
Yeah, looks like he might have done himself a bit of a mischief with his right shoulder there.
I have to say, I did the Fingal finger this week for the first time in a while. My upper chest was blown up. If he's touching that because he's just a bit pumped, I tell you what, I left that Fingal finger session feeling jacked and very sore, to be honest.
How is the pec, mate?
Pec's better, yeah.
Last time we saw you compete, wasn't it?
LDS. On my opening log, which is a bit heartbreaking, but that's fine. We move on, we move forward.
That was about a year ago now.
Yeah, about 12 months ago. I don't think I did log for the first time last week since then, which was quite fine. So
it's a lazy 130 for you, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, I rolled in pretty much like this and had to play around. It was supposed to be a deload week, but it felt nice and cruisy.
You've found the secret, mate. You got the dad strength now.
Yeah, something. But also, I break like a dad, but I don't sleep. So guys are doing pretty well here.
This is good
Both
from
looking
Lauren.
for a tough first rep. Lauren getting the first rep over. She's done a great job.
Logan's got himself in a tough spot here. I think he'll manage to get it over. Oh, no, it's coming back down.
And if you miss that one rep, that's going to be mentally taxing. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's your day done, I think, on that finger.
Yeah, Logan won't stop trying, but at this point, it's going to be very tough for him to
go
to get back under.
Lauren's had a great first rep.
We're coming up to 15 seconds.
Let's go, Lauren.
Logan, get a rep. Come on,
Lauren getting back underneath, but the time is going.
10 seconds. I don't think Jace is going to get this rep here.
4, 3, 2, and 1. That's time.
Logan's just doing a static hold there.
Logan, sorry. Yeah, I said Jace, I think. Yeah. I think they were trying to figure out between him and Josh how to actually get it down to the ground because he couldn't go any further forward, he couldn't go any further back.
It's our local arborist. It's Big Taz.
So Taz and Karen, I think the scores to beat, 4 on the men's side and 3 here on the women's side.
30 seconds. Karen looking for 1 to 2. Taz should be all right at this, I think.
I mean, it's almost like climbing a tree.
Yeah.
And he's proven it. Look at him. He's climbing for coconuts. Look at him go. This is really in his element.
We'll see if he can keep pushing it here.
So Karen's just going to be
battling here, just edging
stable.
it up and edging it up. But she's sticking with it. Now we were able to get 1 in training, so if she can get 1 here, I think it's a good win. But she'll need to keep driving into it just that last little bit.
Taz has 2 on the board now. He's going for a 3rd. And he's
that's
moving
a quick
fast
3rd
through
time
them.
too. If she can get that done in a reasonable time here.
He's gotten that. He's gotten some good
that's edging out the other boys. That'll be a 2nd spot here so far.
20 seconds to remain.
20 seconds. So how fast did Dan get his 4th rep in? He got it in a decent time.
Yeah, right on that time.
This will be interesting. He's going to get the 4th over. He's not going to get a 5th, but he's going to tie for 4 reps.
Definitely coming in 2nd now if they're timing it.
And time.
I think Dan, he was almost 5 reps there, so.
Yeah. Dan got the 5th one up. So you assume he had some time.
Almost. Well, he probably just missed that pad by about 1 second.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So Cam with her shoulder, see how she goes here. But I would imagine that she's in warm-up. She looked pretty good here with that press, and that's very nice. So you can see how she's
shaking
sort
a
of
bit
monkey
side to
bars and
side.
swings. Yeah.
Oh, Camilla's had a drop. She is okay.
Interesting. So Camilla's dropped. Justin's got that up, and he's slowly edging it forward, edging through there.
Camilla will want at least 1 rep here.
Yeah, she's going to get this one. That one's gone over, so she's got 1. She's shaking her head. She's not happy with it, so she will be going for a 2nd.
No, and as she goes up, it does get hard. Do you know what I mean? Like, as you're driving in, there's a nexus point where it starts to get easier, but there's a point right underneath that Fingal where
she's found her groove now. She's worked it out.
Bit of rhythm, finding the angle that you need to run, like use that leg drive into.
10, 9.
She's got 10 seconds. I don't know if she's going to get it over in time.
5.
Oh, it's going to come right down to the wire. No, not quite.
1. And that is time. Oh, close.
I thought she was going to actually leave it directly upright like a caber for that.
I mean, that was essentially 3 reps. Do you know what I mean? Like that first rep, she was like right there. So
yeah,
heartbreaking for her. And then obviously that 4th as well. So she did a lot of work there.
Maybe she was just doing it so she could give the other girls a chance to talk to Buddha.
I don't know. Have you met Camilla?
Yeah.
I don't think so. She's not giving an inch if she doesn't have to.
No.
Riley Talbot up next.
Riley Talbot, the strongest shoulders in the game here for the under 90s, I think.
Really?
So they'll start in 10 minutes.
Definitely statically. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got Bryce, who is super strong overhead, but like Riley's got a really strong, like strict static strength.
Yeah. He is struggling with the height aspect of it.
Yes, but also one of the shorter athletes. Probably why he's got the great strict static strength though, right? You give some, you get give some, you get some.
Short little arms. But he has got 2 reps. He's found his groove there.
He is driving into it really
that
well.
That second one was a lot better than the first. So there's 2 reps for him. Now 3 reps gets him in 3rd place if he gets it over pretty fast, which it looks like he's going to do. And there is time for that 4th to see if he can sort of draw level with Tass and Dan.
15 seconds remaining.
He's not going to have enough time to get that over.
No. He took a little bit too long in the transition there.
9, 8,
yeah,
7,
put it back down.
6,
Good decision.
5.
I think that's a smart call. It's you know, you can see the experienced athletes when they're willing to walk away from an event.
You know that it's probably going to take you a bit longer when you're gassed out than 15 seconds. Keish coming up next is one of the taller 90s as well, so and obviously did pretty well on that hang.
He is a very tall operator. He's probably got a weight class to move up for sure.
Yeah.
When he spends a bit more time in the sport.
I think he started in the 105s, to be honest.
Oh, did he? And he's moved back down.
Dropped back a little bit. Probably a light 105 because he did our comp. I think he did Battle on the Bay or something like that at 105.
Ah, yep.
How many reps did he get?
I think get more time under the belt, more of those gym lifts, you know, pack on some size in the legs and the shoulders and the back and everything, and fill out that physique. Or he could just stay in under 90 and be a lanky 90 like Ram. There's 2 good reps there.
That is very good job. He's got a good rhythm here too. He's moving well.
Now this last one, I'd be interested to see. He should really make an effort to not just let it fall over, but actively push it over. He let the last one fall over.
15 seconds remaining.
15 seconds. So this
push it.
10, 9.
Oh, that's all right. He's good.
Yeah, he did. Good.
3 pretty good there. 3 good reps from a tall athlete. Well
situate him in 5th or 6th somewhere in that
reasonable
field.
Outcome there as well.
All right.
Little Paulie.
So Paul coming 2nd in the hang on that last event.
We have Paul Man 1.
Yes.
And then we should have one other in the 90s, I believe, who came first.
Yeah, I'm just trying to scan for who it was.
I feel like this will be a challenging one for Paul.
Does he have access to it? Does he train it?
He has used it at the gym. He's come down for it, but it's not going to be easy.
Come on, push it out. That's it, mate. Come on.
He's had a ripper. He has had a ripper first day. So if he can get 1 rep here and at least hold some points and not zero it, I think that'll be a good outcome. But it doesn't look like he's got enough in the tank here to get that done today.
No, it does. Does look like he's struggling a bit with it there.
Dig deep, brother. Let's go. Come on.
He knew it was going to be a tough event, but I maybe don't think he thought it was going to be quite this tough. So.
When you get to this level, it's a very big weight, and he's typically Paul dejected.
He'll be shadowed with that because he was having a really, really good day. He was up there in the rankings. He'll take a bit of a hit there.
Right, so it's Sean Beasley, who
actually haven't heard much about Sean.
No, he's put in a decent showing today, and this could be an event for him to really make up some ground on the top guys. If he can get that 3 rep mark, because that's where the cluster is.
Yeah, that is where the guys are. And, you know, if we are looking at the split times, then it'll just come down to who gets it done the fastest. You know.
We have 3 athletes.
But it is what you're saying that the field kind of flipped, and Dan's 4 reps has held true right to the very end.
I actually think that, like, if you looked at the scoreboard, everyone who won the hang was probably lower, if not the last on the leaderboard, to be honest.
It did almost just reverse.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, you have Jason who won in the 105s, who was down the bottom of the 105s at that point. Very big reverse card going all day.
So Beasley gets 2 reps, gets spat out by the third, but he's okay.
There's still a reasonable outcome there for him as well.
So I think Nat Koopman and Dan might have won that.
Yep, I believe so, which is good for Dan after a loss, after like losing a hang and dropping down the scoreboard a little bit. But like Matt Coates, I believe will be sort of sneaking up on Riley there as well when we see the scoreboard, because he sort of would have come second or third there. Riley just back a little bit.
Just looking to Buddy. Is Buddy with either of the winners? I don't know if he is.
Mr. Dan Guari. Congratulations to Mr. Guari, wherever he is. I'll catch him in a second.
Buddy will grab him. How do I lose a Buddha?
You know what? I don't know where he is either.
He's right in the middle there.
Where's Buddha?
Camouflaging amongst all the other athletes.
It's congratulations to Nat Koopman.
So it was just confirmed. Dan and Nat won their respective categories.
To Dan and Nat, wherever you may be.
Are we expecting to see you back in this 105 field anytime soon, mate?
Yeah, maybe, potentially, maybe next year, depending on how the cards play.
Oh, yep.
I'm flying over to Virginia in 10 weeks for PSL.
Oh, yep.
So doing the Pro Strongman League over Virginia Beach, 10 events, 2 days, pretty heavy. Starts with a 280 squat.
280 squat, straight
280
away.
squat for reps, first event. There's a 360 yoke into 140
we'll
log
flick over
reps.
to Dan, actually.
Yeah, great.
Oh, no, we won't. They don't have vision on him. So that's right. So you were saying 280
the last times, but you know, this is one of those things of experiences. How is your training for this coming up to this competition?
Pretty poor, probably about 60% of a prep, and I maybe trained Fingals about 3 times, I think.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes like getting technique down can be a bit tough. But odd enough, it's just more, you know, when it's kind of pulling it all together, I think is just that coordination thing is odd enough. It's not actually a strength, like, you know, like a maximal kind of strength kind of push, but it's just awkward. And, you know, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a funny one. It's hard to describe. Just had a bit of making up to do after the grip one, though, so I'm pretty happy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Well, you got the fastest time with the 4 reps. I think you're about 5 or 6 seconds faster than all the other fellas. So probably goes down to your conditioning and so on, and kind of coming ahead of there.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thanks.
No worries, mate. Congratulations. That's event number 4 done for you. I'll tell you what, rest and recover. And you're going to be coming into tomorrow pretty hot. We'll see what we can do, eh?
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
No worries. All right, I'll have Nat Koopman come join me. So Natalie was successful in getting the most reps there as well. I think it was 3 reps you got? Yeah. So that bet everybody there. How was training for this one for yourself?
Pretty good. I got 5 in training, but it was a bit shorter. So yeah, no, happy with the 3. Like the floor was a bit slippery, so it was nice to get 3.
Yeah, it's like we try and mitigate the floor, but obviously being concrete, it's one of those ones where a little bit of dust and a little bit of chalk can kind of go a little bit eerie in some ways. I mean, it also depends what kind of shoe you have on as well. I mean, when you're in a normal gym, you usually have just the rubber matting and so on, or, you know, turf or so on. So to come into just bare concrete can be a little bit tough, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, no, definitely. But it was like just sort of adapting and learning to go with the flow, really.
That's exactly it. With Strongman, it's definitely about it. Was it adapt? Was it improvise, adapt, overcome?
Yeah, something like that.
That's exactly it. So with 4 events done today, what's going to be happening tonight? Just going to be rest, refuel, and so on?
Yeah, get some food in, not too much, and just rest, recover, come back for tomorrow nice and strong.
That's it. No beers tonight. All right, mate. Great work again. We'll look forward to see you compete tomorrow.
Yep, sounds good. Can't wait.
No worries. Cheers, mate. Rest up. All right, guys. We'll be beginning our under 82 ladies over on this side, and we will have the under 105 gentlemen going in a second. I think it's going to be an interesting one. Odd enough, the coordination that comes through. Sometimes I'll find for some
So too deserving of everyone is there. It's nice to see didn't affect Dan at all. He just the mental fortitude's got to sort of please you there.
Dan's an interesting one. He hasn't had the best prep. He actually works for I guess like Parks and Recreation would be the equivalent here. Like I don't know what we call it here, to be honest. Actually, at the moment, it's eluded me, but basically he's been out there fighting fires in WA for the last 8 weeks, and he'll get called out for 4 days in a row and go out there and fight fires because it's fire season, and then come back. You have to do burn-offs and stuff. So his training has been hit and miss, and you know what? Every year, middleweights is in March, and their fire season is this season. So we sort of just pulled the trigger, and I said, you know, if you don't come this year, you're just never going to come, because it's always a bad time. So he hasn't had the best training run, but I said sometimes that's good. Sometimes low expectations. When you're strong, he's a strong guy. Low expectations and coming in to just see how it goes is, honestly, sometimes it goes better.
Yep. And sometimes with those events that like are less technically proficient, like if Bryce didn't train for the dumbbell, he'd still be good at dumbbell, but not press 130, not winning the event.
No,
you know?
no,
Whereas,
100%.
Jason said he didn't train at all for the grip. Dan said he hardly trained for the Fingals. Like
Grip's
some of
such an
these
interesting one because I feel like grip is like it is genetic and just lifestyle, you know, as well. Like, what do you do for work? What have you done your whole life? You know,
if you're a bricklayer and
you get good grip,
or you just you're one of those dudes that just has hands that can grip a basketball, palm a basketball.
Yeah, long fingers, or like if you're like a notorious like probably Lee and Dan who lost or came last in the 105s and 90s, shorter athletes, patty hands.
Yep.
Lee's notorious, God bless him, for being bad at grip, but he's got patty little panda hands, it's hard.
Yeah.
Where if you have bigger hands, bigger fingers, like it's going to be easier for you to get a good purchase.
It does depend on the style of grip too, because your pinch is going to be different to your to your crushing strength and all that kind of thing. But
we really only see 2 or 3 variations of grip event work in actual strongman.
Most of the time, it's a barbell with this circumference.
Yes, it's going to be a barbell, or it's like same sort of style. It's going to be a farmer's. It's going to be a frame. You might get a Dinny's ring or something like that in there. But
the Dinny rings are where the smaller-handed gentleman can actually come into play.
Yes.
The bigger hands actually tend to do a little worse because then you've got too much hand to play with.
Dynamic flips.
So the athletes getting their last warm-ups in. They're all sort of figuring it out. There's a few split jerks going on out there.
Yeah, for the clean. I mean, not bad technique if you're not the strongest presser, because as you get fatigued, and you'll see this amongst both the women and the men, like the clean gets hard and that drive or overhead gets really hard. And if you don't lock the elbow out or get that get your arms like driven out and locked out, the rest of it gets really hard.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones that the less fatigue you can spend early might save you some points in the back end.
Yeah.
So even if you can just brute force it and strict press it out and start, it might come back to bite you.
Yeah, you want to spare as much energy early to make sure that when you do have to call onto that like grit strength, that grind, it's going to be there's going to be more in reserve.
It's what we saw with someone like Tass, where he was really throwing it up and catching it.
But an explosive athlete as well.
This 105 field's probably where we see the biggest height variance.
Yeah, you got guys like Peanut who are like on the shorter end but very statically strong.
Jason, Harley.
Yeah, and then Lee, and then you've got, like Jaden's tall. You've got
Jaden, Ben Aykroyd.
Yeah, Ben,
Patrick.
you've got DeGraff James, like Jimmy's tall. Patrick's very, very tall. He'll be an open, I imagine, at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think so. I'd like to see a few of these guys drift into the open category.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think the 105. I think some of them have got the size, but just they're probably a while off having the strength to be able to get up there too. Like there's a big strength deficit to where the opens are now, the standard, and where the 105 guys are, I think, as well. Once upon a time, I feel like a lot of the 105s and heavies could, it was easy to cross over, but less so now. First athletes coming up. Genty up here.
And Lee over the other side there.
Lee.
So Genty using that push jerk technique, and Lee showing some experience.
Looking strong overhead. Both very strong overhead,
Lee's a very strong
presser, strict press type.
Yeah, very strong shoulders, but also one of the shorter athletes in the field, being typically an under 90. You know, first year I believe is a 105 in the finals.
Yeah, he would. He'd have to be the most capped strongman in the field, I think, by a long way.
Yeah, I don't think there's many. There's probably very few who have competed as much overseas as he has now too. You know, in general.
I think in general between him, Carl, yourself, maybe Smitty.
Yeah, Camilla. Yeah, probably not too many overseas quite as much. You know, Lee's been chasing the Chaos OSG every year for the last few years.
Yeah. Well, it's going to come down to the wire for both. Lee doesn't quite get it, neither does Genty.
So that's 2 reps for both, I believe.
Yes, 2 reps for both.
Which definitely won't be enough, but it will be a reasonable score.
Okay, this will be telling here. See what Peanut can do.
So Peanut in his heyday had a 170 log press, I believe.
Yes,
had the under 90 record stone for some time.
That was the 200s?
190.
190,
was the Adelaide Power Show or something like that?
Yep. He has gone straight up, and that tricep doesn't look to be bothering him at all. He's hurting,
And it's just work, remembering that when you get to that halfway point in the finger, it gets heavy.
Yeah, it's bothering him a bit. He's shaking that arm out.
It's a...
This point,
he's pretty much weighing up whether to do it or not, I think.
No, he's decided not to. So Sally still trying to get her first. So I think that's a smart decision from Peanut. I think if he
There's 4 other events. If he can manage that, just get
overhead.
If he can manage that over the next couple of events and just put some points on the board, you have a reasonable chance.
So the 4 events tomorrow, we've got the stone to shoulder. Is it not stone to shoulder?
Behind the neck press. We'll have the power stairs, the totem carry, and you'll have the stone run.
Oh, it's a stone run, is it?
Yeah, the standard stone run, which is heavy.
Yeah, which I'd back Peanut in, so maybe it's a smart decision. Just get a score on the board.
Like Lee's really good with stones too. One of the traditional better stone lifters also. But like you got James Lation who's done 200 kilo stone. You got a few guys in that group strong.
Well,
it's the 105s.
I think Andrew Stewart's back from that era where if you had a 200 stone or a 140, 160 log, it's sort of, or a 320 deadlift, you were sort of the top guy. Now everyone...
The standard's not the same,
There's so many guys.
160 log and the 320 deadlift was what the opens were doing. You know what I mean? Like that was the top of the opens, and
there was a good deal of opens probably failing those numbers too.
Yeah, I mean amateurs, not the pros, because we had Eben and a few other really good pros. But I remember in the amateurs, the first one of the first 2 reps for Paddy, who's also one of the taller athletes.
20 seconds remaining.
You've got 20 seconds to get this one over for a third.
He'd have to move this.
He is tall, and he looks like he's not quite got it, and that's a great save there from Josh Pataka.
Australia's strongest man and Australia's quickest saver there. Not a bad effort. Yeah, in those early FedEx days, I remember the amateur guys and the heavyweights, a lot of them, everyone failing a 300. And, you had guys hitting 340 in the 105s back then, so...
And I think we had a dumbbell for reps back in the FedEx days.
Just aggression here, Sarah, pure aggression.
Just hearing the dulcet tones of Tyson.
Yeah, I was trying to get away the mic then.
That's all right. I think it's good for people to hear the coaching. Sarah struggled to get it up a little bit
that was
to the shoulder, but now she's up. She's moving.
She will move on this and make up some points,
or
she should.
Animal when she gets going. James LeSean actually having a little bit of trouble bringing
a bit
it
of trouble
over.
on that top end. If she can get this clean a bit smoother here, which that's how it should have looked on that first one,
That's a bit better.
She's got a pretty good overhead press and she's got a lot of grit. Honestly, Sarah, just nerves for her, just getting the headspace right in competition and believing in her abilities is probably the hardest part, but she's doing an absolute monster job with this. And honestly, Fingal is one of those ones, there's not that much to it. There's a little bit to it, but if you got grit and a little bit of fight in you, you can absolutely make this happen.
Well, that's where I think Phil Pfister won his World's Strongest Man, was on the Fingal's fingers.
So she's about to get 3 reps here, which is fantastic.
That's big for her.
Great job.
I've had athletes come up to me and actually tell me off for not putting them in my predictions. Sarah's the first one to come up to me and tell me off for putting her in my predictions.
Yes.
Asked me to take the pressure off and never predict her to win again.
No kidding. It's always interesting when you do predictions because everyone loves to hate the prediction person.
Yes.
But also loves predictions.
Yes.
They want predictions, but as long as they're in them, you know. So 3 reps, the number to beat there. James a little bit slow on the finger there, but still putting out a good effort. Now, Liz also very strong here. And a very just super consistent competitor. We've seen Liz get better and better every single year.
Yes. And
Jordan over on the other side, absolutely just wedging inch by inch up here.
Yeah, doesn't look too comfortable under
Nah,
that, though.
it's going
starting to
backwards.
come back, and it's very hard to get...
Nah, if you lose a bit of ground, it gets very, very
hang on,
challenging.
He's fought it back, but he's got the feet under him again, so that's where it's hard to... He's managed to get out of that. Heart was in the mouth for a second there. Liz pushing her second over.
That's going to be a very hard third rep. I don't think she's going to be able to get this in the time, but we're about to find out.
And Jordan's tossed the belt. I don't think that was the play.
No, I don't think that was
he's
smooth.
really going to struggle here.
Yeah, I just think that was, you lose ground like that, you gas out like that. That's just not going to happen there.
Liz would be better here to just bail on out, which hopefully she does. Does so. And 2 reps there, so that's a good comeback.
That's not bad. 2 reps is still going to be, I think 2 reps is going to be a reasonable number in the time. It's going to be about the time.
Jolene, one of the taller athletes in the 82.
Good overhead too.
Good overhead. Was explosive. We used the
great dumbbell, split jerk.
She sort of grew into that event too because it's her first crack at this sort of level, and the first couple of reps she stood forward too early out of the split jerk and dropped forward.
Dumbbell's a very interesting one because it's a first event when athletes are really nervous to get out here. It's a really hit and miss event to have as the first one.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Charles sort of limping down. He's not
Charles
crossing his
on the
hands
side,
over.
yeah. I don't know what he's doing there with the side technique. He might be carrying a bit of a sore shoulder. Did he have surgery on one of them recently, I believe?
Okay. Because he's sort of limping there.
He's definitely bearing weight in one arm, and he's using the other arm to kind of cross over.
Whereas this is very good run here from Jolene.
Yeah, so you can see his right arm is shaking out here as well. Jolene making, and I thought this might be the case that she'd do pretty well here as well. She's explosive, and she's got good overhead strength, and she's got good height here. Like I can imagine this is going to be a good event for her. She's moving really well with this too.
She's leaning into it really well too.
Yeah, she's using her body weight.
Using her body weight and her height to her advantage.
7, 6,
and
5, 4.
I don't know where that might come from.
Yeah, that was very close. I'm sure it's very close.
Come down to the judge's stopwatch.
Next up, we have Emma Breitbart from Queensland.
Emma didn't love the dumbbell, Emma.
No.
She got a rep. The clean looked like it was a struggle for her in the warm-up, so we'll see how she goes when that whistle blows. Who have we got over the other side there?
We've got Andrew. Tommy, sorry.
Tommy Winter.
Tommy Winter, cheerleading kick.
So this is more in his wheelhouse.
Yeah,
holding human beings overhead and manipulating them is actually really in his wheelhouse. I was noting before, obviously, I have a little more insight than most into the way cheerleaders work, with my wife being at the same club as Tom cheered at. Just the way they lift is very intriguing. They have a very distinctive way of lifting weights overhead, and watching the weight overhead, which a lot of other athletes sort of miss. But they watch the weight overhead because they're very used to, obviously, it being a person. So Tommy, he's got 2 reps on. I don't think he'll get a third one. That's a good save over there.
Very good, but a very quick first 2. Just gassed out there, but the first 2 reps were quite quick.
5.
He's taking a knee there. Just might be feeling a little bit off.
Yeah, a bit dizzy bye-bye, I think.
There we go.
Yeah, you got a thumbs up from Tommy. He's all right.
This is only a flesh wound.
To Graf.
Next up, we have
all the way from WA.
James de Graaf, and it is Stacey Antonovich.
Stacey, another one of the taller athletes. She's built for an event like this. Sort of longer limbs, more reach. See about James.
Clean looking a little bit hard. It depends on this press. Because that press that's like the long limbs are good, but often it doesn't come with a great press. So it's hard. You need both of those parts of the equation.
You can
but
manage
James is a tall athlete as well and doing very well.
He's got the clean and jerk sort of technique quite down pat.
Stace just not quite getting that press, and that press is hard. James is just a tall competitor, and he is ripping through these now. He's doing really well, so he'll definitely get 3 in a good time.
You could see from the dumbbell, he's that angry, explosive type athlete that likes to get his get fired up and throw things around, which this is a good event for. I think he got a warning for slamming the dumbbell down.
He'll need to work though. He'll need to work. Can he get over?
Yes.
He can get it over.
5 seconds to go. That's a good showing from him. 3 reps there. Ben Aykroyd, I'm keen to see. This is sort of an event built for him.
Tall athlete.
Got quite strong shoulders. Ben. He's a push presser. He's not a jerker.
Yeah, I think he'll be coming for points on this one for sure.
He's zoned in. He's fired up. Simone as well thrown and dropped it.
Not the start Ben needed, to be honest.
No, he's going the hands together and over sort of thing.
He tried to walk and it wasn't working for him.
Trying to rush a little bit.
And Simone sitting at the top of the leaderboard here, up very high, but having a bit of trouble with this. Like I said, you've got to be able to get that press out. Like, you've got to get the elbows. This is where a lot of the athletes will have trouble when they start to fatigue or if it's a bit heavy. You've got to get your arms locked out to stabilise that overhead to start moving, but otherwise it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, this is moving as well as I think Ben would have hoped.
No, this is definitely, that's a tough event for him, because I probably would have expected that to be a reasonable event for him as well.
And this will throw a big spanner in the works. It looks like Simone's going to zero this year.
And being at the top of the leaderboard, that's going to be a bit of a hit too. So it'll be interesting.
After she's had a couple of good events with the deadlift
but
and the
the
grip.
Interesting thing is, like, a lot of the girls and the boys are swinging a lot. Like, you might have a bad event.
Yeah.
So far, most people have had a bad event.
Yeah.
Jaden, this event, I imagine, is down his wheelhouse too. He's a tall athlete. He's got big, strong shoulders. And he's just an aggressive lifter.
Yeah, it's another one of those.
He's a state lifter. It's a state event.
Hoof down some smelling salts, and I think he's got that sporting background, that rugby background. Just pack the scrum.
Put your body into it and get going.
Yeah.
Great push.
He strikes me as a back rower, not a front rower. But
he is slipping a little bit footwork-wise. I mean, he is a survivor contestant, so he's used to these kind of immunity games.
Yeah, this is the sort of
I think you could expect a survivor for sure, you know. Having a bit of trouble here again. So the girls absolutely working for this Fingal.
So 2 with 30 seconds to go.
So 3 is the number to beat on this Fingal finger, and it's been hard to get.
Come on, Harley. Push through. Leg drive. 20 seconds remaining.
20 seconds. He'd have to really push to get this one over. This one looks almost faster than his first.
He's picking up speed.
He's really pushed through, and he's really found something there.
That's probably it there.
Third one over.
Yeah, this is like one of those things of being a young competitor. You know at 10 seconds. You got 8. You got 4 more events. You just leave that last one.
Yeah.
Great work there from Jaden Lane.
But he pulled out of it once he, a little bit of energy loss, but no harm, no foul. So that's a good showing for Jaden. 3 reps.
Harley's an interesting one. Could go either way here with Harley.
He's got probably some of the strongest shoulders and pecs in the game, but
he's got to be able to drive into it. He's got to get his weight into it, and he's got to be able to have the tank. It's a really interesting one.
And if it gets stuck, he's not got the mobility to go too far back over his head.
He could do really well here, but it could go both ways. I think you've got Izzy, who's a tall athlete as well. So good press.
Coming from Beast Mode Cartel.
So that, in my opinion, is too slow, and it's going to be very hard for him to keep working under that at that pace. Like, it is fatiguing, but he
found a little bit there.
He is getting his. You could see his angle change about midway through and it start to move there.
Sort of adapting on the fly there. I don't know if they have a Fingal's finger over at Beast Mode.
No, I'm not too sure.
Think.
He has come down to Strong Geelong a few times to use some of the equipment though.
Okay, yep.
I think he was down there last weekend actually.
It's
doing well.
It's looking like he'll get this one.
He will need to get 2 at least, I think, just to hold position.
Yeah, so he's gotten to that point where he can just muscle it over now. And that's where that brute shoulder power does come into play. I don't think he's getting a 3rd.
This is where you'll definitely leave it.
4,
Good job.
3.
And he's gotten through this comp without bleeding from the head somehow.
Or passing out.
Yeah. That might be a new PB.
He did a fantastic. He did Raising the Dead a few weeks ago and did a fantastic deadlift. I believe he pulled 370. I believe in the suit or something like this.
Something like that, yeah.
It's a fantastic improvement by Harley as well. Like that's a massive improvement.
It's been a long while since anyone's knocked on your door, actually, mate, with the deadlift in Australia.
It's been a long while since I knocked on the front door of my deadlift.
But you've had that Australian deadlift record around that 390 mark for a while, haven't you?
I think it's 385 or something
yeah.
like that. My best deadlift is 390.
Was that at Vix?
Vix, yeah, 2018 or something like that, I believe. So
when we were at the uni.
Yeah.
Bandura or something. There's 2 for Izzy.
Yeah, Izzy's he's strong, he's tall, he's using his body well.
Any man who wears a bucket hat during a strongman event, I don't know why, but it just says to me that he might be decent at fingers. And he's got that 3rd rep over. That will probably be enough to take the lead.
Yeah, I think that's probably quick enough to get that and take a nice little lead there as well. I agree. It's a pretty good outcome.
The real secret is, what does he keep under that hat? Next up, we have Joel Hinton.
So Joel, another one of the newer guys to the field.
Yeah, he's had a tough day a little bit through the other events, but once again, tough day. And like you'll see Jason on this as well. Reasonable outing, but not in contention at the top. But these guys are at the top of these hang.
Yeah. That's where in a field this size, it really is. I was saying before, it's about damage control, less about winning events and more about damage control. You know, the old Mitch Hooper style win of don't win an event, but you might win one, but you know.
Bryce is a great event. He's got a couple good events in this series, but the deadlift typically a bad event for him. Really held his own. We expected to take more damage than that.
7 or 8 reps on that, or 9 reps or something.
Yeah, enough to hold position.
This is a good showing here. Good save there from
Great. Australia's strongest man, 2023. 3? Yeah, 2023.
Geordie won 22 and 24.
And 25, maybe.
Possibly.
Who knows? We'll find out in Sydney.
Have you got some early picks for that?
From behind the curve.
Josh would probably be my pick. I think BJ, if healthy and goes, at the moment we're just waiting on some scan results to figure out what's going on, in honesty. So BJ was probably close to the favourite. I think BJ and Josh can go either way. You know, when you're talking about Mitch Hooper, I think that's what we talk about with...
oh, look at Bryce.
Yeah, Bryce has been practicing out in the bush, to be honest. He's been doing a good job with this. So.
Excellent work there from Brycey. I think we're on for a 5.
And Bryce is also... I don't actually know him too much, but he strikes me as a bit of a strong man. Oh, dear, Bryce. Don't catch it, mate. Just fucking put it... Put it down, Bryce. Oh, God.
But he was looking so quick. All right, 30 seconds remaining there.
He's got to recompose
It's going to be very hard for him now because he's explosive and he can stick it underneath, but it definitely will get harder. And he'll need 3. He'll need 3 now.
Yes.
Because, that was a bit of a hit time-wise. So he won't make the time up now.
No, I think the triceps are done. That was just a slip. It wasn't a strength issue. It was just he was maybe trying to go a little bit too fast, maybe got a little bit greedy with one of his hand placements.
All right, next up.
Yeah, I think Josh will be, and he's a Mitch Hooper where he's not a standout anywhere, but he's just so damn consistent on all the events and right up there that he's hard to beat.
I don't see too many people out deadlifting him, other than maybe BJ.
Yeah,
but yeah, on the other events, he probably not going to win. But you give BJ both the overhead events. I mean, two max overhead events.
Josh's dumbbell's pretty good too. It'd be pretty damn close.
Actually, you're right. Yeah, Josh and Jono.
Yeah, they're rocking dumbbells up at the moment, those boys. So. Here we go. So Bryce with 2, unfortunately a slip, so missing the 3rd, but absolutely looking really good here on that first one here. But that clean is just unsticking. That's really a fight.
Really, yeah.
You'd almost put that back down, I think, at that point if you're confident with that. But once he gets it over his head, he did do pretty well in that last one. He's a bit tall here. He needs to lean into it a little bit more, but he's making his move and edging up pretty well.
15 seconds.
He's staying patient, which is good. He's
very patient.
Not letting those
hands
get
two
too
reps.
far apart.
And that'll edge out someone like Bryce there, I think, unfortunately.
Possibly, yeah.
It
could. So Jason, to round out the day.
Finishing it off, last event.
I think that'll do wonders for Jason as well, that event win on the, previous event.
Yeah, that'll definitely help him. If he can do reasonably here and get like maybe 2 reps, I think that'll bode pretty well for the scores. So
let's go, Jason. Good pickup. He was telling me before he hadn't trained much for this event.
Which he's one of the only people in the country that has one of these in his gym. That's a really good first rep.
Really
is, if he can just be consistent through this and just be patient, I think he'll do a pretty good job here.
Yep.
I think 2 good solid reps in a good time will be good for his points.
Yep, that's it. That's where the tactics come in, and you just got to, don't get greedy. Just take your 2 reps and see if you can stitch up a third. But get the 2 on the board. It's coming back down. Get out of the way, Jason. Drop it.
Not from there.
Don't try and save it, dude. Oh, he's trying to hip and shoulder it over. No, this is not the play. Get out from under it, fella. Oh, hello. I don't think I've seen anybody do that. This is a first for me. I don't think I've ever seen anybody hip and shoulder a Fingal's finger over.
5 seconds. That's an impressive effort.
Have you, in your time watching Fingal's fingers, have you seen anybody manage to hip and shoulder it over?
I have seen that done before, but it's not what we recommend. But no. You know what?
Not the highest score, but the
if you can manage it happen.
That's it. That's it. I mean, the conventional knowledge would be to drop it and to
usually with that much finger behind you, it's a lot of load. It's a lever. Do you know what I mean? As well. So you've got a lot of load behind you. It's a really good
it's
job
very
to
much a
be able to get
timing thing as well, because you need to take up that distance. When you throw it, you need to be really quick to get under it right away, because if you throw it and it comes crashing back down on you, it becomes a really hard prospect.
Look, to be able to try and press it out of that position is almost going to be impossible, but to hip and shoulder from that position, clearly doable.
Yeah.
Izzy Barrett with 48
Izzy,
seconds.
48 seconds.
So I'll also get Jolene.
Not really a surprise there, Jolene
first. As well.
Jolene just pipping Sarah there, I imagine.
Yep.
But then Jolene winning that, Sarah probably coming second, Simone dropping out of that.
All right, they're going to flick over now.
All right, we're up on screen. So, guys, congratulations. Jolene, how has training for this been?
Really annoying, because I didn't have this one at the weight, so I did all sorts of other things like push my sled with the log, which was shit. But I knew that it could be a good event for me, so I just pushed through and it paid off.
Yeah, definitely paid off. You had the fastest time there, just edging ahead of Sarah Halifax. Would you say like the moving events are a bit more of your strength, would you say, or?
I thought I'd do better in the dumbbell. I'm sad I didn't. But this was the first time I had fun today, so that definitely did well for me.
Well, that's probably the most important thing, is having fun. Now, Izzy, what did you think of this event?
Didn't have much time prepping it in prep, so just had landmine cleans and that was about it. So what can I say? WA loves fingers.
Right, I don't know how to respond to that one, but they definitely love their fingers, hey? Okay, so guys, what's the plan tonight?
Eat, shower, sleep.
Eat, shower, sleep. And for yourself, Izzy?
Yeah, same as, and maybe chuck an ice bath in.
Yeah, chuck an ice bath in and make sure to sleep, guys, because there is a day 2 that's going to be starting here tomorrow at 12 p.m. It's also going to be live on Official Strongman and YouTube, I believe. Now, guys, make sure that you tune in. We will be able to check out the scores. Congratulations on event number 4 win, guys. It's really good. Hopefully you recover really well overnight and play on tomorrow, from 12 p.m. All right, guys, congrats again. No worries. Good work. Round of applause for our competitors today. Also, I want to say a big thank you to our title sponsors as well.
Well, that concludes day 1.
Day 1 done. There's 4 more events. There's a whole other comp.
Yeah.
So we're going to look at the scores in a second, I believe. But, I mean, when you look at those scores, I think it's important to remember we do this all again tomorrow. 4 more events. It can totally change tomorrow. So the under 73 overalls. No surprise at the top, Sam?
Yeah, no surprise. But, I mean, there's still some points to be gained there. If it's not put to bed like it normally is with Camilla.
No, so there's 39. You've got Nat coming into 32nd, making good gain on that last event. So, and then Karen, who was in second, moving down to fifth. Lauren sneaking back up into fourth.
Again,
so very good play here on that 73s.
An 11 athlete field, and 4 points separate fifth and second.
Yeah,
so there's all to be gained tomorrow in those four events.
This is what I say. There's a whole other comp tomorrow.
And then we'll go to the 82s. We'll see what this has done with Sarah doing better in that event, and Jolene sneaking herself into fourth place.
Yeah.
So dropping Simone down after losing the event, zeroing. Sorry,
those three girls are really close. That Liz, Sarah, Simone group. So it'll be interesting to see how tomorrow goes. But Liz and Sarah sort of sneaking away today, but that's still not a significant in that kind of field with that many athletes. It's still not a significant lead. It's still too close to be able to gauge.
Look, with the overhead event, I don't know if I see Liz or Sarah actually placing in the top three. I think the three below them.
Genty will definitely come up. I think Liz and Sarah will go that 9,500 mark.
Jolene seems pretty snappy
Jolene
overhead.
as well.
Haley with the CrossFit background.
Yeah, so it'll be very interesting to see how that goes.
We'll look at the under 90s now. We'll see what this has done, because these are all over the shop. They've been
so
bouncing
tight.
around. Riley has actually, I think, extended his lead. Anth Martin's done pretty well to claw himself back some points there. Matt Coates and Dan snuck himself into the top four.
Yeah, so definitely starting to see that top four that probably we expected by the end of the day, which was like that Riley, Ant, Matt, Dan. But very tight in the back end too with Taylor, 29, who was also that dark horse as well, I think, coming and trying just by 1 point. So very close.
There's a lot of points still to be gained there tomorrow. And then we'll look at the 105s. Finally, we actually don't have 105 scores yet, so we'll hold off on those. Might have to wait until tomorrow for them. We will sign off. Thank you very much for joining me, Tyson.
Pleasure. It's been good. I look forward to tomorrow. And if you want to check out those 105 scores, they are on the live score sheet. So head to the Australia's Strongest Instagram, follow the link there, and you'll be able to update yourself on the entire series over the weekend, see where the scores are if you're following along at home, and make sure you head to Official Strongman Games if you're watching this to jump on.
That's it. All right. We'll sign off for now, and we'll see you tomorrow.
More action. Thanks, Sam.
See ya.